Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Chapter 501, Enemies Meet, Eyes Rage. She couldn't bear to see Molly fall in front of her. She couldn't even lead her clan members. Chief Morgana felt regretful. Just as she waited for death, she heard a cry of astonishment. The God of Light is still alive. Who gave you the confidence and courage to appear again? Instinctively, she opened her eyes and witnessed something unforgettable. A massive spatial rift appeared in the sky. Many dragon descendants wielded heavy weapons and hovered in the sky. In front of the vast army, a golden lion stood proudly, exuding a majestic aura. Yuan had turned into his human form. He sat on the back of the lion and glared at the God of Light. On the side of the golden lion, a calm vampire floated with enormous bat wings on her back. A centaur with a battle axe looked around. Beneath the golden lion stood a monstrous creature over 6 meters tall. It had a grotesque appearance. It seemed to be a soul creature. What frightened her the most was the fact that every being was extraordinary. Chief Morgana felt her mind buzzing. Her sluggish thoughts nearly came to a halt. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. She looked at the figure that sat on the golden lion. He must be the initial hero of the Lord who ruled over the territory where Eliza lived. The initial hero had once captured one of the God of Light's souls and killed it. Everyone knew that Yuan was a female lord, so the human-like man that was atop the golden lion must be her hero. It seemed that this initial hero was many times stronger than his own lord. How did he possess such tremendous power? A powerful and resounding beat rang out as the God of Light moved toward the area enveloped in a reddish light. He had completely deviated from his intended direction. He strode to the edge of the area and suddenly stopped. Greed filled his reddened eyes as he reached out his right hand and grasped a red blood vessel. Like pulling a loose thread from a garment, he heaved out a longer blood vessel. At this moment, the terrifying heartbeat intensified. A massive worm squirmed on the ground. It convulsed and struggled and let out mournful roars as though it was in agony. In the sky, chaos befell the armies of the territory. The souls of the undead fluctuated wildly, like candle flames flickering in the strong wind, which could be extinguished at any moment. The God of Light let out an excited roar and pulled fiercely. The massive red blood vessel shattered. The still beating heart, drenched in blood, was pulled out from the end of that blood vessel. There was an eruption. It felt as though countless stars in the endless void were crashing down. Suddenly, the world dimmed and lost all light. All that people could see was the throbbing of the massive heart. The warriors of the succubus clan instinctively covered their ears. The sound was deafening. It caused them pain that assaulted their very souls. The giant worms pressed their heads against the ground. They were trembling. The god of deception and lies also ceased his attack at this moment. His face turned pale. Yuan's heart pounded too. He sensed an immense danger that was just looming ahead. Every cell in his body told him to leave the place. It felt as though a giant hand had grabbed his soul and brought his dark power to a halt. He hadn't felt like this even while facing the Spider Queen, who was capable of inciting gods into a war. The pressure and the suffocation came directly from the life and soul that was primal. The bloody shadow demon was a terrifying existence that even the god of creation couldn't kill. Yuan's breath came out raggedly. His eyes were red. The heart had unimaginable power, despite being sealed and suppressed for millions of years. How strong had it been when it was alive? The God of Light became frenzied. His eyes shone with guilt and hatred. He tore open the black armor on his chest. A dagger appeared in his hand out of thin air, and he fiercely slashed it across his chest. His flesh was torn, but no blood flowed out. A heart the size of a head, belonging to the bloody shadow demon, couldn't possibly fit in such a space. Regardless, the God of Light forcefully pressed it against his chest. The terrifying heart shrank and directly merged into his chest when it came into contact with his flesh. It replaced his original heart. The God of Light was overjoyed. He looked like a greedy miser who had found a dragon's hoard. This is power. A crazed voice resounded through the sky. The red blood vessels that were eroding the void suddenly stopped. They then thrashed like the tentacles of an octopus. The eerie scene would make even the most fearless warrior tremble with fear. The 6-winged angels, who had been overlooked by everyone, rejoiced at the scene. Their master was about to rise again. They would have victory and glory. However, the red blood vessels suddenly twisted and enveloped them. Before they could figure out what was happening, they felt a sharp pain, and their consciousness faded into darkness. 2 6-winged angels had vanished into thin air, leaving only the smell of blood behind. The God of Light didn't even notice it. After the heart of the bloody shadow demon disappeared into his chest, he felt his new heartbeat once again. Each heartbeat was a mental assault on the troops that were still in the sky. Undead creatures were infinitely weaker than living beings, and their only vulnerability was their souls. The giant worms on the ground felt their souls shatter. They became lifeless. The God of Light's open chest didn't heal. Everyone could see the pulsating heart in his open chest. His aura surged rapidly, accompanied by the pulsation of the heart. The divine power spread out of his chest. Mixed with the aura of the bloody shadow demon, the space became even more sinister. Among the warriors standing on the ground, only Eliza remained standing. The rest were clutching their heads and curling up on the ground. They tried in vain to cover their ears to block out the sound that was assaulting their very souls. The armor on the God of Light's body couldn't withstand the surging power and began to crack. Eventually, it shattered completely. The blood vessels on his skin swelled and squirmed like snakes. It looked as though something was trying to burst out of his skin. The god, whose sanity had already been consumed, paid no attention to it. He felt satisfied with the feeling of endless power surging within him. Worm, you shall perish. I will imprison your soul and let the abyss devour it for 1,000,000 years. He looked at Su Yuan in disdain. No one could imagine the humiliation and pain the god of light felt when he was once trampled under the feet of the dark demon dragon. Chapter 502, The God of Light's Second Failure. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The power of the god of light, who had failed once, was incomparable to the heart-devouring insects, but now he had regained his strength and new power. This power from the demon race made him unprecedentedly mighty. He would definitely trample all his enemies underfoot. He could even rule the universe with his newfound power. He prepared to swing his arm and unleash his attacks. However, the madness on his face turned into anxiety and fear because the immense energy that flowed like a galaxy within him could not be mobilized. In extreme terror, he concentrated all his energy on controlling the power within him. But it was in vain. The power within his body completely ignored his commands. Impossible? This can't be happening. Although there was a terrifying pressure in the surroundings, he couldn't do anything. In the midst of despair, the god of light miraculously regained his sanity. How could I have put the heart of the bloody shadow demon in my chest? Then he looked at Su Yuan with resentment and cursed hysterically. In his open chest, the blood-red heart began to beat faster, and the god of light felt a tremendous surge of power entering his body. The blood vessels on his skin squirmed and burst open. A red aura surged out like blood. As everyone watched, he exploded like bloody fireworks. The god of light, who had just obtained that power, turned into ashes. Su Yuan, who was observing the situation on the battlefield, suddenly sensed a special light flickering in the explosion. A faint soul energy escaped from it. It seemed that the god of light wasn't so easy to kill. Before he could give any orders, the energy was propelled by the shockwave and slammed into the ground. The soul energy was pushed into the body of a dead insect. The body let out a low growl and fell into a coma. Su Yuan was astonished. He was reminded of the dwarf god. Perhaps this was his fate. The body of the god of light that had exploded didn't fall to the ground. It was engulfed by the squirming blood vessels. After losing its vessel, the beating of the heart weakened. The red blood vessels spread and began to move toward the heart. The pulsating heart devoured the blood vessels. They disappeared. The void returned to normal once again. In that terrifying red sky, only a fist-sized heart remained suspended. If one looked closely, they would notice golden inscriptions engraved on the heart. It emitted a strong but almost intangible aura. The heartbeat that almost shattered everyone's souls vanished like a gentle breeze brushing against their faces. The tormented warriors of the succubus clan finally felt at peace. They were powerless and curled up on the ground. They couldn't even breathe properly. The grotesque, giant insects remained motionless. Chief Morgana, who was still in a daze, shed uncontrollable tears as she watched the god of light fall and the heart stopped beating. They had survived. The succubus clan was still alive. The warriors felt emotional. They had been on the verge of being wiped out. If a god could be destroyed so easily, the warriors might have to find someone else to pledge their allegiance to. Molly struggled to get up from the ground. She pulled herself up and looked up at the spatial rift. She looked at Su Yuan, who was atop the golden lion. The skepticism she had felt before was replaced by shame. She thought about how she had dismissed Eliza when she praised the territory. Molly wished she could bury her head in the ground. Molly realized that her arrogant attitude had been nothing but a childish whim in front of such powerful individuals. If there was an existence that was capable of killing gods, how could she ever question them? As Eliza had said, it wasn't the territory's loss if the succubus clan didn't join them. It would be a missed opportunity for the clan. Molly's gaze shifted to Eliza, who was still standing a few paces away. She looked as stubborn as ever. Molly felt that she could never compare to Eliza in terms of strength and stubborn loyalty. She felt too many emotions in her heart right now. She closed her eyes. From today on, the succubus clan would have a new identity. If they stayed unaffiliated with anyone, it would be difficult for them to survive. Only by attaching themselves to a powerful individual could they continue to thrive. Molly was willing to pledge her allegiance to the dark demon dragon, who had saved the succubus clan today. As for Lord Suwon, she was just a bonus. Su Yuan was unaware of the warrior's feelings. He was in a good mood. He reached out and ruffled the fur of the Lion of Greed. The creature was truly extraordinary. The reason why the Lord of Greed was considered one of the strongest among the 7 sinful gods was that desire had no equivalent neutralizer. Everything and everybody had some desire in their hearts that they couldn't escape from. Su Yuan glanced at the heart suspended in midair. It was calm now. His gaze was filled with anticipation. This was a moment to take stock of the gains. This unexpected incident completely exceeded his expectations. He never expected the god of light to plan such a massive attack by using the succubus clan as bait. Fortunately, he had decided to come. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Suwon to survive. The bloody shadow demon was a monster capable of killing even the god of creation. The heart of such a demon was right in front of him. It was an invaluable treasure. The heart, engraved with faint golden runes, exuded a mysterious aura that drew everyone in. Even though it was no longer beating, it still looked terrifying. It felt as though it would start pulsating at any moment. This was a power that mortals could not understand. The Lion of Greed stared intently at the heart in the void in awe and fear. Just then, a crack appeared in the void. Nov. L. B //JNN. Molly couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No one expected the Dark Enchanter to clash with Leona. From the looks of it, Leona was at a disadvantage. Farilla looked shocked. She knew Leona was extremely powerful. She had killed Archduke Bloodfury single-handedly. However, the Dark Enchanter was defeating her in a fight. Eve, Leona is on our side. Su Yuan shouted at the Dark Enchanter. The Dark Enchanter, Eve, stopped her attacks and looked in the direction where the voice had come from. She saw the familiar figure of Su Yuan. The Dark Enchanter paid no further attention to Leona, who had already adjusted her stance and was preparing to counterattack. She flew to Su Yuan's side. Under the gaze of everyone, this powerful individual who had appeared by tearing through the void knelt in front of Su Yuan. Greetings, Your Majesty. Her right hand was pressed against her chest as a sign of reverence. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Novel bin read light novel, web novel, Korean novel and Chinese novel online for free. You see, Chapter 503, An Unexpected Reunion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yuan hadn't expected to meet the Dark Enchanter here, of all places. In just a few months, Eve had grown so much that she could even fight and defeat Leona. Su Yuan was surprised by her progress. Eve, you have become stronger. I'm glad to see you didn't just waste your time, said Su Yuan. The heroes and troops that Suwon had weren't weak. They weren't as strong as Su Yuan, but they were still formidable. However, the Dark Enchanter had reached some other level once again. Among those of the same level, perhaps only the Dark Withered Tree could match her in a fight. Even the Dark Soul Devourer, Platos, wouldn't be an even match. He still needed to advance. The Lion of Greed was extraordinary, but it wasn't as efficient in combat. Although Farilla had recovered her soul fragment, her combat power was far from its peak. Leona was the strongest combatant Suwon had right now. Your Majesty, the God of Light banished me to a void space where there was only darkness. At that time, one felt a powerful presence and attacked. I did not know this lady was your subordinate. Please forgive me. The Dark Enchanter looked apologetically at Leona. Dark Enchanter, your strength is astonishing. It's hard to imagine that you have just upgraded to a transcendent. Leona's scars and wounds had already healed. She looked at Eve in admiration. In the future, you will face enemies together. It's a good thing to be familiar with each other's power. You can also spar with each other and try to improve further. However, be careful and keep your power contained, said Su Yuan with a smile. The two heroes looked at each other in delight. Su Yuan didn't say anything further. He looked at the Dark Enchanter again and opened her attribute panel. Eve, Dark Enchanter. Status, evolving? She hasn't finished her evolution yet. Su Yuan frowned. Didn't she break through to a new level last month? How has she not finished her transformation yet? Su Yuan used the true eye of the demon dragon to see more. Your Majesty, I found a crystal inside RHE flesh of an extraordinary creature I killed. I had this strong urge to devour that crystal. However, one had to rush here because the threat of the God of Light was too great, said Eve. She had reached the transcendent level after devouring the crystal. However, the energy in the crystal was so powerful that she had only been able to absorb a portion of it. Su Yuan wondered if there was such a crystal that even a transcendent level hero couldn't devour completely. He recalled the Bloody Shadow Demon. Based on the information he currently had, this area was probably the seal of the Bloody Shadow Demon. Could the crystal have belonged to the Bloody Shadow Demon? However, the Dark Enchanter had already devoured the crystal, so there was no other way to find out for sure. The true eye of the demon dragon showed Su Yuan that the Dark Enchanter was slowly evolving, but she would be fine. He was relieved. If the crystal was related to the Bloody Shadow Demon, the Dark Enchanter's attribute panel would have shown information about contamination. Su Yuan returned to the Death Swamp with the heart of the Bloody Shadow Demon. The Dark Enchanter silently stood by Su Yuan's side. If other lords knew that Suwon had such a powerful hero, they would turn green with jealousy. When they reached RHE Death Swamp, the Dark Enchanter was surprised. She looked around the swamp, covered in red mist. When Su Yuan led her to the center to show her the battle still raging there, Eve was a little emotional. She hadn't been gone from RHE territory for long, but so many things had changed. Fortunately, she didn't miss out on anything important. The dark energy enveloping the heart of RHE Bloody Shadow Demon gradually dissipated, revealing a bloody heart inscribed with golden runes. The dark withered tree, which had been devouring the Lord of Greed's divine body, opened its eyes. Your Majesty, the heart in your hands seems to be the origin of my bloodline. My soul is yearning for it. The dark withered tree had been born from the body of the Bloody Shadow Demon. They were both connected. You are correct. This is indeed the source of your bloodline. It is the ultimate existence, the Bloody Shadow Demon, born from the endless void and chaos. These life forms couldn't be killed even by the god of creation. It required the power of the entire world to eradicate them. Devouring the power of this heart might transform RHE Dark Withered Tree into a true blood demon. Su Yuan didn't hesitate. This was a decision he could make on his own. Your Majesty, thank you very much for your gift. One swear by my soul that I will repay you with everything one have. May the eternal darkness protect you. One the withered branches, adorned with golden fruits, trembled. The twisted face on the trunk grinned in delight and madness. Su Yuan threw the heart on the ground. Twisted roots emerged from the swamp and pulled the heart down with it. The roots coiled around the heart and splashed blood everywhere. Su Yuan was even more excited to see what would happen now. The dark withered tree had the power of decay. It was already devouring the divine body of the Lord of Greed. Now, with the heart of the bloody shadow demon, Su Yuan wondered how powerful it would become. As the dark withered tree closed its eyes again, Su Yuan was in a good mood. When it was done devouring everything, it would become so terrifying that all enemies would tremble in fear. H would transform into the source of all evil, the blood demon. Su Yuan calmed himself and re-entered the spatial rift. The succubus clan had been rescued. Both Eliza and the dark enchanter were safe. It was time to find the second spire. Nov. L. B /JNN. Would there be any additional surprises in the spire that had the heart of the bloody shadow demon? At the front of the city gates, Farilla carried Eliza on her back. Eliza slowly opened her eyes. With her strong regenerative ability, Eliza was okay now. Flare wounds had healed into scars and scabs. Chapter 504, Creature of Ancient Power. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It wouldn't be long before Eliza could recover and be at her peak. That was the nice thing about top-tier heroes. If they were given enough time to recuperate, they would come back stronger. With Su Yuan, they didn't have anything to worry about anymore. Your Majesty? Eve, exclaimed Eliza as she woke up. She grinned. The surviving warriors of the succubus clan have already been sent back to their territory, and the children in the city have been taken care of. You don't have to worry, said Su Yuan in reassurance. He leaned forward and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ears. You've been through a lot. Eliza looked up at his handsome face and smiled in gratitude. Eliza was a loyal hero. Su Yuan would do anything to fulfill her request. Your Majesty, can I gather the bodies of my comrades? Said Eliza as she stared sadly at the battlefield. I will have some soldiers collect the bodies. Don't worry about it. Su Yuan glanced at the battlefield to see the corpses of giant insects and fallen succubus warriors. He looked at the dead warriors with respect. Eliza and Molly thanked him. Miss Molly, could you please lead us to the spire? Asked Su Yuan, glancing at Molly. This particular succubus hero was in the S-class. If it were last year, he would have had to put in a lot of effort to defeat her in a fight. S-class heroes were indomitable. He didn't need to even ask them this time. The entire succubus clan was willing to submit to him. As you wish. Molly bowed respectfully. Su Yuan waved his hands, and the troops behind him got into formation and marched. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. The sky was covered by dark clouds. Su Yuan rode the golden lion. He preferred using the lion of greed as a mount rather than flying in his dragon form. This was much more comfortable. They crossed mountains and rivers. There were piles of giant insect corpses everywhere. The further they went, the more noticeable the giant insects on the ground became. The giant insects were feasting on moss. Su Yuan was in a good mood. The more giant insects there were, the greater the potential of this plane. The death swamp could yield greater benefits yet. They didn't provoke the giant insects. They proceeded to their destination. Your Majesty, the spire is behind that hill. Molly's group came to a stop. Su Yuan was on high alert. He looked in the direction Molly had indicated. A stone tower of over 50 meters stood tall on the horizon. Everyone, enter together, Su Yuan commanded. The huge boulders collapsed under the joint efforts of the troops. The area was soon cleared. After the boulders and rocks were cleared away, dark energy emanated from Su Yuan. The dark energy lifted and stacked the boulders atop one another. The divine beast formed sharp blades and trimmed the giant stones into suitable shapes. With the joint efforts of thousands of troops, the surrounding rocks were cleared, too. As the place was cleared, a military structure came into view. The peculiar structure was a battle platform with defensive walls that would facilitate ranged attacks. Su Yuan was quite satisfied with this. The biggest advantage of this structure was that it allowed the army to occupy a strategic position. They could launch attacks from higher ground. This area was a no-fly zone too. If the enemy wanted to destroy them, they could only attack from the ground. That would give the defending army a massive advantage. This spire's rules were special, and he couldn't predict what would happen once they stormed inside. The wing of the evil dragon heft their battle axes and took their position, facing the spire. Su Yuan stationed the red-eyed black dragon further back. For a defense battle, the massive size of the structure was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Its inflexible body made it easy for enemies to find loopholes. The red-eyed black dragon was urged to use the dragon's breath to attack any enemy that faced them. Su Yuan stationed the others in strategic positions and prepared 2 squads to lure in the monsters. The top of the blood-red spire was surrounded by lightning bolts. A blood-red light suddenly burst forth. The thunder surrounding it vanished without a trace. Long, vertical black lines condensed and expanded in every direction. A pitch-black void appeared in the air, and crimson flames burned, leaving behind a long tail of fire. The blood-red clouds in the sky were stirred by the tail of fire. The eyes burning with crimson flames seemed to sense something and slowly turned to look at Su Yuan. Their eyes locked on each other. Su Yuan felt an indescribable pressure sweep over him. He felt like a lone boat in a raging storm. It might capsize at any moment. It was the gaze of a higher life form. It was a creature of ancient power. Su Yuan's heart raced. Dark energy erupted from his body. A piercing roar resounded from the direction of the spire. The roars became louder. It sounded like the wail of a wild beast. Su Yuan looked away from those strange eyes and stared ahead at the winding path. Prepare yourselves. The enemy is coming. The sound of hurried footsteps accompanied by growls echoed from the place of giant rocks. The closer they got, the more pressure they felt from the unknown enemy. The monster, standing over 3 meters tall, was covered in blood-red scales. Its lower body was that of a snake, while its upper body was human-like. It held a long sword and a thick shield. What chilled people to the bone was the creature's head. Countless small snakes slithered from there. The endless hissing of multiple snakes sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 505, Petrified Ancient Snake Demon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Petrified Ancient Snake Demon. Skill, Petrification, A class. Gazing at the opponent for 3 seconds will petrify them. The stronger the opponent's soul power, the longer the time required to petrify them. The enemy's appearance and abilities reminded them of the ancient snake demon, Medusa. Su Yuan wasn't surprised by the level and power of the enemy. The attribute panel did say it was an ancient snake demon. Everything was shrouded in red. Could this spire be connected to ancient power? Despite spending so much time exploring planes with Suan, they had yet to discover the ancient power mentioned by the other lords. At most, they had encountered creatures that had bathed in blood when the crimson moon rose. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. He needed to storm this spire and conquer it. While contemplating, more and more ancient snake demons gathered on the path leading to the spire. However, these creatures did not launch an attack. They slowed their pace and fixed their gray eyes firmly on them. Su Yuan was intrigued by them. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The territory was filled with undead troops that didn't even have eyes. He wondered if these ancient snake demons could turn them into stone. In just a moment, thousands of ancient snake demons had gathered. At the top of the blood-colored spire, eyes burning with crimson flames watched everything. The red light grew more intense. The ancient snake demons below seemed to have heard the call. They became frenzied. They let out piercing and mournful cries, and their lower bodies wriggled as they charged forward. The ancient snake demons formed a tidal wave, determined to destroy anything in their path. More and more ancient snake demons gathered on the path. It seemed like there was no end to them. Su Yuan was calm and composed. When the snake demons arrived within 200 meters of where he was, he waved his hand. The army tightly gripped their spears, formed by the condensation of dark energy. The spears were released. They streaked across the sky like lightning bolts. They formed a volley of spears and completely enveloped the charging ancient snake demons. The ancient snake demons raised their shields over their heads. They formed a temporary wall by connecting their shields. The spears crashed against the shield. The grating of metal on metal rang through the air. The spears were deflected by the shield. They exploded into dark energy. The ancient snake demons felt relieved and proud of this achievement. However, at that moment, it suddenly fell to blur before its eyes, and intense pain erupted in its chest and reached its back. It saw a spear pierce through its chest. The ancient snake demon felt the tremendous power dissipating rapidly. In the blink of an eye, its vision darkened, and it heavily fell to the ground. After the first spear fell, thousands of spears followed in a split second. The sound of the spears colliding with the heavy shields was loud, but even louder were the screams of agony. Despite the successful attack, the line of ancient snake demons on the front lines hadn't diminished much. The volley of spears had only killed around 100 of them. The tenacity of these ancient troops was clearly more than he had expected. Su Yuan waved his hand again. Subsequent attacks followed in quick succession. The ancient snake demons faced the attacks bravely. It wasn't enough to destroy them. The monsters kept approaching. Su Yuan waved his hand again. Rodden cavalry, attack. Thousands of battle axes whistled through the air while the chains on their wrists swung with a clattering sound. After several rounds of enhancements, the Rotting Knight's attack range had surpassed the distance of 200 meters. The battle axes swung towards the ancient snake demons at an imperceptible speed. The ancient snake demon was very perceptive. It raised its shield and blocked the attack. The battle axe struck the heavy shield with brutal force. Sparks flew everywhere. Large cracks appeared on the shield, but it didn't break. The ancient snake demon wasn't fazed. How dare these lowly beings even look upon the sacred ground we guard? The ancient snake demons charged forward even more furiously. They would use the blood of these invaders to appease the wrath of the almighty ruler. However, at that moment, the ancient snake demon suddenly noticed cracks appearing on the battle axe. It spread throughout the weapon. It instinctively raised its shield higher. But in that instant, the battle axe exploded. The countless fragments of broken metal formed a storm. The sharp fragments, imbued with terrifying power, tore through the shield. The ancient snake demon felt a horrifying pain in its very soul, and it lost consciousness. The remaining ancient snake demons suddenly sensed a terrifying heat emanating from within their bodies. Flames erupted, and the ancient snake demon on the ground was burned to ashes. In its last moments, it saw its companions also engulfed in flames. The front line of the battlefield erupted in scorching flames. The elite troops trained by Su Yuan had once again revealed their ability. However, the tide of the battle did not change with the Rotten cavalry's attacks. The ancient snake demons didn't know the meaning of fear. Their mission was to annihilate the invaders. As the troops made a move, the crimson flames atop the spire burned even more fiercely. Su Yuan could sense the danger in those fiery eyes. In another area, another war raged. Many heavily armored human soldiers were mercilessly slaughtered by the ancient snake demons pouring in from the winding paths. Numerous stone statues gradually appeared. The snake demons were petrifying the human soldiers. An old man stood at an elevation and watched the ancient snake demons massacre the soldiers. It was horrifying to watch. The moment the human soldiers looked at the ancient snake demons, they turned to stone. In just a few minutes of combat, the army had already lost over 1,000 soldiers. At this rate, the entire army might be wiped out. Guild leader, we've been deceived. He said this spire only had ordinary guards. He will taste pain when we get out of here. The white-haired old man was infuriated. Chapter 506, The initial hero is so strong. The middle-aged lord scowled. They were there to explore the spire, but they hadn't expected the situation to get out of control. From what they knew so far, the higher the level of the spire, the stronger the monsters guarding it. Based on the information they had received, the enemies guarding the spire were below level 60. That was why they had led this expedition in the first place. However, they soon realized that the ancient snake demons were much more powerful. What should we do now, guild leader? The middle-aged lord watched the troops fall. We'll go and join forces with other lords. Reinforcements will arrive soon, said the white-haired elderly man. After giving the command, Yuan rode on the back of the red-eyed black dragon. The ancient snake demons that rushed to attack felt the battle axe shred them to death. The evil dragon wings charged ahead. After activating the evil dragon form, the defense of its dragon scales became stronger than the shield. The ancient snake demons couldn't break through their defense. A blazing dark fire ignited the troops and burned the ancient snake demons when they approached closer to launch an attack. If it weren't for the abilities provided by the burning eyes, the ancient snake demons would have turned to charcoal. However, the support from the burning crimson eye wasn't enough. The ancient snake demons couldn't withstand such a powerful attack forever. They were shattered to death and left unable to regenerate. After the enhancement, the night devil bees swarmed upon the enemies. Moreover, they had the lifesteal ability. For every damage dealt, 35% of it would turn into their life force. The almost impenetrable ancient snake demons suffered a great loss. It was not easy to defeat the night devil bees, especially when they turned their damage into life force. Yuan's eyes shone with pride. The night devil bees were still his favorite among all troop types. In the face of the brilliant attack from the night devil bees and the evil dragon wings, the night mages didn't fall behind. They unleashed their destructive power. They activated their forbidden spell that could do long-range damage. The damage done was as great as that done by the night devil bees and the evil dragon wings. Their side was unstoppable. The ancient snake demons suffered devastating blows. The enemies were cleared out within less than 10 minutes. The place was filled with shattered limbs and blood. As Yuan killed all the remaining ancient snake demons, he instinctively looked up at the burning crimson eyes above the spire. Is this all you have? Said Yuan. Disappointing. His voice echoed across the dense forest around the spire. The flame soared once again in fury. The soldiers on the battlefield paused. Yuan didn't order another attack. He watched the burning eyes. However, no new enemies appeared. It seemed that the forces of the spire had come to an end. The evil dragon wings will be the vanguard. Crush all obstacles ahead. The order was given, and the evil dragon wings charged like a tide. They roared as they stormed through the winding path. The ancient snake demons were still pouring in, but they were all slaughtered. The other lords saw the troops disappear across the winding path. They were astonished. Is this the true strength of the lord? Yuan isn't even here? Her hero is leading her troops right now. The white-haired old man was flustered. Under the command of Yuan, the troops were able to exterminate the ancient snake demons that had been greatly enhanced with powerful attributes. They even took the lead in launching a countercharge. Moreover, Yuan commanded the troops this entire time without even using his own power. The strength of Yuan's territory was truly shocking. The old man looked at his fallen soldiers in bewilderment. His troops had turned to stone when facing just a bunch of ancient snake demons. Keep up. If Yuan's initial hero can win, we can also do it. If Yuan's hero loses, we'll find a way to retreat. Although the area was vast, there was nowhere else to run. At least by keeping up, they could stay alive and maybe gain some benefits. He didn't like leaving things to fate. The old man turned around. Looking at the dazed soldiers on the battlefield, he wanted to say something but couldn't utter a word. The soldiers were low on morale. This army had once made him proud, but now they were nothing but eyesores. The two reorganized the army and set off. They traversed the battlefield, strewn with corpses, and followed the winding path. Along the way, all they saw were the shattered remains of the ancient snake demons. In stark contrast, they couldn't see the corpses of Yuan's troops. They were stunned. Yuan paid no attention to the other lords and their troops trailing behind him. He led his troops and broke through the obstacles of the ancient snake demons. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the ancient snake demons that they left in their wake. No one knew how many ancient snake demons were stationed in the spire. Yuan only had a rough estimate. He had hunted down around 3,000 demons already. The Rotten Cavalry's AoE ability could deal large-scale damage. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. After a long while, Yuan, riding on the back of the red-eyed black dragon, heard cheers from the front. He ordered the army to quicken their pace. They passed two huge blood-colored rocks. The area then widened. The towering crimson spire stood tall ahead. The space around the spire was barren and wide. The surrounding ground was neatly paved with large bricks. The most remarkable thing was the red spatial rift in the square, which resembled a black hole. The ancient snake demons were crawling out of that crimson rift. The small snakes on their heads squirmed and slithered. It was no wonder their numbers didn't seem to decrease no matter how many they killed. There had been reinforcements all along. The evil dragon wings entered the square and already cleared out the ancient snake demons in front of the spire and rushed towards the crimson spatial rifts. With a swing of their battle axes, more than 10 crimson rifts were shattered in the blink of an eye. The source of the ancient snake demons was severed. The troops were moving too fast. They had already attacked without waiting for Su Yuan's orders. Sometimes, having an overly strong army wasn't necessarily a good thing. Chapter 507, The Arrogant Knight. The burning crimson eyes at the top of the spire seemed enraged enough to burst out of the eye sockets. The burning flames cast a reddish hue against the sky. The overwhelming pressure kept assaulting Su Yuan's mind. He felt that something was wrong. He looked up and stared at the strange creature. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. There was a sound of glass shattering. Spiderweb-like cracks spread from the shattered crimson spatial rifts. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky had split open. The cracks spread, and the entire space shattered. The scene changed right in front of Su Yuan's eyes. The blood-red sky and endless clouds had completely vanished, leaving only a crimson mist lingering in the air. The rocks had also disappeared without a trace. They were replaced by something else. The burning crimson eyes still hung high in the sky. "Great initial hero," said a nervous voice. Su Yuan turned and saw the lords who had trailed behind him. The two lords were surrounded by several night devil bees. "Thank you, initial hero, for saving our lives. I am Pual, leader of the Dragon Fangs Guild. We are very grateful to Lord Yuan too," said the middle-aged man. He bowed respectfully to Su Yuan. "What do you want?" Su Yuan looked at the two lords indifferently. "Hero, this spire seals some ancient power. When we came, a transcendent of the Night Sect informed us of what was inside," said the middle-aged lord. "D*MNU? How dare you reveal the sect's secrets to outsiders? You are asking for death," said a furious voice before the middle-aged man could finish speaking. The space distorted, and a burly figure, in full armor, appeared in the air, holding a knight's lance. The two lords turned pale when they saw this. "Your Excellency Hanland, why are you here? Isn't this area off-limits to heroes?" Hanland looked at the two lords in contempt. "I don't know who you are, but this is the place where the glory of the God of Knights shines. You have just heard about secrets that don't belong to you. After one retrieve the treasures for my lord, you will follow me back to the Night Sect and receive your punishment," said Hanland as he glared at Su Yuan. An aura of transcendence surged forth. "I'm supposed to go to the Night Sect and receive punishment just because one heard secrets that don't concern me." Su Yuan smiled. "Is that how their sect operates? They really lack brains. Do you intend to resist? Do you wish to become a heretic hunted down by the Night Sect? Or perhaps you believe that with this army, you can fight?" The two lords turned even paler. Challenging Yuan's initial hero was a bad idea. They wouldn't even dare to imagine something like that. "Your Excellency Hanland, you don't need to be angry. It's our fault. Yuan's initial hero has nothing to do with this matter," said the middle-aged lord. "You still want to absolve him? It seems that your relationship is complicated." Hanland scowled. "Hanland, the one who stands before you is Yuan's initial hero." Hanland seemed to have heard that name somewhere, but he couldn't recall where. Regardless, what could a lord's hero amount to anyway? The crimson eyes at the top of the tower erupted once again, and something seemed to be brewing. Who is Yuan's initial hero? What does he amount to? Hanland waved to dismiss them. His gaze focused on Su Yuan with disdain. He detested people with such an attitude. "You, hero, who gave you the courage to stand before me?" The lords trembled in fear at that question. "Don't drag us down with you." The two lords wanted to say something, but they kept quiet. They couldn't understand how the extraordinary member of the Night Sect dared to be so rude. Although Yuan hadn't come in person, it was still safe to believe that her hero was as strong as her. Everyone knew Yuan's heroes and troops were monsters. The lords were baffled. How could this knight be so rude to Yuan's hero? Thinking about the deep-rooted arrogance and disdain that the natives had toward the lords, the two lords felt helpless. It was common for him to not recognize Yuan or her hero. The natives usually didn't entertain the lords and their heroes. They remembered how they had been tricked into entering the spire by this extraordinary individual. They had sacrificed the troops they had nurtured and trained for a long time. If it weren't for Su Yuan, they would have been dead by now. Suddenly, they felt enraged. They wanted to see how far this arrogant individual would go to humiliate Su Yuan before being struck down. The two lords didn't try to converse with the powerful individual. It was useless anyway. His arrogance won't let him listen to them. The atmosphere became tense. Nov. L. B/JNN. The crimson eyes of the spire were dazzling. The extraordinary hero of the Night Sect held his head high and looked down on Su Yuan. He didn't regard Su Yuan as someone worthy of attention. Su Yuan, on the contrary, was as calm and indifferent as ever. He lowered his head to look at the two lords on the ground. Chapter 508, Regretful Extraordinary Knight. The extraordinary hero of the Night Sect was full of contempt. "Isn't he just an initial hero? It's truly laughable. You have no knowledge or understanding of the Night Sect's divine protection and what it represents, do you?" His anger turned into scorn. He completely lost interest in the two lords. He looked at the dark demon dragon in front of him in disgust. To think you would associate with creatures of the swamp? Disgusting. Originally, he had only intended to bring them back for judgment, but he changed his mind. He wanted to see why these two lowly lords showed such deference to a lord's initial hero. He wanted to stomp on the lord's initial hero and show the two idiot lords what true power was. How dare such insignificant creatures challenge him? With each step the extraordinary knight took, the radiance emanating from his body became even more brilliant. Eventually, half of the sky was covered by his radiance, blending with the crimson flames of the burning eyes. After a moment, the extraordinary knight approached very close to Su Yuan. Under the dazzling radiance, Su Yuan felt his soul burning, and the flapping of his wings became slower. You despicable dark demon dragon, can you feel the radiance from my god? This is the power that will send you to the realm of death. The extraordinary knight's voice dripped with contempt. Me? You are so weak that one can't even be bothered to lift a finger. Su Yuan looked at the figure bathed in the holy light, carrying an overwhelming pressure as it approached. His eyes narrowed. The knight was furious. His anger ignited his aura further. However, he felt an unimaginable fear in his heart. It seemed that what the Lord said was true. How did an initial hero possess such power? The extraordinary knight wanted to retreat, but he didn't. He was resolute in his decision. He took another step forward. What can you even do to me? The two lords saw the knight retreat quickly. The space beside the extraordinary knight shattered, and Su Yuan, who was almost impossible to see clearly, suddenly burst forth from the fragments of space. What at this moment? The extraordinary knight was horrified. Just as he was about to escape, the space shattered once again. Su Yuan, how is it that you're still not done? Came Suwan's voice. She was worried about him, but she wasn't going to tell him that? Su Yuan chuckled. It's not that easy, especially when arrogant idiots block my way. As the two of them bickered, a centaur emerged from the rift holding a battle axe. Following that, a golden lion leaped out of the rift and roared. All of them are extraordinary beings. The two lords were astonished. They found it difficult to breathe. The two lords looked at each other. They were at a loss for words. Extraordinary beings were considered rare even in the outside world. However, they saw 5 such beings appear out of thin air. Envy, jealousy, hatred, disbelief, excitement, countless emotions churned within them. The two lords felt as if their eyes had only just opened. The extraordinary knight, besieged by 5 extraordinary heroes, felt as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was crumbling beneath his feet. His whole body turned cold, and his hands tightened on his weapons. He suddenly realized something. You're Suwan? The most powerful lord who killed the Lord of Greed. He hadn't taken the rumors about her seriously, especially the part about her slaying the Lord of Greed. What kind of lord was this? She had killed a god? How could he fight her? When Suwan appeared with her entourage, regret filled the knight's heart. If only he had paid attention to it earlier, things wouldn't have turned out like this. As he looked at the approaching enemy, he wanted to surrender. However, he couldn't. He had already issued a challenge. Serves you right for running your mouth. The extraordinary knight tightly gripped his lance and charged forward. The knight valiantly fought against 5 powerful enemies. Anyone would have admired the unwavering determination and bravery of the knight. However, the two lords only felt gleeful. That damned extraordinary hero had been so rude to them for so long? The lords lamented the deaths of their elite troops and wished they could kick the idiot knight a few times. If it weren't for his false information, they wouldn't have suffered such great losses. He deserved to be taught a lesson. The battle became intense. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The entire sky was filled with surging energy, and the already chaotic space became even more turbulent. They could barely catch a glimpse of the center of the battlefield, where energy erupted and waves of air surged. The extraordinary knight unleashed all of his power, attempting to forcefully break through the ambush. However, he couldn't break the formation and escape, no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 509, A Test. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The power of the territory made the extraordinary knight feel despair. At this moment, the crimson flames on top of the spire suddenly bloomed with endless radiance. It was like a new blood moon rising. Su Yuan felt it. This was RHE second wave. They couldn't delay any longer. We must deal with that extraordinary hero immediately. The situation has changed. Su Yuan's words carried even more authority than Suwan's. The oppressive pressure emanating from several extraordinary beings immediately surged, causing the surrounding energy to crack the void. The extraordinary knight felt a chilling fear. His energy surged once again, instantly shattering the surrounding void. Then a spatial portal opened. But before he could get excited, he caught a glimpse of the vampire extending a hand. The extraordinary knight's heart pounded. He let out a desperate and miserable scream. The spatial rift shattered, and the extraordinary knight felt his entire body turn icy cold. His last hope was gone. He was momentarily stunned. The dark soul devourer burst out of space with incredible power. Chains of nothingness condensed from his hand and ensnared the extraordinary knight. His body stiffened. Soul devouring chains condenses chains of nothingness to forcibly lock the enemy's soul, dragging them out and devouring them. The soul of the extraordinary knight was paralyzed. He couldn't move. The great blade of the ruined king in the hands of the vampire duke burst with boundless radiance as it swung down. Divine Slaughter unleashes a tenfold damage sword aura that strikes the target. Leona's pale hand reached into the void and disappeared without a trace. Pale hand, gaze at the target within a range of 3,000 meters for 3 seconds, disregarding distance and space. The claws can inevitably pierce the enemy's heart. The centaur, Ferala, raised her battle axe. Endless blood radiance surged forth as she slashed with it. Raging Slash unleashes a crescent-shaped shockwave, dealing massive damage to enemies within 100 meters in front. A slender hand pierced through the knight's heart and tore it apart. In an instant, the hand disappeared. The extraordinary knight's body burst into shreds. Armor fragments, along with blood and flesh, scattered into the sky. The extraordinary knight of the Night Sect was dead within 5 minutes of combat. The two lords held their breaths in fear. Although they had seen the god being killed in the Iva stream, it was just something on the screen. They hadn't been prepared to witness it in reality. The powerful, extraordinary knight had died so easily. The impact of such an incident couldn't be described in mere words. The two lords turned to look at Su Yuan and Yuan. Was this the might of the top-ranked lord? The two looked at them with fear and respect. The extraordinary knight had been brutally killed in front of their eyes. At that moment, the dark soul devourer tightened his grip on the Devouring shackles. The twisted, translucent soul screamed. It wasn't in armor. The soul revealed a man in his 40s. A special energy emanated from him. The Night Sect's unique aura was activated once again, and the void above their heads began to distort as if something powerful was trying to burst forth. But before that could happen, Klitos pulled on the shackles and dragged the extraordinary knight's soul closer to him. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and swallowed the soul in a single bite. With a contented burp, he devoured it all. After the soul disappeared, the power that was about to burst out of the void slowly dissipated. Every extraordinary being was a pillar of the sect, and the souls of the deceased would return to the divine realm of their respective gods. How much do you know about this spire? Su Yuan asked as he looked up at the burning eyes on top of the spire. It seemed that something terrifying was brewing. We don't have much information about the spire. We only know that it seals ancient forces inside. The members of the Night Sect know more about it. The information they provided us was false. I can't be certain of what lies inside, the middle-aged lord said. You two should step back. Su Yuan sensed that they were telling the truth. Can we leave? Su Yuan glanced at them. After one conquer the spire, we'll talk. With that, he waved at the extraordinary heroes and then held Suwon's hand. They flew toward the spire. The two glanced at each other. They withdrew from the area with their troops. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. However, they didn't flee. They obeyed and waited for Su Yuan. Su Yuan paid no attention to them. He would talk to them after conquering Rhe Spire. Although the Dragon Fang Guild didn't appear particularly powerful, the fact that they were sent from a huge sect meant that they had some use. Su Yuan was curious about the Night Sect. Nami, Rhe Crimson Lord, was preparing to massacre the gods. He wanted to know if the gods were planning an attack. He looked up again at the towering spire. The spire was larger than the one they had captured on the Tesseria plain. The crimson eye on top was even more eerie than before. If one stared at it for too long, the soul would be burned. The extraordinary heroes around them approached Su Yuan and Suwon. Your Majesty, the surrounding space is in turmoil. This spire feels like it seals an evil god inside, Leona said. Breaking the seal would cause unimaginable destruction. Leona, try and see if it's possible to destroy that eye, said Su Yuan. As you wish. Leona's silver eyes radiated a brilliant light, while her body emitted a blood-red energy. In the blink of an eye, the energy condensed into crimson bats. One has bats swarmed toward Rhe Spire. As the bats got closer to the eyes, the fire of the eyes burned them. They began hovering around the eye and the spire. They were guarding the eye instead of attacking it. Chapter 510, Mysterious Corpse. After all the bats were corrupted by the burning crimson eyes, Leona spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale. That power feels ancient. It's even unbearable to look directly at it. It just burned my soul. Leona looked at the burning eye in terror. Su Yuan looked at the burning eyes. Was the power an ancient one that existed before the gods? They had come too far to turn back now. He ordered the Vampire Duke and Ferala to launch another attack. Their powers could inflict unimaginable damage. The surrounding space shattered, and the light distorted. Even the indestructible city walls would collapse when faced with such massive power. However, when the two terrifying attacks reached the burning crimson eyes, they dissipated into nothing. It was as if there was an invisible giant hand wiping out everything. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. The Dark Soul Devourer and Ferala were unwilling to retreat. They tried again, but it had no effect at all. Su Yuan looked at the bottom of the spire. The tall stone door opened to both sides, revealing a pitch-black interior. Suwon, command the front night devil bees to explore the spire, said Su Yuan. The system had not yet prompted the capture of the spire. It was unknown if there was any other threat inside. The night devil bees flapped their wings and flew away. When they approached the stone door, they stiffened. Under everyone's gaze, they crumbled and fell like rocks. The night devil bees didn't even have time to struggle. They were dead. Why can't one sense anything in there? Suwon took out a grayish-black statue from her pocket. The statue in Suwon's hand had broken wings on its back and octopus-like tentacles on its head. Both hands were on its knees. The treasure emitted a faint light and activated itself. The light enveloped Suwon and Su Yuan. The two of them floated towards the spire. The extraordinary heroes were stunned. Su Yuan waved his hand and gestured for them to stop their attacks. They obeyed and watched Su Yuan and Yuan nervously. If anything went wrong, they would rush to their rescue. As they approached the spire, Su Yuan still couldn't sense any danger. However, he sensed the eagerness of the ancient god statue. This statue seemed to be longing for something. Su Yuan was curious to see what it was. They arrived at the area where the night devil bees had disintegrated. Without hesitation, they flew past. In an instant, a gentle energy, like a breeze, swept over their bodies. It felt as though a long slumbering dragon had suddenly opened its eyes and was glaring fiercely at them. Then the energy disappeared without a trace. They finally relaxed. They quickened their speed and descended from the sky before the massive stone door. The inside was still pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Their shadows elongated under the light from behind them. As they proceeded further, they were swallowed up by the darkness. Su Yuan pulled Yuan along with him and strode forward. In just a few breaths, they had passed through the stone door. The dim light emanating from the ancient god statue suddenly brightened. The endless darkness disappeared, revealing a world of blood. The ground was blood red, the surrounding walls were blood red, and even the floating air carried a tinge of blood. In this endless blood-colored world, there stood a towering and broken corpse. Despite having died countless years ago, it still gave off a strong aura. The corpse was covered in countless scars as if a blade had wreaked havoc on them. Su Yuan's gaze gradually moved upward. He frowned as he looked at the head of the corpse. The corpse, over 30 meters tall, had countless tentacles growing outward from its head. The tentacles seemed familiar. Yuan lowered her head to look at the statue in her hand. She then looked up at the giant corpse. The statue resembled the corpse. At this moment, the ancient god statue radiated an intense aura amidst the blood-colored light. Desires, excitement, and anticipation surged from it. The ancient god statue had been nurtured with countless efforts since the beginning, and it had helped them overcome many difficulties. It seemed to have discovered something important. Looking up again, Su Yuan carefully examined the broken corpse. The head was covered with octopus-like tentacles. He could faintly see no eye sockets. One eye was shattered, while the other eye had disappeared completely. They were sinister black cavities. Yuan suddenly thought of the eyes on top of the spire, burning with crimson flames. Do those horrifying eyes belong to this strange corpse? They took a few deep breaths to calm themselves. This was the remnant of the ancient god. The gods born at the beginning of the world were the old gods. They wielded power that governed the entire world. After the death of the old gods, the rules and power were taken over by the present gods. This corpse contained the mighty power of ancient times. If they proceeded hastily, the power of the old gods might incinerate them. After using the true eye of the demon dragon to examine the corpse, Su Yuan and Yuan looked at each other in disbelief and delight. It was indeed the ancient god's corpse, and its energy was immense. They felt like they had won the lottery. Yuan gently caressed the statue in her hand. Su Yuan gazed up at the corpse with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan held Yuan's hand and infused his power into the ancient god statue. A dim light shot into the air. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful, translucent figure appeared. It was a divine soul, a divine existence that could infinitely resurrect and reside within the ancient god statue. When Rona appeared, she elegantly bowed to them. As the life essence originally belonged to a night elf and was preserved within the ancient god statue, she retained the beauty of an elf. Can you sense any aura or remnants of a soul inside this corpse? Is there any residual consciousness? Su Yuan asked without wasting any more time. With an existence like the ancient gods, it was always wise to be prepared. The power of this corpse has already dissipated by more than half, and the surrounding environment has a great inhibiting effect on the soul. No matter what entity it is impossible to preserve its soul within this body, Rona said as she turned to the giant corpse to examine it. Chapter 511, A Request from the Ancient God. Rona's words were confident and assured. As a divine soul, her perception of soul auras far surpassed that of the transcendent beings in the territory. Only then did Su Yuan relax and turn to look around. In the blood-colored environment, there were only walls and a blurry ceiling. There was nothing else. Su Yuan thought for a moment and asked Rona to fly up. However, she couldn't fly past the corpse. It was as though she was trapped by something. Su Yuan understood. He approached the divine corpse. Standing at its feet, he had to crane his neck to look at its head. He gripped the ancient god statue in his hand and slowly placed it on the toes of the giant corpse. Even if they were not related, it didn't matter. The only way for the ancient god statue to grow was by devouring powerful flesh and soul energy. Clearly, this body met the requirements. The moment the ancient god statue touched the divine corpse, Su Yuan sensed its excitement. The dim light on the statue flared up like a torch soaked in gasoline. It surged. It expelled the blood-colored light in the space, and the dim light rapidly extended like vines. Nov. L. B /JNN. After a short while, the giant corpse was enveloped in the statue's light. The towering divine corpse in front of them, which had stood here for countless years, gradually melted away in the dim light. It transformed into vast energy that poured into the ancient god statue. Your Majesty, the statue is undergoing transformation. Hence, I shall also transform with it, Rona said excitedly. Her body shattered and turned into flowing light that merged with the ancient god statue. With Rona's integration, the aura emitted by the statue became even more terrifying. It was like a dragon egg that was hatching. Although it had not completely hatched, one could already sense the aura emanating from the young dragon inside. Just then, the earth trembled. Su Yuan's heart raced, and he felt uneasy. Instinctively, he turned to see prominent cracks appearing on the blood-colored walls around him. He suddenly remembered the previous spire they had explored. After the nest was removed, the spire collapsed. The divine corpse seemed to be somehow connected to the spire. Devouring the corpse affected the spire. He didn't want to be buried alive here. The power of darkness surged madly within him. Sand swirled around him and formed a triangular shield above his head. Even if something went wrong, he wouldn't be crushed by the falling debris. Su Yuan calmed himself and let the ancient god statue devour the corpse. It was unimaginable. The old gods, who had fallen during creation, must have possessed tremendous power if they were still alive. Time quickly passed, and the divine corpse began to corrode with an increasing aura. The energy inside it finally began to dissipate, and the cracks in the surrounding walls spread rapidly. At this rate, the spire would completely collapse within half an hour. The more the ancient god statue devoured the corpse, the stronger its own power became, and the faster it devoured the divine corpse. It was a cycle. The power of the divine corpse was extremely compatible with that of the ancient god statue. As the aura of the statue became intense, Su Yuan realized that it emitted a faintly different aura. It felt like the statue was no longer just a magical item but would come alive at any time. Su Yuan was hypervigilant. He focused all his attention on the statue. If anything unexpected happened, he wouldn't hesitate to pick up the statue and run outside. No one could predict what kind of power the ancient gods possessed, but they couldn't underestimate it. After all, they were the magnificent beings who ruled at the beginning of creation. Su Yuan felt that time was passing incredibly slowly. As the cracks spread on the ground and the walls, he felt impatient. Suddenly, the divine corpse split open from the abdomen, and large chunks of entrails fell out. The eye sockets that were originally empty suddenly glowed crimson. This corpse had been revived. Su Yuan was ready. His muscles tensed. If anything happened, he would launch an attack. However, there was no sign of an attack. Su Yuan finally relaxed a little. Suddenly, everything disappeared. Su Yuan turned to look around but could only see a blood-red expanse before his eyes. There was nothing around, only empty space. There was a figure standing right in front of him. Even just looking at it made one unable to resist the urge to bow down and kneel in submission. The Annihilation Master was alive. Su Yuan recalled the legend of the revival of the old gods. It made him uneasy. Rona hadn't noticed anything unusual. Could it be that the ancient god wanted to devour the body and come back to life? One sensed the aura of a new world from you, said a booming voice. Although Su Yuan didn't know what language it was, he understood the meaning. In a haze, the figure with boundless pressure shattered like glass and transformed into endless blood-red light. Everything before Su Yuan's eyes suddenly disappeared, and the partially devoured Annihilation Master reappeared. In a state of bewildering suspicion, a familiar prompt suddenly sounded in Suwon's ear. Ancient mission, please find the Crimson Lord and give the Annihilation Master's eyes to her. Suwon was on high alert at this point. The last time she triggered an S-rank mission, she got a huge reward for completing it. However, she couldn't understand why the mission was labeled dangerous. She only needed to find Nami and give her the eyes. Then she remembered the knight that her heroes had killed. Would she have to fight a night god or something of that sort for this mission? Chapter 512, A Simple Task. Su Yuan was still trying to make sense of the situation when the divine body of the Annihilation Master suddenly surged with immense energy. It was like a waterfall that flowed down to the statue. In just a few moments, it poured into the ancient god statue completely. After the energy dissipated, the crimson eyes quietly floated down in front of Su Yuan. Although these eyes didn't have a physical form, the aura and pressure they gave off were even more immense than those of the divine corpse. He opened the attribute panel. Crimson eyes, special mission. Characteristic, sealed. Note, the seal can only be opened with the power of the Crimson Lord. Su Yuan slowly reached out and grasped the crimson eyes. His whole body felt like it was suffering from electric shocks. He frowned. He took a deep breath and picked up the ancient god statue. The crimson eyes disappeared into the air. Nov, L, B /JNN. Inside the statue, in the space where the divine soul of Rona slept, a dazzling gem appeared above her. Only then did Su Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. But before he could gather his thoughts, there was a loud explosion. The walls and the floor had finally reached their limit. Boulders fell from above and crashed onto the ground. Su Yuan quickly turned around and flew away with Suwon. Just as they approached the two enormous doors, the walls suddenly collapsed, blocking all their escape routes. Su Yuan and Suwon's faces turned pale. Outside the spire, the two lords stared in disbelief as the towering structure collapsed into ruins within a matter of seconds. They looked at each other. It seems like Suwon and the initial hero couldn't come out, said the white-haired old man. Suwon is buried alive, exclaimed the middle-aged player in utter shock. The tower had collapsed with such an impact that no one could survive it. They were in shock. Could the lord have died? Just then, a prominent dark energy surged out of the ruins and dispersed the dust and rubble. The land within a few hundred meters of the spire was shrouded in darkness. The lords exclaimed. Their worries were replaced with excitement. They knew that Suwon wouldn't die so easily. Even a collapsing tower couldn't bury Suwon. The dark territory and its lord were really something else. In the future, they would stay far away from enemies of the Dark Territory. Su Yuan looked back at the ruins behind him. Yuan calmed down and glanced at the ancient god statue in her hand. She felt the power within it. She smiled in joy. The statue had devoured the entire body and power of the Annihilation Master, and Rona would be transforming too. Yuan didn't know how far the statue and Rona would transform, but they had struck gold today. Rona, who was still in the process of transformation, would become a combat force capable of constant resurrection. When the ancient god statue completely absorbed the immense power of the ancient god, Rona might even reach a legendary level. While Yuan examined the statue, the other extraordinary heroes quietly approached her and Su Yuan. Mother, the eye at the top of the spire just disappeared. Did you get it? Farla asked as she looked at the collapsed tower. I did, said Yuan. Another system prompt appeared in her mind. You have successfully captured the spire and achieved a glorious victory in battle. You gained 1 million experience points. Your level has increased. Current level, 82. Special reward, territory expansion, rare. Territory expansion, when used, it allows your territory to increase in size. Sufficient resources and wall expansion are required. Yuan could feel a roaring power surging from the depths of her bloodline. She could feel her body changing. The whole process felt like being soaked in warm water. She just wanted to close her eyes and go to sleep. After a few minutes, the sensation subsided. When Yuan opened her eyes again, she could feel the surging power within her. She felt powerful enough to tear a dragon down with her bare hands. She took several deep breaths to calm herself. She then opened the attribute panel in anticipation. There weren't any significant changes in her skills, but her basic attributes had received a considerable boost. The enhancement in her basic attributes would take her destructive power to a new level. She looked at the new artifact, territory expansion. She thought that the rewards would end after the collapse of the spire, but it turned out that the system had an additional surprise in store for her. The territory had been lagging behind in development due to technological restrictions, so the artifact came at the right time. She glanced at it and then saw the S-level mission in her quest panel. She didn't know what form the mission would take. At first glance, completing this mission didn't seem very difficult. She was on good terms with Nami, so planning a trip and meeting her wouldn't be difficult. If they traveled to Kanglan City, they could meet her anytime. They could even summon her if they wanted. Yuan still had the token that Nami gave her, the one she used to defeat the Lord of Greed last time. She took out the gem engraved with lavender from the system space and gently touched the patterns on it. Nami was an ace in the hole, a trump card that could decisively turn the tide of war when facing threats from gods. However, the favors weren't limitless. Using it in such a situation would be immensely wasteful. There's a powerful force tearing through the surrounding space. I sense the power of the night god. The enemies are approaching. We need to evacuate this area immediately, Leona said solemnly. The pursuers from the Night Sect would undoubtedly be extraordinary. If they clashed with the City of Dusk, the casualties would be difficult to estimate. Su Yuan's gaze was sharp. The Death Swamp was currently benefiting from the fights between the planes. There was no need to engage in a fight with the Night Sect for now. The planes connected to this world now needed a force that could stand up against the Night Sect. Chapter 513, The Gap of Influence and Power. Su Yuan was ready to have Yuan summon the dwarf god for help. After all, what's the use of having an ace up your sleeve if you won't use it? Your Highness, the Night Sect has set their sights on me. They have locked onto me with a powerful prophecy. One need your help, Yuan said as she looked at the figure on the throne with magnificent wings. The dwarf god opened his eyes and looked at Yuan. She could feel the ancient and profound aura emanating from the god. Su Yuan could perceive the majestic aura of the powerful being. The fact that the god's power was recovering was excellent news for him. I sense it. Although the great prophecy spell of the night god is not as powerful as that of the sun god, it is enough to foresee what he desires. The return of the ancient god has plunged the new gods into endless fear, said Olaf, smirking. Everyone knew that a new era was approaching, but how could those gods sitting high on their divine thrones allow themselves to be pulled down? I wonder, Lord Yuan, what do you need me to do for you? Olaf asked. Could you help transfer the spatial rift left by the Lord of Decay to the Death Swamp? Yuan asked. The god of deception and lies has already taken up residence in the Death Swamp. Are you planning to use the power of the Lord of Decay to fight against the Night God? The dwarf god seemed to have already seen through everything. That's right. The Death Swamp needs to devour even greater and more formidable powers. The treasures in our hands can serve as bait, and coupled with the deception and temptation of Modric and the Lion of Greed, it is enough to make them fight to the death. To the Lord of Decay, Su Yuan, and Yuan trampling over his authority would undoubtedly be a severe blow to his reputation. He couldn't bear to see a dark demon dragon and a simple lord humiliate him. In addition, with the rise of the Crimson Moon, the power of the Lord of Decay was coveted even more. At such a critical moment, a little extra power might be enough to survive. Therefore, the Lord of Decay would never let Yuan's territory off the hook. The reason the Night Sect was after the Crimson Eyes might be for a similar purpose. What would happen when the gods renowned in the Order of Radiance and the evil god infamous in the depths of the abyss met in the Death Swamp? Would they discuss and band together against a common enemy? Even if they decided to work together, the Death Swamp was still an enemy ground. The god of deception and lies and the Lion of Greed wouldn't just let them off. However, the biggest problem with the plan was the difficulty of implementation. Nov, L, B //JNN. Both terrifying gods had the ability to overturn the table, so they needed to find enough power to balance the situation. The plane where the Death Swamp is located has already merged and integrated with the underworld realm under your control. The power of the main plane's rules prevents the manifestation of divine beings, and the spatial dimensions of the plane itself are weak. The dwarf god seemed to know what Su Yuan and Yuan were worried about. With the protection of the rules of the main plane, the gods couldn't forcibly destroy the Death Swamp. The rules of the main plane were established by the god of creation and had absolute power. Without that power, it would be impossible to break those rules. Nobody was stronger than the god of creation. The dwarf god's words made Su Yuan feel relieved. As for Yuan, she relied on Su Yuan for major decisions. If no one could destroy the spatial plane, then the plan could be easily implemented. All troops, immediately withdraw to the Eternal Land and stand by. The transcendent heroes will stay in the Death Swamp. Su Yuan didn't consult with Yuan this time. He immediately began to mobilize the troops. The troops swiftly headed in the direction of the spatial rift. Lord Yuan, where are you going? The two lords, who had been waiting, saw Su Yuan and Yuan preparing to leave. You should know that the plane I have occupied has experienced a great war and is in need of development. If the Nightblade Guild is interested in participating in the development of this plane, you can contact the leader of the Phoenix Guild. Yuan looked at the two lords. Don't worry, Lord Yuan. We won't reveal your information to the Night Sect, said the middle-aged lord. The army of the Night God is about to arrive. It's safer to return as soon as possible. Yuan needed the Nightblade Guild to spread the message far and wide. The safe plane can serve as a trading hub for all lords. The coordinates of the plane will be notified to everyone by the leader of the Phoenix Guild. Yuan held Su Yuan's hand and disappeared. It took them a while for the lords to come back to their senses. Yuan is quite clever, said the white-haired old man. Lords with foresight see the value of the plane. Yuan is smart. The middle-aged lord nodded. If the Tisseria plane becomes the preferred trading place for lords, one can imagine the prosperity that will unfold there. Yuan's territory will once again experience a surge in profit. That is what we intended to do, said the middle-aged lord regretfully. Guild leader, even if we were able to conquer a pain, how would we attract the other lords to trade there? How do we ensure their safety? Asked the white-haired old lord. It was a lost cause for them. Establishing a trading hub wasn't easy. Immense influence and power were needed to do that. Nobody could compare to Yuan in that respect. The Nightblade Guild's attempt would probably be futile. Who would even pay attention to them? I understand that, but I still feel somewhat reluctant. After we return, immediately contact the Phoenix Guild and increase our investment in the Tisseria plane. If Yuan really wants to create a trading market for all lords, we cannot miss this opportunity, said the middle-aged lord. Yuan would undoubtedly succeed. The Nightblade Guild had to think about how they could participate and benefit from this. Chapter 514, Clash of the Gods. The plan for lords to participate in the development of the Tisseria plane was already planned by Su Yuan and Yuan. If they didn't take action, sooner or later, there would be other lords stepping forward. The trading market on the forums charged the lords exorbitant fees, which deterred many lords from engaging in large-scale transactions. The fees collected were equivalent to the value of the items themselves, and there was no way to escape them. Therefore, there was a tangible need for offline transactions among the lords. If Yuan and Su Yuan could make this a reality, one could only imagine the profit it would bring to the Tisseria plane. Even if only a portion of the lords participated, it would still be a massive financial chain, equivalent to controlling a city with over 100 million inhabitants. However, the vision was destined to take a long time to turn into reality. There were many other problems they needed to deal with right now. Su Yuan and Yuan returned with their army to Kriya City, the area connected to a spatial rift, which formed the entrance to the Death Swamp. Countless giant worms rushed towards them from afar and stepped into the bloody space rift. The overwhelming allure of the golden fruits drove the giant worms into madness. Passing through the rift above the heads of the giant worms, all the troops returned to the Eternal Land through the gateway. Yuan was in a good mood as she looked at the numerous powerful, transcendent heroes by her side. In the past, her territory hadn't been as strong. Su Yuan constantly urged her to level up. Now, she had built such a foundation and collected numerous powerful heroes that no one could challenge her. She looked at her heroes with pride. A voice came from the space rift connecting to the giant worm plane. Yuan could sense a righteous aura dispersing in the sky. The pursuers had arrived? Your Highness, we can begin. Yuan held the statue of the dwarf god in her hands. The statue of the dwarf god emitted an endless radiance. On the city walls of the territory, Scarlin, who was patrolling, felt a tremendous threat. The sky, which had been cracking incessantly, faded and disappeared from his view. After a while, the sky returned to its previous tranquility. The pervasive stench of decay also dissipated at the same time. Inside the Death Swamp, a space rift appeared in the blood-red mist. In the bottomless abyss, the Lord of Decay suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look in a certain direction. You despicable mongrels! You can't hold on any longer? Give back my authority. Countless decaying abyssal creatures lifted their heads and roared hysterically. The distorted space rift suddenly shattered, and divine radiance shone through it. The giant worms on the ground trembled violently. The space rift continued to expand, extending from the sky to the ground in the blink of an eye. The rift ceased expanding, and the giant worms suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. To their astonishment, heavily armored cavalry emerged from the rift. They wielded 4-meter-long lances and were fully clad in armor. Even their steeds were covered in armor, leaving no room for any vulnerabilities. In the front, a flag was raised high in their hands, bearing the emblem of the Night Sect. The flickering radiance instilled in people the courage to face death without fear. The heavy cavalry formed a neat formation as they emerged united from the space rift. Hundreds of people marched together. Each knight held their heads high. The cavalry, like an iron tide, quickly formed their ranks in front of the space rift. There were about 3,000 of them, led by a knight commander. He brandished his long sword, pointing towards the space rift that led to the death swamp. In the name of our god, charge. The light on the banner intensified. All the knights roared and charged. They felt no fear. The knights pulled their reins, and their war horses raised their front hooves and dashed forward like lightning. The entire cavalry rushed forward like a massive wave. In front of the space rift in the death swamp, there were still many giant worms that had yet to enter the place. Under this oppressive aura, the ferocious giant worms retreated like frightened dogs, actively avoiding the path of the cavalry charge. The Iron Tide paid no attention to these giant worms and charged into the space rift, swiftly merging into the blood-red mist. Countless demons, emanating a putrid stench, stepped into the death swamp through the space rift. They had demonic horns growing from their heads, wielded massive spears in their hands, and exuded a nauseating aura of decay. Many of the demons were rotting in real time. The rotten demons were the most common life forms in the bottomless abyss. They were evil and bloodthirsty. The space rift happened to be on the path of the knight's charge. The thunderous sound of galloping horses caused tremors. The endless blood mist in the surroundings intensified the fear of the unknown in people's hearts. The demons that had just emerged from the space rift sensed the nauseating aura coming from the other side of the blood mist. The unique power of the light faction? The rotten demons let out low roars and tightly gripped their massive spears. They fiercely charged in the direction where the enemies were coming from. To hell with the light faction? The army of the Night Sect also sensed the danger emanating from the dense fog behind them. How could they not recognize the aura of the demons? The knight commander leading the charge was determined to kill them. The legion of heavy knights clashed with the vast army of rotten demons in the midst of the blood mist. The collision between the two sent the demons flying. Their resilient bodies cracked and shattered. Some were trampled beneath the horses' hooves. As the demons fell, they were devoured by the death swamp. The rotten demons grew even more frenzied. The evil beings didn't understand fear. When demons went berserk, they would even kill their own friends. The rotten demons, unable to stop the knights, simply leaped onto the charging knights by force. They bit with their blood-stained mouths, pierced with their weapons, and launched successive attacks. Chapter 515, Knight vs Demon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The ferocious and violent demons hindered the unstoppable momentum of the knights. The cavalry of knights' most powerful weapon was their momentum. Once they lost their speed, their sole advantage was gone. The demons attacked ferociously and slowed down the progress of the knights. The war was only just beginning. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The commander of the Night Sect was an extraordinary being. The treasure that the Night God had told him to collect was just beyond the demons. He could feel it. These demons were obviously the guardians protecting that treasure. The leader of the rotten demons was originally a demigod. As they entered the death swamp, the extraordinary beings sensed the presence of the authority of Lord of Decay. The vast army of the Night Sect launched an attack against them. The demons thought that the knights were hindering them because they were guarding against their master's stolen authority. They wanted to reclaim it. When the news reached the Night God that the enemies were rotten demons, he dispatched more troops. The demons, too, conveyed the message to their master. More demons were sent to join the battle. The Lord of Decay was furious. He knew that this was the conspiracy of the other gods to get rid of him. Not long after the news from both sides reached them, Yuan and Yuan saw the army pouring into the death swamp. Stronger knights and demons appeared. Even Yuan was astonished by their power and strength. This was the first time they had witnessed the true depth of divine power. Yuan watched regretfully as stronger enemies appeared and fell. It was a missed opportunity for recruitment. In terms of combat, the Lord of Decay had the upper hand. When the demons went berserk, the knights struggled to withstand them. However, the disciplined formation and perfect coordination of the Night Sect could easily crush the scattered demon army. With their coordinated formation and unified attempts, they slaughtered the demons, but the rampaging demons were not easy opponents. When attacked, the extraordinary level enraged rotten demons became enraged. Their defense strengthened, and their offensive ability was heightened. They charged and tore through the heavily armored knights. It was difficult for the knights to heal their injured comrades. The rotten demons flew into the sky and launched aerial attacks. The blood mist made everything hazy. So, those on the ground found it difficult to withstand and attack the enemies in the sky. There were numerous types of troops participating in the battle, each with peculiar and diverse attack techniques. The style of combat perfectly represented the faction to which they belonged. The demons were unruly, while the knights were organized. Yuan and Yuan watched the fight from afar with great excitement. They were even happier when the troops fell in battle because they nourished the death swamp. It wasn't a war. Both sides were fertilizers to nourish the death swamp. The Lion of Greed and the God of Deception and Lies worked eagerly. The lion of greed exacerbated the feeling of revenge on both sides. The god of deception and lies concealed and distorted the surroundings and created a chaotic environment for slaughter. They even temporarily closed the spatial rifts to other planes. When beings from other planes stepped out, they found themselves going in circles, as if trapped in a maze without escape. The slaughter on the battlefield grew intense. Even Su Yuan was alarmed. With clever concealment, both sides engaged in fierce combat, believing that they were fighting to reclaim the authority of the Lord of Decay or get the Crimson Eyes for their god. The knights believed that they had to get the treasure, no matter what the cost. The Lord of Decay felt the same way. He wanted to reclaim his stolen authority at any cost. There was simply no hope of cooperation between the two sides against a common enemy. Su Yuan felt as though he was walking on a tightrope. As the battle became intense, the feeling heightened. The feeling of reaping the benefits without much effort was indescribable. The war did not ease with the increasing number of casualties on both sides. They unleashed more power. The dispatched armies became increasingly powerful. The ordinary troops from both sides were now replaced by extraordinary troops. If it weren't for the plane restrictions, even troops above the extraordinary level might have already been deployed to the battlefield. The death swamp continuously devoured the fallen. Yuan smiled from ear to ear when she saw this. At this rate, the death swamp would advance at an alarming rate. If they hadn't come up with such a clever plan, they would have had to fight. They would have lost so many troops, and the death swamp would have made no difference. Who would have thought that the Lord of Decay would be the one nourishing the death swamp belonging to Su Yuan, whom he hated from the core? Not only that, but the plan had also cleverly set the knights against the Lord of Decay and turned them into more fodder for the death swamp. The duration of the prophecy was quite long. Su Yuan remained alert while he sat back and watched everything from far away. He was firmly in control of the situation. The harvest this time was abundant. The entire knight sect was in a frenzy. Even holy knights had joined the fight. When a hero who believed in the gods of the main plane died, they would be received into the divine realm, granted immortality, and bestowed with tremendous power. This was the power the gods used to defend their divine kingdom. The appearance of holy knights indicated that the night god was willing to pay any price to get the Crimson Eyes. The Lord of Decay was on par with the night god's madness. He sent extraordinarily powerful troops to fight. Putrid angels, fallen giants, and high-level raging demons were some of the most powerful creatures he sent to the battlefield. The ruler of the bottomless abyss was enraged. Chapter 516, Retreat. The rules of the bottomless abyss dictate that the closer you are to the bottom, the larger the area of the plane. The plane might be enormous, to say the least. How spectacular was it for such a rule to go all out in a fight? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If it weren't for the fact that the Naga plane couldn't bear too much power and that the spatial rift was limited, the Lord of Decay might have sent his entire army. As the fighting became intense, Yuan and Su Yuan were even more thrilled. By the end of the third day, the system announced that the prophecy spell had disappeared and all the troops' nests in the death swamp had been upgraded. This meant that, as long as there was enough flesh and energy, the death swamp could directly recruit top-tier troops. If Yuan had to do that manually, it would have exhausted the territory's resources. Now, it was all for free. At the end of the long-lasting prophecy spell, instead of closing the gateway to the giant worm dimension and preventing the knights from entering the swamp, they silently watched the fight. The night god refused to give up because he knew that the Crimson Eyes were here somewhere. They had come too far and lost too many troops to back out now. All the effort and sacrifices would be in vain if they stopped fighting. If they continued to fight, they could get the Crimson Eyes. The night god was determined to go all out. On the other hand, the Lord of Decay didn't care about casualties. His goal was to reclaim his stolen authority, and he would do so, come hell or high water. The abyss didn't lack demons. Death had no standing in such a realm. In the deepest part of the bottomless abyss, countless worms were born every day, and these worms would eventually transform into various types of demons. The abyss didn't lack armies. If it weren't for the restrictions, demons would have already occupied the entire world. It was a war that left all the lords speechless. It wasn't until the sixth day that both sides noticed that something was amiss. The speed at which the armies advanced began to slow down. Soon, extraordinary heroes began to leave the swamp and proceed in other directions. Moreover, this time, even the concealment of the god of deception and lies couldn't hide the fact that these extraordinary heroes held treasures imbued with divine power. The dimensional rifts were quickly discovered by these extraordinary heroes, much to Su Yuan's regret. There was no longer any need for further manipulation. Su Yuan had Yuan bring out the statue of the dwarf god. She asked for the dwarf god's help in clearing both sides from the place. The dwarf god immediately took action. The swamp emitted a majestic power, and the crimson mist illuminated the heavens and the earth. It seemed as though the place's will had been restored, and it took control of the entire plane. The space rift opened by the Lord of Decay and the rift to the giant worm dimension shattered and disappeared without a trace. The extraordinary heroes sensed that something was amiss and promptly tore through the void to leave the area. The dwarf god allowed them to leave and then used the power of the swamp to clean up the entire plane, erasing all traces of the fight. After that, the aura of the dwarf god became much weaker. The traces left behind by the Lord of Decay and the Night God had been erased. They could no longer find this space. Dispose of the item in your hand as soon as possible. The dwarf god looked toward the void. The Night God wasn't the only one who could use a prophecy spell. If other gods sent something powerful, he might not be able to help. I am grateful for your help, and the territory will never forget your contribution, said Yuan gratefully. The dwarf god didn't say much and fell back into slumber once again. Yuan and Yuan weren't powerful enough to repay him right now. Lord Yuan, has he recovered? Asked the god of deception and lies. The one who created this land was inside that tiny statue in Yuan's hands. Modric was astonished by it. He recalled the ancient prophecy of someone who would open the doors to a new era. Lord Modric, the new world is opening its doors. When the new order is established, that existence will come out into the world, said Yuan. Next, we need to find more planes and raise the death swamp to level 5. That will be your main task. After the 2 spatial rifts closed, both the Lord of Decay and the Night Sect's troops remained behind. They were still fighting, but some had wandered off to find an escape. Lord Modric, open the spaces of all the planes and let those armies in. Since the 2 gods weren't fighting anymore, they could only rely on the ordinary troops from the other planes to nourish the swamp. The spatial rifts to other planes were opened once again. The souls of these troops were still craving the golden fruits. The remaining armies turned toward the center of the swamp. The golden fruits hung on the branches of the dark withered tree, beckoning the troops to have their fill. The demons were the first to rush toward the golden fruits. The evil creatures didn't care about anything else except to become stronger. Their desire surpassed their sanity. To everyone's surprise, the knights displayed incredible resilience and resisted the temptation of the golden fruits. In terms of willpower, the forces of the light were far stronger than those of the forces of evil. It was only when the lion of greed made a move that the desire within them stirred. The war broke out to covet the golden fruits once again. The extraordinary demons and the knights led the fight. The troops from the other planes couldn't even get close. Under the strong temptation, they joined forces to launch an attack on the demons and the knights. The 2 most powerful forces needed to be cleared out. Immediately after, a frenzied fight erupted. The carnage was shocking. The situation had returned to normal. Yuan glanced at the crimson eyes. After the dwarf god's reminder, Yuan no longer dared to use the treasure as bait. Chapter 517, Joint Development and Construction. Yuan calmed herself and took out a translucent gemstone. As she touched the flower pattern on it, the gemstone shattered. Energy surged and condensed in the sky. After a while, the energy turned into a vague figure. When the figure became a little tangible, it opened its eyes. The person came to life. President Nami, good day to you. Yuan bowed to show respect. Lord Yuan, Lord Yuan, how are you both? Her voice sounded ethereal. Her eyes burst into a dazzling light. It was like a galaxy of stars swirling in the sky, making people captivated. The crimson eyes are in your hands. Yuan slowly extended her right hand, and the eyes with a blood-red glow appeared in the air. The eye gave off an ancient aura. It was a precious artifact that had been passed down thousands of years ago. I obtained this by chance. It contains the power of the ancients, which you might find useful. The god of deception and lies looked conflicted. The night god was eager to covet that eye, and Yuan just gave it away. It was no wonder everyone respected Yuan. There is an aura of great prophecy spell on it. The ethereal shadow of Nami looked to be deep in thought. She looked around. The blood mist didn't obstruct her perception. Why are you giving me the treasure that even the gods are fighting over? Because you need it, Yuan said resolutely. Upon hearing this, the god of deception and lies trembled at the sight of the illusion of the Crimson Lord. That's it, asked Yuan, looking at Yuan. The illusion in the sky was silent. Finally, Nami smiled. One understand. With those words, the crimson eyes flew out of Yuan's hands. When you have the time, come to Kanglan City. The apparition disappeared without a trace after that. You have entrusted the crimson eyes to the Crimson Lord. You have completed an S-class mission. Yuan read the system prompt. Is that it? What about the mission rewards? Even Nami hadn't given her anything in return, not even experience points. Mist Empire, Greyback Mountains, Nightblade Guild. A group of lords looked at their guild leader, Wangda, who sat in the main seat at the round table. Sitting on his left was the old man who had met Yuan with Wangda in the spire. Guild leader Wang, Yuan invited the Nightblade Guild to participate in the development of the Tesseria Plain. She intends to turn it into a trading hub, said a female lord, breaking the silence. Although Wangda had heard about it already, the news was still shocking. He needed to confirm whether it was true. Yesterday, when Wangda had returned with a few hundred member lords, he hadn't found any transcendent heroes from the Night Sect. He thought their mission had failed. However, they didn't expect one of the lords to return with news that would shock everyone. Although they failed to capture the spire, Wangda encountered Yuan inside the tower. They now had to participate in the development of the Tesseria Plain. Yuan was the strongest among the lords. She was ranked number 1. Recently, she had killed the Lord of Greed with her own hands. Her reputation was soaring. Such a top-tier lord had actually decided to offer them an opportunity to develop a plane under her control. It was surprising. Wangda looked around at his people. He looked a little displeased. Everyone sat up straight, trying not to offend the guild leader. To be honest, I was also surprised that Yuan chose the Nightblade Guild. But she is still Yuan, and I don't think she will deceive us, said a deep voice. The Nightblade Guild wasn't worth Yuan's consideration. They would have to seize opportunities when they found it. If they could be on good terms with Yuan, the Nightblade Guild would definitely benefit from the trade relationship. With Suwon's abilities and influence, there was a high chance of success in making Caesarea Plain a trading hub. The Nightblade Guild's participation in this would make all guilds jealous. Wang De, who witnessed how the transcendent heroes of the Night Sect were killed, knew better than anyone else about Suwon's strength. After all, she possessed 5 transcendent heroes and a dark demon dragon. The rumors were that Suwon was massively powerful because of that dragon. The officials of the Nightblade Guild fell silent. This is an order from the guild leader. We will work with Suwon to develop the Caesarea Plain. Suwon wants us to spread the news and attract other lords. She must have had a plan in mind. The elderly man beside Wang De stood up. We must seize this opportunity. The plan was to establish an association first and then recruit guilds that were willing to participate in the development of the Caesarea Plain. Everything would be unified under one management. Suwon had entrusted them with this task. It was a test of their capabilities. If they don't do well, they might never get another chance like this in their lifetimes. There were too many lords who wanted to establish closer ties with Suwon. After a brief discussion, they realized that they were not irreplaceable. This opportunity was very rare. Wang De didn't hesitate and immediately began to arrange tasks. At the same time, he communicated with the Phoenix Guild, which had already joined Suwon on the Caesarea Plain, to discuss the future development strategy. The news ignited in the forums. The Caesarea Plain is officially open to lords, and guilds can participate in the construction and development of the plain as well. As the most influential lord, Suwon's every action attracted a lot of attention. She had a large following in the forum, especially after she had killed the Lord of Greed. Therefore, when it was announced that the Caesarea Plain was open to lords and that Suwon intended to turn it into a trading hub, the news caused a huge sensation. Almost all lords desired a place to trade offline because the online transaction fee was simply too exorbitant. However, offline trading was convenient only for those lords who were close by. For others, it would be far less cost-effective than online trading. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. But this also meant that exploring other planes held immense possibilities for the lords. Chapter 518, Opening the Trading Center. Planes that could connect to various regions of the main plane would undoubtedly help with the long-distance problem. Even if the two planes were hundreds and thousands of miles apart, if there was a plane via which lords could transit, the trade would go smoothly. The guilds had caught a whiff of Suwon's plans and were already lining up to help with the development. However, they didn't have the confidence to defend the plane by themselves if an attack was launched by an enemy. Furthermore, it was difficult to convince other lords to join. Therefore, there was no significant progress regarding the matter. The news was passed on to the guild leaders of various large guilds. The top nobles among the natives and all the major forces received the news almost at the same time. Many top lords began to think about the proposal in all seriousness. The last time a god was killed, the aftershock had remained. They didn't dare offend the lord by making any sudden movements. Suwon was the top-ranking lord. She had only been in the overlord plane for less than a year and had managed to amass fame and powerful forces. The lords and the guilds wanted to think about it properly and speculate where this new trading business would head. If they encountered an external threat, they would need to test them with their troops to see what the other lord was planning. In just a few days, more than 1,000 guilds had applied to join the development of the Caesarea Plain. The Phoenix Guild and the Nightblade Guild prepared a name list for Suwon. Suwon and Su Yuan had just finished cleaning up the corpses from the death swamp when they received the news. They headed to the Caesarea Plain. The new queen, Angel, had already taken over the Caesarea kingdom. The rebels had all been eliminated, and the remaining troops had pledged their allegiance to her. Compared to the underground world, the Caesarea kingdom was much more valuable. The towering walls were embroidered with the symbol of the Caesarian royal family. The guards stood in front of the city wall like statues. The patrolling soldiers did not slack off in their duties. All the patrolling soldiers straightened their posture and gripped their weapons to show off the best version of themselves. They were proud of being the protectors of the kingdom. Suwon looked at the buildings behind the city wall. The towering spires, the semicircular windows, the giant bell tower on the cross street, and all the structures she couldn't see even when she craned her neck. There were not many citizens on the streets. Without a bustling population, no matter how big a kingdom was, it would always feel lifeless and empty. Lord Suwon, all the forces of the Caesarea kingdom have already pledged their allegiance to me. The queen wore a silver crown on her head and a golden cloak around her shoulders. Archduke Bloodfury and the Lord of Greed, who had orchestrated the attacks on the Caesarea kingdom, had fallen. Angel couldn't even believe it until she ascended the throne and became the queen. The respect for Suwon in all their hearts had grown. The lords sighed when they saw the "Buy Now" announcement on the forum. Nov.L.B//JNN. Caesarian Lords Association announcement. Caesarian Lords Trading Center has officially opened today. Currently, the first batch of 5,000 dimensional teleportation portals has been opened. The location of the relevant portals has been uploaded. Lords can check their own regional map to find the nearest portal. The announcement attracted everyone's attention. News of the opening of the trading center spread like wildfire. All the lords had been waiting for this moment. Many lords checked their maps immediately to see where the nearest portal was located. Soon, lords headed to the portals and began to appear in the Caesarea Plain. As a lord who had traded with Suwon and Su Yuan before, Li Long was very curious about the trading center. After the announcement, he immediately rushed over. After passing through the portal, his vision darkened and then cleared. There were the towering city walls of North Desert City in front of Lilong. Many guards, towering arrow towers, and ferocious heavy siege crossbows showcased the strength of this mighty city. Lord Yuan is very cautious. She didn't put the portals directly in the city. Lilong rolled his eyes and smiled at the female lord beside him. She wore black leather armor and was very beautiful. Wow, so smart of you to notice. Do you want to say anything more about the most basic thing? Xiaomei snapped. Lilong didn't mind her words. He looked around. There were only a few troops guarding the portal, and there were very few structures there. However, it was clear that the newly founded trading hub had big plans for the future. There was ample space around each portal, so it would not be a problem for the lords to travel with their goods. The area was not far from the city walls. It only took about 20 minutes to reach the gates. People could even hire carriages if they didn't want to walk for 20 minutes. There were quite a lot of people here. Only several portals could be seen. It seemed like the 5,000 portals were distributed widely around the area. I wanted to introduce you to Lord Yuan, but now, I'm having second thoughts about it, said Lilong. He waved his hands to call for a carriage and got in with Xiaomei. Get lost. Xiaomei snapped. In the past, one had the opportunity to be friends with the most powerful lord, but I didn't think much about it. Now, it's too late for regrets. Lilong sighed. He even sang a few lines from the Peking opera. Xiaomei slapped him twice. As the siblings bickered, the carriage quickly drove into the North Desert City. The buildings in the city were enormous. The carriage passed the city gates, and Lilong stared out the window. A signboard came into view. The signboard showed the names of various shops like the Spear Weapon Shop, Troll Potion Shop, and Evil Dragon Scroll Shop. When the carriage entered the city streets, they noticed that most of the shops were still closed. For rent was written on a board and hung in front of the shops. At the bottom, in smaller font, there were instructions to go to the North Desert City Center if anyone wanted to rent out the shop. Sis, why don't we rent a shop here? Our territory has many good things. It's a waste to sell them in the market. Lilong was tempted. Let's look around first. Xiaomei wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. Lilong didn't say anything else. The two of them continued forward and arrived at the square in the center of the North Desert City. They found a 100-meter-tall building blocking their path. The large plaque on it was eye-catching. It was the trading center for large amounts of goods. Language magic was engraved on it, and any race could understand the posts on the notice board. The two siblings saw some people in uniforms and asked them about it. They learned that the commodity trading center was specially set up for large-scale trading. Players with long-term needs could place their orders directly in this place. If there was a steady supply of materials, they could directly accept an order. The trading center was integrated to deliver the required number of orders to the buyers. This way, it helped the lords connect with each other and build a network. Chapter 519, Meeting Lilong Again. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was also a large commodity trading center, a reward center, and a mission commission hall. Almost all the lords want it. This is perfect. Li Kong was instantly amazed upon listening to the staff's introduction. To be able to unify thousands of guilds and let everyone recognize the trading center, how can Yuan's tactics be simple? Xiaomei said with some respect. Furthermore, these matters did not necessarily require her to step forward. There would always be capable people in the many guilds. As long as this city was not captured, its future potential was limitless. With such growth, one could foresee how prosperous the future would be. As Yuan's lackey, Lilong also felt honored at this moment. He knew long ago that Lord Yuan had unlimited potential. Before Yuan rose, Lilong had already viewed him as a big boss. Anyway, there was also a handsome man called Su Yuan next to Yuan. It was quite impossible for him to introduce his sister to Su Yuan. If Su Yuan could become his brother-in-law one day, would it not be easier to get things done? Brother, do you know where Yuan is? Lilong asked. She's at City Lord Mansion. I'd like to advise you not to go even if you want to see Lord Yuan. So many people want to see her. If Lord Yuan sees everyone, she'll be exhausted. The staff member beside him smiled and pointed at the heavily guarded area in the distance. I'm Lord Yuan's #1 underling. Lilong raised his head proudly. Xiaomei resisted the urge to hit Lilong, and she sighed helplessly. The staff did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then, he saw the siblings head to City Lord Mansion. However, before they could get close, they were stopped by the guards outside. Unexpectedly, the two of them did not give up, but they did not know what to say to the guards. The soldiers immediately entered the Lord's mansion. After a while, they brought Lilong and Xiaomei inside. Tisseria Trading Center was officially opened to the public. On the surface, only the lords were enjoying the show. Secretly, countless native forces were carefully observing North Desert City's actions. Whether it was the nobles of the kingdom, the top families, the large merchant associations, or the religious factions, all eyes were focused on the city that could affect the situation in the main plain. Perhaps half a year ago, the forces that had passed down their legacy on this land did not care about the lords. However, since the Lord of Greed's fall, Yuan had reversed this view. Everyone had to admit that the lords, whom they looked down on, possessed the power to change the situation. Su Yuan was one of the best, and there was no one on par with him. The Ice Empire was a land of extreme cold. In a house built with ice crystals, Tristana stood silently by the window and looked out at the white snow. The window was condensed with magic power. After an unknown period of time, something seemed to occur to her. She gently grabbed the cloak that was woven from the silk of the scarlet flame demon spider. The warmth that came from it made the coldness in her body dissipate a little. The cold came from the forbidden land of life that was forever covered in ice and snow. After she left Vampire Castle, she never saw Lord Su Yuan and Lord Yuan. She did not know if Su Yuan had found the Blood Tribe's treasure, but she wanted to visit the territory once the matter in the land of extreme cold was over. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lady Tristana, the Grand Duke just sent a secret letter asking you for information about Lord Yuan. A voice behind her interrupted her thoughts. She turned around and saw the middle-aged mage. Her gaze was especially solemn at this moment, as if something important had happened. Father is asking me for information on Lord Yuan? Has something happened? Tristana was confused. There's likely an accident, but it's not a bad thing. When the middle-aged mage heard this, her expression became odd. What happened exactly? Is Lord Yuan in danger and asking us for help? Tristana's face darkened when she saw the mage's strange expression. Lord Yuan is fine, one just couldn't think of a way to break it to you. The middle-aged mage quickly waved her hand. The Grand Duke sent news that Yuan unified the lords and established a trading center that faced the whole world in the Tisseria Plain. The subsequent trading center could affect the situation on the entire main plain. Hence, he sent a message to Tristana to request more information about Yuan. He had to pay the closest attention to her. Lady Tristana, Lord Yuan is now a major figure the main plain and major forces pay attention to. Her words and deeds may cause huge waves. The middle-aged mage sounded somewhat emotional. Tristana savored the content of the mage's words before she returned to her senses. A smile as bright as the stars soon appeared on her face. Even her father, Grand Duke Frostwolf, could not unify the guilds and create a force that could influence the situation on the main plain, right? Lord Su Yuan's writing was really shocking. She knew that Yuan was standing behind Su Yuan and that Su Yuan made big decisions for him. Su Yuan's heroic figure appeared in her mind, and her heart was filled with pride. If we manage to postpone the matters in the land of extreme cold, then one hope that you can return to the family's residence, and at the same time, replace the Frost Wolf family as the envoy to Lord Yuan's territory. The middle-aged mage was also somewhat emotional. Grand Duke Frostwolf was a top figure in the Frost Kingdom. It was extremely difficult for ordinary nobles to meet him. Now, he had to take the initiative to invite the lords to meet him, and he even wanted his eldest daughter to personally send letters to them. I must personally attend to the matters in the extremely cold land. Tristana shook her head subconsciously. Those matters were related to the future development of the Frost Wolf family and the inheritance of the title. In order to control the Frost Wolf family, she had to have enough power. The things in the extremely cold land were the key to influencing the situation. At this thought, Tristana's eyes were filled with determination again. Her mother's wish must come true. Moreover, Lord Su Yuan was already so outstanding, how could she remain unknown? She had to become the new leader of the Frost Wolf family. Yuan's first impression of Li Long was that of a restless young man. Nowadays, it was rare to see a guy who looked so much like a lord. Lord Yuan? Lord Su Yuan, one mean. Su Yuan, brother. When Li Long saw Su Yuan and Yuan, he immediately stepped forward and hugged Su Yuan's thigh. We finally meet again, Su Yuan. Get lost. Su Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He resorted to pushing Li Long away and saying angrily. When Li Long stood up, Su Yuan looked at the female player behind him with interest. Let me introduce you. This is my sister. Seeing his gaze, Li Long winked and whispered. Greetings, Lord Yuan. Lord Su Yuan, my name is Xiaomei. Don't take Li Long's words to heart. Xiaomei's eyelids twitched. She resisted the urge to slap her fake brother and bowed solemnly. In the early stages of the game, she had discovered a 2-star dungeon and wanted to conquer it, but before she went in with Li Long, Su Yuan had told them the difficulty of the dungeon he conquered. With their strength at that time, they would definitely die if they entered that instant's dungeon. The two people were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat, but they did manage to escape death. Yuan was actually very happy about their visit. Chapter 520, Little Princess Baiyan. With the increase in her strength and status, she had few friends by her side apart from the 3 people who stuck with her. No need to be so polite. It's been such a long time. Where is your territory located? Yuan asked Li Long. In the mountain range of the Endless Wilderness, Li Long said. Farila had regained her soul fragment in the Land of Broken Rules and the title of Wilderness Divine Priestess. I have a centaur under my command, and she is naturally suited for the wilderness. Give me the coordinates, and if there's time, I'll send her to explore the wilderness. Yuan wanted Farila to go to the wilderness and find opportunities to level up. We just discovered a giant gem mine with superhuman heroes guarding it. Your help would be greatly appreciated. Li Long excitedly slapped his thigh. Yuan sent Farila to the wilderness as an excuse to help them. He owed her big time. Only by having his elder sister marry the handsome man by Yuan's side could he repay the favor. Unfortunately, his foolish elder sister didn't even know how to make a move first. Do as you see fit. If Yuan knew what Li Long was thinking, she would probably kick him out. Su Yuan belonged to her and only her. Yuan hoped that Farila's journey to the wilderness would bring back pleasant surprises. In the future, North Desert City would definitely become the preferred trading place for the lords. Do you have any special products in your territory? One can help you find a better shop, and your products can be sold in North Desert City. Even though thousands of guilds had settled in, the city was still too big and required numerous lords to fill it. Sis, if you don't make a move, I might end up making Su Yuan my boyfriend instead. I wouldn't dare approach Lord Suan, whispered Li Long as he turned and winked at his sister, Xiao Mei. Li Long said that you might know a lot about the Overlord Plane, Miss Xiao Mei, said Suan. I actually don't know much about it, said Xiao Mei. With such massive changes, the information they had was useless. Having the information didn't necessarily give them an advantage. Lords and guilds who were well known on the forums didn't see any familiar colleagues in the city. That meant that even if they had network and information, it was worthless when it came to the real world. The Lord's world was like a long marathon, and being ahead didn't mean they would win everything. Xiao Mei understood this. Even though she had some knowledge and received the assistance of heroes in the beginning, it was still difficult to develop. Oppression from the natives, external dangers, scarcity of resources, and countless difficulties made every step she took arduous. Without accurate information, the situation would worsen as the new era approached and merged with the present world. The future was uncertain. The Tessarian Lords Association had now caught the attention of the major forces in the main plain. They needed to be mentally prepared for possible attacks on North Desert City. What Xiao Mei said was not much different from what the dwarf god had said. When Suan and Su Yuan had made this decision, they were ready to bear the consequences. After chatting for a while, the two of them took their leave. Suan arranged for lords to be led to the selected shops. You owe a big favor to Lord Suan and brother-in-law Su Yuan this time. Li Long shook his head. Who said he was your brother-in-law? Xiao Mei kicked him hard on his buttocks. If you missed the opportunity, it's your own fault. Why blame me? Li Long patted his buttocks and looked displeased. Xiao Mei's eye twitched in annoyance. Their arrival was just a small ripple, and it didn't cause any waves. No one paid any attention to the two strangers. The number of lords in North Desert City continued to increase and reached its peak after a few days. The entire city was packed with people. The shops in North Desert City were also quickly leased out. The city was abuzz with bustling vitality. With the influx of numerous people, the city prospered. Various food shops, weapon shops, tailoring shops, and even entertainment venues gained much popularity. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. House rentals, large-scale commodity trading centers, and bounty centers all began to flourish. Those observing the Tesseria plain felt restless and uneasy when they saw this. The powerful native forces all increased their progress in conquering the other plains. No one could resist the allure of a prosperous city that connected every corner of the main plain. Su Yuan's reputation soared. Even the gods heard his name through their followers. Su Yuan received Princess Beiyan of Kanglan City, who visited them. She held a letter from Archduke Qingyu, who wished to meet him and Suan as soon as possible. Archduke Qingyu usually sent his servants to deliver letters to Mestre at the Lavender Guild and addressed them to Suan. This time, he had sent Beiyan in person. The legendary ascetic's change of attitude toward them was because of their growing territory. Su Yuan felt a little conflicted. Indeed, strength always mattered. The Tessarian Lords Association had many talented individuals. The headquarters was almost complete. It was designed collectively by hundreds of top talents among the lords. These talents were previously high-level executives in major companies, and there were even several Nobel Prize winners among them. However, talented individuals could only survive by relying on stronger organizations. After reading Archduke Qingyu's letter, Suan decided to return to their territory with Su Yuan. They had to make a trip to Kanglan City soon because they had to discuss the next step with Nami. The Dark Soul Devourer, Klatos, Leona, and Ferala stayed behind in North Desert City. The Lion of Greed was looking over the Death Swamp. The Dark Withered Tree was still devouring the heart of the Bloody Shadow Demon. It would probably take some time to complete its transformation. With 3 top-tier heroes, along with millions of troops and the armies from the Tessarian Lords Association, there was no need to worry too much about security issues. Su Yuan and Suan returned to their territory. They had been away for so long from their territory that stepping into it now felt like coming back home. They felt at peace. No matter where they were, no place provided a sense of security like their own territory. Lord and His Majesty have arrived. Lively exclamations rang throughout the city. Su Yuan and Suan were the rulers of the territory. The citizens regarded them as gods. The residents on the streets bowed with respect and reverence. They were welcoming their rulers. Suan smiled and walked to the dark castle. Just as she entered the hall, she saw Beiyan, in a pristine white dress, soundly asleep in her seat. The noble and cold demeanor of the little princess of Kanglan City was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 521, Threat from the Holy Kingdom. Lazy pig, wake up. Su Yuan reached forward to pinch the sleeping figure's nose. Startled awake, Beiyan cheered and jumped onto Su Yuan, hugging him like a koala. Su Yuan laughed and patted Beiyan's little head. He then put her down. Beiyan's happiness was evident from the way she grinned. Why did you suddenly come to the territory? Su Yuan pinched her delicate face and sat down on her right side. How long has it been since you and Lord Suan visited Kanglan City? Beiyan exclaimed angrily. Does Archduke Qingyu want to see us that badly? Suan watched the two bicker and smiled. Beiyan always made everyone happy. The repeated invitations from the Archduke weren't a simple matter. Lord Su Yuan, the high-ranking officials of the Holy Kingdom want to seize your Caesarea plain, Beiyan said indignantly. Those greedy worms found out about what Su Yuan and Suan had been up to lately? The high-ranking officials of the Holy Kingdom found the sun cult, and it seems that the other party used some powerful divination spell. After a large amount of information integration, they inferred the identities of you both. The gods possess unimaginable power. My father and one did not leak any information, Beiyan said in determination. Her eyes were red. The Holy Kingdom was the first empire established by humans and had great prestige. However, the ancient empire had long since disintegrated in several battles among the gods and was destroyed in the ancient era. The current Holy Kingdom had been rebuilt countless times, but the king still claimed to have the bloodline of the Holy Kingdom's royal family and inherited the lineage. Kanglan City was a territory under the jurisdiction of the Holy Kingdom. However, due to the presence of the legendary ascetic Xingyu, Kanglan City was considered to be under the Holy Kingdom only in name. No one dared to meddle with a legend. But no matter what, the true strength of the Holy Kingdom's power could not be ignored. The Caesarea Plain is a territory that no one can touch, not even the Holy Kingdom, let alone the Sun Cult, said Su Yuan. Hearing this calm but assertive statement, Beiyan's heart raced. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the charismatic figure in front of her. Even her father would sound pretentious in saying such things, but the man in front of her was different. He and Suan controlled the plain, and their influence could cause major changes in the main plain as well. They even garnered attention from hundreds and millions of people and killed the Lord of Greed. The words of such a top-notch figure, no matter how arrogant they sounded, made people seriously consider the prospect. No one dared to underestimate them. Lord Su Yuan, with thousands under us, my father and one firmly stand on your side, said Beiyan. Father has firmly rejected the high-ranking officials of the Holy Kingdom. However, there were quite a few grudges within the Holy Kingdom against Kanglan City. Her father could resist the hate of some people, and he might not be willing to back down even in the face of immense power. The royal family of the Holy Kingdom had also sent a prince who was currently waiting in Kanglan City, hoping to communicate with Lord Suan. Beiyan looked conflicted. 6 months ago, when Su Yuan and Suan visited Kanglan City, her dear friend Tristana had given Suan the Lavender Manor as a gift. Now, not only did Beiyan arrive here on behalf of Archduke Xingyu, but also a prince from the Holy Kingdom was waiting for them in Kanglan City. Beiyan looked at Su Yuan in reverence and admiration. This time, Suan and Su Yuan's territory was strong. Not even a legendary ascetic had the strength to trample their territory. I heard that the sect has been quite active recently. Do you know anything about it? Suan asked. When the crimson moon had risen, the sects had been spreading their teaching of the ancient gods and the destruction of the world. They even instructed their followers to find the people who had been drenched in blood rain and burn them alive. At the same time, they offered a high reward for any information about the ancient gods. If the information was true, generous rewards would be given. Beiyan had read many ancient historical books but found no records about the ancient gods. She couldn't even find information in books specifically dedicated to evil creatures. She had asked her father, but Archduke Xingyu didn't know much either. However, according to his speculation, the ancient gods were probably divine beings who ruled the world before the birth of the new gods. Although the reasons were unknown, the long-lost gods were reviving again. It could be foreseen that there would be a great upheaval during this transition between the old and the new. Suan and Su Yuan were not surprised by this. The gods had erased information about the ancient gods when they came to power. If it weren't for Nami causing the blood rain to cover the entire plain and granting countless people power, they would have found some people willing to join the ancient gods. But now, they couldn't be found anywhere. Nami didn't want to sit around and do nothing. The next step would probably be something earth-shattering. Beiyan, please help us keep an eye on the movements of the sects. The gods are not as kind and gentle as their followers proclaim, Su Yuan said. Beiyan nodded. Since Nami hadn't revealed her identity to Beiyan, she must have had her reasons. What is the purpose of the royal family of the Holy Kingdom this time? I don't know either, but it should be related to the Caesarea Plain. Beiyan shook her head. The establishment of the Caesarea Plain as a trading center for lords had caused an even bigger uproar than killing the Lord of Greed. Even her father couldn't help but praise Suwan's idea. Beiyan felt a bit awkward. This time, when she saw her father, would Lord Su Yuan finally earn his approval? Beiyan blushed. In that case, Suwan and I will go and meet with Archduke Xingyu, Su Yuan said calmly. Princess Beiyan, would you like to stay in the territory and explore for a few days, or would you like to come back to Kanglan City with us? n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. I'll go back with you, Beiyan said decisively. Without Su Yuan, there was no point in staying here. Timo entered the hall. Suwan informed him of their plan to go to Kanglan City and handled some piled-up trivial matters of the territory. Chapter 522, The Value of the Disgraced Prince. Two things caught Suwan's attention. The fifth upgrade of the magic music box had been completed. After several months of intense research, the magic music box was now very close to playing tapes. The production line of the magic music box had expanded more than tenfold, with daily output increasing significantly. The production line incorporating alchemical technology would soon be put to good use. It would lead to a substantial increase in production capacity. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. To broaden sales and market reach, the initial release of the Magic Music Box included 10 magic sound tapes. Most of the songs were performed by dark elves, but the standout was a girl with an exceptionally clear and melodious voice from the territory. The production of magic sound tapes was much simpler than that of the Magic Music Box. After 2 months of extensive expansion, the present daily output was astonishing. Once the production line incorporating alchemical technology was operational, the production capacity of magic sound tapes would experience a significant surge. A vast industry had emerged and was waiting for the territory to occupy the blue planet. Such rapid progress was a good thing. Before them lay an immensely vast market, where the purchase would soar. Timo, we have been too restrained. Increase resource investment tenfold, and one need the production output of the Magic Music Box to double. If there is a shortage of manpower, go find Angel and have her allocate more people to you, Yuan instructed. If they needed more grey dwarves, they could coordinate with the Tessarian Lords Association, where lords from various main planes could meet their demands. Offline transactions could never be replaced by online ones for various reasons. The transaction fee was one of these reasons. Online transactions also made it impossible for many businesses to flourish. Offline transactions were easy for buying and selling. It was unclear whether Timo was shocked or hopeful for the grand plan. The production cost of each Magic Music Box was numerous rare resources. If they achieved their target, the daily consumption of resources would be astonishing. Timo felt dizzy. He had never seen such a vast number of resources in his life. He had to take a few deep breaths just to calm himself. Lord Yuan, your order is all that matters. I'll get to it right away, said Timo. The market was right in front of them, but they couldn't make money because of issues with the production capacity. It was quite frustrating. The production of ice cream couldn't be neglected, either. With the Tessaria plane under their control, Timo would discuss with Angel and allocate an area specifically for cultivating light-flowing grass. Although 70% of the population in the Tessaria plane had been slaughtered by Archduke Blood Fury, there were still 2 to 3 million people alive and well. These people were sufficient to provide the necessary manpower. At the same time, Timo would arrange several cities as ice cream production bases. He hoped to increase the ice cream production capacity tenfold within a year. Ice cream was different from the Magic Music Box. The production of the Magic Music Box required technology, while the only thing required for ice cream production was research and development. If large-scale food workshops were constructed, their goal could be easily achieved. The only limitation was the supply of raw materials. The Magic Music Box followed the technological route, while the Night Devil troops followed the path of low-cost reproduction. Both were equally important for the territory. Timo was somewhat frightened. The Magic Music Box alone was incredible, and they were deciding to increase ice cream production by 100-fold. His heart couldn't handle it. The territory is capable of achieving all of this, Yuan said in reassurance. By integrating the strength of the players, the resources at their disposal had taken a leap forward. They could boldly expand and reform the Tessaria plane without the need for second thoughts. They needed production bases, so the Tessaria plane would become one. After giving instructions and letting Timo handle things on his own, Yuan and Yuan left the Dark Castle. After counting the number of people Beiyan had brought with her, they summoned the red-eyed black dragon. The dragon quickly departed with Beiyan and her team on his back. They headed to Kanglan City. This time, they needed to be quick, as there were too many matters in the Tessaria plane that required personal attention. The territory also had countless affairs to deal with. Yuan planned to meet with Nami, receive the reward for the previous S-rank mission, and present an additional gift on behalf of the Tessarian Lords Association. She was looking forward to seeing Nami's expression upon receiving the gift. Additionally, she wanted to meet with Archduke Qingyu. The fact that a legend like Archduke Qingyu had sent his daughter on such a long journey was remarkable. Yuan wanted to meet him and confirm about the situation with the Holy Kingdom. It would either be a peaceful settlement or a bloodbath. Yuan's act of personally killing a god in front of billions of people caused an uproar in the Tessaria plain. Although some were curious about him, no one dared to approach him. The third prince was obviously a scapegoat who was sent to scout the way and take the blame. The next step was to see what role Archduke Qingyu played in all of this. They needed to determine if he was a friend or a foe. Mestre's face soured. The Lavender Business Guild was her establishment, and she wouldn't allow anyone to destroy her hard work. According to the information from our spies, it seems that the third prince is not willing to participate in this operation, Yuan said. Yuan narrowed his eyes. Who would be willing to be a scapegoat in this? Can we secretly contact the prince? Perhaps we can gain some unexpected clues, asked Mestre. The seemingly insignificant and disregarded prince might have some value after all, especially considering his bloodline from the Holy Royal family. Can our intelligence secretly pass a message to him? No problem. Although the prince has guards around him, no one pays much attention to him anyway, Mestre said. Just as they finished speaking, they heard footsteps outside. Lord Yuan, Lord Yuan, President Mestre, there is a distinguished guest requesting an audience outside the manor. The leader claims to be the third prince of the Holy Kingdom. A half-feathered person entered the room. It seems that we have quite the connection with this prince. Bring him in. Yuan was curious. The half-feathered person had initially thought the outsider was using a false identity, but to his surprise, Yuan acknowledged the prince without hesitation. Were they going to receive the prince personally? Seeing that neither of them stood up, the half-feathered person didn't waste any words and turned to leave. Soon, the half-feathered led a young man in black leather armor into the hall. His short golden hair shone in the light. This young man bore a profound weariness, and his eyes displayed maturity beyond his age. Only someone who had experienced countless hardships and tasted the highs and lows of life could have such eyes. Chapter 523, The Cheap Prince. The young man took a deep breath and walked forward with determined steps. Before the astonished gaze of Mestre, he knelt before Yuan. He lowered his head humbly. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Lord Yuan, I, Yuan, the third prince of the Holy Kingdom, pay my respects to you. Prince Yuan, as a person of noble status, you don't need to pay respects to me. Doesn't your surname hold the word holy? Yuan stared at the young man. In order to prove their legitimacy, the royal family of the Holy Kingdom had always used the word holy as their surname. The holy surname is filthy and unworthy of being placed after my name. Yuan gritted his teeth. Prince Yuan, please rise. I cannot accept such courtesy from a prince. Besides, your connection with the royal family is none of my concern. She wondered if the prince was being sincere or laying a trap for her. Yuan sat on the side and observed indifferently. He didn't want to get involved in such matters. It was just a cliched drama, like those he had seen too much in movies and TV shows. Such naive conversations were better suited for Baiyan. Forgive my rudeness. The upper echelons of the Holy Kingdom have reached an agreement with most of the nobles to prepare for the seizure of the Tisseria Plain. Yuan took a deep breath. I was sent to provoke you and test your true strength. Mestre scowled. Could it be that the prince hated the Holy Kingdom? She had reached that conclusion from collecting a large amount of data, but it was still surprising to see the other party be so straightforward with it. What did he want to do? Yuan, who was watching from the sidelines, was also surprised. If this wasn't an act, then the hatred the prince had for the Holy Kingdom was irreparable. It seemed that Yuan had come prepared. How do you plan to do that? Yuan asked. The Sun Sect has built a church in Kanglan City. The new archbishop in white robes took office 3 days ago. Yuan looked at Yuan's indifferent face. He was even willing to risk the sun god's wrath. Prince Yuan, do you understand what you are saying? Yuan stared directly at him. As soon as her words fell, an immense pressure emanated from Yuan and shrouded the entire hall in sandstorm-like darkness. The air became stagnant. 111 Take responsibility for what I said. The high-ranking officials of the Holy Kingdom not only want to control the Tisseria Plain but also want to take away a certain evil god's treasure. They plant soul worms in the possessed bodies, which devours them into empty shells. New souls would be born within those bodies, and they would be completely subservient to the soul worm's master. Even the lords weren't immune to it. Yuan felt himself tremble. He didn't back down. He stepped forward with even greater determination and looked at Yuan. By telling me this, Prince Yuan, have you considered the consequences? Yuan asked. She realized that he was being truthful. What does it matter if souls are devoured? Since my father, mother, and sister were killed by those filthy bastards, I live only for revenge. Even if I fall into the abyss, one will drag them down with me. Yuan's face twisted in madness, and he laughed. Yuan turned to Mestre in astonishment. Mestre shook her head. She didn't know anything about that. I know that you find it hard to trust me, Lord Yuan. You also know that the filthy bloodline of the Holy Royal Family runs in my veins. But none of that matters. As long as I can eliminate those bastards, I am willing to do anything for you. Yuan's voice trembled. To my knowledge, your mother died of an illness, and you don't have a sister. As for your father, isn't he the king of the Holy Kingdom? When did he pass away? Yuan asked calmly. King? How can that bastards be my father? Pain and anger flashed across Yuan's face. He suddenly covered his face in his hands. The king had gotten drunk and forced himself onto Yuan's mother. After that, he and Yuan's sister were born. The Holy Royal Family used their bloodline identification technique to find Yuan. Yuan clenched his fists tightly. A vein throbbed at his temple. He looked ferocious. Although he didn't tell her what happened next, Yuan could guess. A woman married to a commoner gave birth to the king's child. The royal family might have been perturbed to find out that the woman kept a relationship with a lowly commoner. It would be a blasphemy to the royal bloodline. The royal family then might have killed the commoner and his family. What I'm curious about is, why haven't you tried to kill them until now? Yuan asked. At that time, there weren't many descendants, and they all had some physical problems. The royal family has a forbidden technique that can strengthen their bloodline to enhance their own power. Yuan lowered his head silently. Yuan was greatly surprised by the actions of the Holy Royal Family. Humans were truly a complex race. They could choose between evil, kindness, order, chaos, and various other factions without a thought. But the royal family of the Holy Kingdom had done unthinkable things. The word holy was indeed hypocritical. Prince Yuan, what do you want in exchange for telling me this? Yuan asked. You are the one who killed the Lord of Greed. Yuan's eyes were red, and his voice was low. Yuan was the most powerful among the lords. She controlled an entire plane and ruled over the influential Tisserian Lords Association. More importantly, Yuan was an enemy of the Holy Kingdom. The greed of the descendants of the Holy Royal Family had driven them mad, and they would never let her go. Although there were many powerful beings in this world, only Yuan had the ability to kill those descendants and was willing to be their enemy. Yuan knelt on the ground and pressed his head against the ground. Lord Yuan, I am willing to give everything and serve you with all my heart in your war against the Holy Kingdom, he said fervently. Whether it was providing intelligence as a spy or doing anything that needed to be done, Yuan was willing to lend his hand at all costs. Chapter 524, A New Mission. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yuan silently watched Yuan kneeling before her. Mestre and Su Yuan also watched in silence. After a while, Yuan was just about to say something when a familiar prompt sounded in her ear. You have triggered the S-Class quest, The Prince's Revenge. Yuan was born of violence. He was supposed to grow up in a loving environment, but the cruelty of the royal family caused the death of his father, mother, and sister. The tragedy ignited Prince Yuan's endless desire for revenge. Help Prince Yuan complete his revenge. Mission objective, kill the king of the Holy Kingdom and eliminate all the culprits involved in this event. Mission reward, Sacred Heart. Yuan read the system prompt several times. Another S-Class mission. 1. Moreover, the difficulty of this mission was much greater than the mission 2 months ago. Kill the king of the Holy Kingdom? Even though the Holy Kingdom couldn't compare to other famous empires in history, they possessed formidable armed forces. They would have heroes at least at the transcendent level, and possibly even at the legendary level. It would be difficult to kill them. The difficulty of S-Class missions was now a piece of cake for Yuan. When saw the mission reward, she felt that the danger was worth it. This was the first time she could GER so close to the Sacred Heart. Although she had a good deal of high-level equipment, especially the King's set, this would help her out a lot. At present, she had obtained the Dark King's cape and the Dark King's crown. If she could obtain the third piece of Dark King's equipment, her equipment set would upgrade from legendary to demigod level. But she didn't know what the third piece of Dark King's set was, nor did she know where to find it. Now there was no need to worry about it. As long as she completed this mission, she could obtain a demigod level artifact that surpassed the combined power of the 3 top-tier legendary equipment. Yuan was delighted. If gods could be killed, what was a mere king? The main reason she wanted to help was not for the reward, but because she liked doing good in the world. She looked at the heartbroken Yuan and decided to help him. Prince Yuan, your sincerity has moved me, but I would like to hear your plan first. How do you intend to seek revenge? In the elegant lavender manners reception hall, Yuan half leaned on the main seat of the long table. She looked at Yuan, who was still kneeling in front of her. Although he had royal blood, it hadn't brought him power or happiness. Instead, he fell into a state of family destruction and was even used by the Holy King as a means to strengthen himself. It was truly a tragedy. Yuan lifted his head. The madness and excitement reddened his eyes. Yuan was intrigued. So, you plan to use the power of good and lawful faction to overthrow the rule of the Holy Kingdom? That doesn't sound realistic. After all, no one will start a war against a powerful kingdom over baseless accusations. Prince Yuan's face fell at Yuan's words. I have no other choice. I can only take this unconventional path to take my revenge. Yuan, are you willing to inherit the throne of the Holy Kingdom and become its ruler? Yuan asked. Yuan looked at Yuan in astonishment. Was that even possible? He was a lowly bastard born to a king and lived at a commoner's house. He only became the third prince because Holy Kingdom had a forbidden technique that could strengthen itself by extracting the bloodline of descendants. In the end, he was just a spare blood vial for the king. As someone from bloodline of the Holy Royal Family, why couldn't Yuan become the king when other princes could inherit the throne? If you become the king, the hatred can easily be resolved. Yuan said. The kingdom shouldn't be so evil. You can freely create an ideal nation that exists in your heart. Everyone will bow down to you. If you use external force, you will have to face entire army of the kingdom. Why not start from within? After all, you are a prince. The opportunity was there. He could incite an internal fight in the palace. No one would even think he was after throne. It wasn't uncommon for kings to die in internal strife. If you make up your mind, I will fully support you and let you ascend to the throne, Prince Yuan. The future is in your hands, and your choice will not only determine your fate but also the fate of the Holy Kingdom. Yuan would stay in Kanglan City for 3 days. Before she left, he hoped she would get his reply regarding the matter. However, the prince could take as long as he needed to make his decision. After all, there was no rush. If he agreed, he would be considered a member of her territory. Let's go. Yuan sat in carriage and leaned against the glass window. He was deep in thought as he watched the retreating streets and pedestrians. The conversation with Yuan kept lingering in his mind. The young lord wasn't a king, but her words held weight. After all, Yuan was the legendary god's lair. Her legendary achievements left him with no doubts. But could someone like him become a king? Yuan let out a weary sigh. He had never imagined that the god's lair would pave this path for him. Your Highness, we have arrived. The calm voice of the coachman came from outside the carriage. Yuan instinctively turned and looked outside. Several people dressed in magnificent attire were conversing outside the luxurious residence where he would be staying. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. He took a deep breath and opened the carriage door and stepped out. As soon as the people saw him, they stopped talking. A bald man in his 40s approached. I told you not to wander around. Which lord did you meet today? The bald man looked at Yuan in disgust. There is a banquet tonight, and you will accompany us. If Archduke Qingyu asks you anything, answer according to the instructions given to you. Hurry up and go back to change your clothes. We don't have time to waste here with you. Before Yuan could even respond, the bald man scolded him and then turned to continue his conversation with the others. Chapter 525, The First Encounter with the Legend. The others remained motionless, bowing to the prince. Don't make me laugh. Can a bastard like him, who even the royal family can't kill, deserve such respect? Yuan felt humiliated when he heard that. He clenched his fists in anger. The tempting words echoed in his mind once again. Yuan, are you willing to inherit the throne of the Holy Kingdom and become its ruler? Yuan was now willing to become a member of the territory. He was willing to be Suwan's servant and willing to give everything for revenge. His anger would bring down the Holy Kingdom. After Yuan left, Suwan looked at Su Yuan. Lord Suwan, Lord Su Yuan, do we really need to get involved in the struggle for the throne of the Holy Kingdom? Asked Mestre hesitantly. Although the king was already old, he was not incapacitated. The heir to the throne had not been established, but there were rumors of a decision being made. It wouldn't be wise to intervene in something like that. We don't have many pawns in our hands, but making the next move may have unexpected effects, Suwan said. Even if they failed, it wouldn't have a significant impact on them. With a demigod-level artifact as a reward, they would strive to overcome any difficulties they encountered. However, this matter needed careful planning. It was as difficult as climbing the sky for a prince with no foundation to ascend to the throne. But it was precisely because of the difficulty that the ultimate reward would be sweeter. When they met Archduke Qingyu, they could discuss more about it. There were footsteps outside the door. Lord Suwan, Lord Su Yuan, the city lord's mansion sent an invitation card, inviting you to attend the banquet tonight. The winged messenger handed a golden invitation card to Suwan. Mestre, you and Su Yuan will accompany me to the banquet. This way, we can expand the network of connections for the Lavender Business Guild and let everyone know that we need their support. Suwan put the invitation card aside. She had been looking forward to meeting Archduke Qingyu for a long time. A legendary cultivator, the ruler of Kanglan City, and the Archduke of the Holy Kingdom. Those titles held immense weight. He was a ruler who controlled the destiny of millions of people. Archduke Qingyu, the ruler of Kanglan City, belonged to the top group of people in any country in the main plain. What impressed Suwan was that they didn't previously even have the opportunity to attend banquets, let alone communicate with such a person. Now, their territory had developed to the point where it could stand on equal footing with Kanglan City. Their efforts had finally paid off. As the sun began setting, the sky was filled with colorful hues, and the glass of the residential houses reflected beautiful colors. The convoy from the Lavender Business Guild slowly made its way towards the city center. At this moment, Beiyan was still a bit drowsy, but the jolt of the carriage woke her up. Lord Su Yuan, did Prince Yuan say anything when he came to see you? For example, offering the Tisseria Plain to the Holy Kingdom, she asked as she squeezed close to Su Yuan. Or perhaps the Holy Kingdom wants to bestow the title of Marquis on Suwan so that she would hand over the Tisseria Plain for the royal family to manage. Beiyan chatted with Su Yuan while gripping the strengthening crystal he had given her. You're thinking too much. One will discuss the matter of Yuan with your father, Su Yuan said. Perhaps they wouldn't have to wait long for Prince Yuan to become the most esteemed guest in Kanglan City. Even beggars know about the third prince's background. If it weren't for those great noble families coveting the Tisseria Plain, how could he have the qualifications to represent the Holy Royal Family? Where does the honor come from? Beiyan clearly doubted Yuan's intentions. Su Yuan pinched her delicate face playfully but didn't explain anything further. He and Suwan had some preparations to make for Yuan's ascension to the throne, but they still had to see how Archduke Qingyu would react to the news. They arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The guards around were vigilant, and the army kept a close watch on the surroundings. No one dared to approach this restricted area, and the residents on the street could only stand outside the perimeter line. Today, the restricted area seemed unusually vast, as if something significant was about to happen. Many residents and lords stopped in their tracks as they passed by. They wanted to see what would happen in this place tonight. Soon, a luxurious carriage slowly arrived and entered the heavily guarded central area. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. When the carriage stopped, a tall figure wearing plain robes personally opened the carriage door. Archduke Qingyu, the residents exclaimed in astonishment. Who could make Archduke Qingyu open their carriage in the whole city? Everyone was shocked. The surrounding army acted quickly and blocked the view from the outside. They couldn't see what was happening inside. Suwan wasn't startled by Archduke Qingyu's actions. After getting out of the carriage, she smiled calmly at him. This is my father, Lord Suwan. Father, these are the people one mentioned to you. This is Lord Suwan and this is Lord Su Yuan, said Beiyan as she introduced them. The three of them looked at each other. This was their first meeting, and the relationship between them was somewhat delicate due to the events in the Tisseria Plain and Suwan's reputation as a godslayer. But the person who truly caught Archduke Qingyu's attention was the powerful and mysterious Su Yuan, who was charismatic and exuded a majestic aura. Please accept my humble greeting, Archduke Qingyu, said Suwan politely. I, President Mestre of the Lavender Business Guild, greet you humbly, Archduke Qingyu. It's an honor to finally meet you, said Mestre with a bow. Hello, said Su Yuan. Archduke Qingyu stood over 2 meters tall, with an aura that was as sturdy as a mountain. Underneath his plain robes, it seemed like the body of a beast was hidden. As ascetics, they couldn't wear any equipment and relied on the strength of their own bodies to fight. Ascetics who had reached the pinnacle of cultivation could even battle dragons, wrestle titans, and clash with giants. Their combat strength was so incredibly strong that it was beyond anyone's imagination. Chapter 526, What do you think of my daughter? Lord Yuan, I heard about your initial hero, said Archduke Qingyu. He turned to face Su Yuan. What do you think of my daughter? Beiyan blushed. She was eager to hear Su Yuan's answer. Yuan didn't expect Archduke Qingyu to ask such a question. Princess Beiyan is the most intelligent, kind, and adorable woman I have ever met. She is outstanding, said Su Yuan. What was he supposed to say? Anyone would praise the children in front of their parents. Beiyan was overjoyed to hear that. She smiled radiantly. Archduke Qingyu laughed. I, Gris Qingyu, Lord of Kanglan City, am honored to meet you Lord Yuan, and you, Lord Su Yuan. On behalf of the whole of Kanglan City, I welcome you. You too, President Mestre, said Archduke Qingyu and gestured for the guards to open the door of the city lord's mansion. He then stepped aside to let his guests in. Su Yuan didn't say anything further. With a smile on his face, he followed Yuan and Mestre inside the city lord's mansion. The people outside didn't know what was happening inside. They were still discussing why the Archduke had opened the carriage door personally. The next few hours would have a significant impact on the development of the territory, and it might even influence the overall situation of the main plain. When Yuan and Su Yuan left the city lord's mansion, it was already late at night. The moon hung high in the sky. There were 2 moons in the sky. One was the normal moon, while the other was a crimson moon. After a few months, the residents had gotten used to the presence of the blood moon. The sight of 2 moons hanging in the sky no longer made people fearful. The carriage rolled ahead. Mestre was just thinking about the conversation they had with Archduke Qingyu. She had witnessed how the legendary figure was gradually persuaded by Su Yuan to side with their territory. The conversation between the two had reached a level where it could change the situation of the main plain. She had a deeper understanding of how powerful people thought and made decisions. Although she didn't participate in the conversation, she learned much from it as an observer. After a long time, she turned and looked at the handsome Su Yuan. He was looking out of the window and admiring the brightly lit streets of the city. How could there be such a handsome and charming person like Su Yuan in the world? My lord, why is Archduke Qingyu willing to offend the higher UPS of the Holy Kingdom and support the third prince? Asked Mestre. Even if he gets Archduke Qingyu's support, the third prince is still far from ascending to the throne. Betting on a prince with no hope seems foolish. In Kanglan City, the third prince had a notorious reputation. Even ordinary citizens knew about it. After all, as a prince born from a commoner and disliked by the king, it was enough to fuel gossip among the people. In the Holy Kingdom, his life might be even more difficult. Mestre didn't doubt the judgment of Yuan and Su Yuan, but she thought it was a very bad hand to play. She couldn't see many chances to turn the situation around. Who can know the future? Yuan smiled. As for Archduke Qingyu's choice, he was taking a gamble. For ordinary aristocrats, participating in the struggle for the throne and being on the wrong side would be fatal. If the third prince doesn't become the king, he would still get enough attention to fight again. Could the new king still send troops to punish Archduke Qingyu? Archduke Qingyu had the capital and the resource to be willful. He was formidable. If Archduke Qingyu became even stronger and rose to the level of a demigod, the king would have to be wary of him. I know how to proceed next. Once we reach an agreement, we can exaggerate Archduke Qingyu's support of the third prince, said Mestre thoughtfully. They could even influence public opinion and make everyone realize that the third prince was originally a top-tier genius who used his personal charm to win the appreciation and support of Archduke Qingyu. They could claim that his bad reputation was just some rumors spread by other princes to confuse the people and prevent him from competing for the throne. Even if people didn't believe it entirely, it would still sway the thinking of some of the people. This way, it would be easier to handle any future actions. You've learned a lot. I'll leave the matter of the third prince to you, said Su Yuan as he reached out and tucked Mestre's stray strand of hair behind her ear. Mestre blushed. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Helping a prince ascend to the throne by their own hands gave a sense of accomplishment that was far greater than running a business guild. Your Majesty, you might be overestimating my capabilities, said Mestre with a smile. With only Archduke Qingyu's support, the third prince was still far from ascending to the throne. How could she have the ability to elevate a prince to become a king? Even if Lavender Business Guild fully supported the third prince, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Yuan didn't dwell on this topic. This decision needed time. It wasn't something that would bear an outcome in a year or two. That's how chess worked. Sometimes seemingly useless moves could turn into decisive wins. There was still time, so they could take it slow. Yuan's gaze landed on the Dark Valkyrie. This hero, who had not completed her transformation yet, had just been certified by Archduke Qingyu and would soon reach legendary status. Legendary rank already stood at the pinnacle of the world. Having a legendary figure in the territory meant possessing the ultimate power of the main plane. Gods could not appear in the main plane. Hence, the legendary level was the highest level in the plane. As for the demigods, their numbers were so few that they couldn't be considered impactful. Though Yuan held many powerful trump cards, like the god of deception and lies, the dwarf god, and even Nami, the Crimson Lord, they were all external forces and couldn't be summoned every time. Having a legendary figure belonging entirely to the territory was akin to possessing nuclear weapons that could be used as they pleased. There was no need to consider anyone's opinions. With the support from legendary figures like Archduke Xingyu, Yuan's confidence soared even higher. Chapter 527, A Need for Change. Having met Archduke Xingyu today, how do you feel? He is very powerful. Powerful enough to make me sense the danger as if my soul is held at knife point. If he makes a move, one won't stand a chance. Beneath the golden mask of the Dark Valkyrie, her deep eyes showed admiration. It was the first time Yuan heard the Dark Valkyrie speak like this. You haven't ascended to the legendary rank yet, so it's strange to expect to win against a cultivator like an ascetic. Yuan smiled. Archduke Xingyu was only a step away from being a demigod. Someday, one will defeat him, muttered the Dark Valkyrie. Her eyes were filled with determination. This new hero who emerged from the death arena wasn't weak. In the city lord's mansion, upon hearing the report from the servants that the Lavender Guild carriage had already left, Archduke Xingyu leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Tonight's conversation held significant importance for the territory, but what outsiders didn't know was that it was equally crucial for Kanglan City. He needed to think seriously about the future of Kanglan City. That lord had indeed posed a challenging question for him. Beiyan propped her chin on her hand and stared at the archway, which was now empty. She smiled absent-mindedly. Apart from the two of them, there was also an elderly man who was over 70 years old. He had a head full of white hair and was impeccably dressed. He was the butler to the Archduke. Your Excellency, don't you feel like we promised them too quickly? The elderly man cleared his throat. What do you think we should do? Archduke Xingyu asked softly with his eyes still closed. Perhaps we can negotiate more conditions and even obtain some management rights of the Caesarea Plain. One believe Lord Yuan will make some concessions. Yuan needed allies and the support of Kanglan City. It's not that Yuan particularly needs Kanglan City to back her up. We might need her as an ally instead, said Archduke Xingyu. He opened his eyes and looked at his butler. Why would Kanglan City need a lord? Asked the old butler. He was surprised at the prospect. Even if a lord obtained a plane and integrated many other lords there, they were like driftwood. They came and they went. They couldn't compare to Kanglan City. Furthermore, that particular lord had plenty of competitors. Although the Caesarea Plain was ahead of its time, all major powers knew its value as a trading center and wouldn't allow it to grow unchecked. Soon, countless other Caesarea Plains would emerge. Without any armies to defend, the lords would be dispersed again. The old butler had valid reasons for his argument. The most critical factor is the lords themselves. They are the future, the key to opening the door to a new world. Yuan might be holding that key right now. Archduke Xingyu was deep in thought. No other trade center established by others, no matter how grand their momentum, could possibly compare to Yuan's. After all, she was the god's lair and the strongest lord. Even though it was due to the dragon by her side, it was an undeniable fact that Yuan had killed a god and was always getting stronger. After the third prince visits Lord Yuan, bring him to see me. It's time for the Holy Kingdom to change, and perhaps a new king could bring a new dawn. Beiyan, during this time, you can go to the Lavender Business Guild and exchange ideas with Lord Yuan, said Archduke Xingyu. Really, father? Beiyan's eyes lit up. She was delighted. In a while, I will open the family's forbidden grounds. During the next 6 months, you won't have a chance to go out. Archduke Xingyu looked at his beloved daughter. The situation had become increasingly uncertain, and Archduke Xingyu couldn't guarantee that Kanglan City would remain safe for her. He had to pass the things left behind by Beiyan's mother to his daughter. N/O/vel/b/c//om. Strength was the only significant thing in this world. Kanglan City needed enough strength to secure its heir and ensure her safety. Early the next morning, Yuan, Yuan, and Mestre finished their breakfast. Is President Nami still in Kanglan City these days? Yuan had been busy dealing with Archduke Xingyu yesterday and didn't have time to visit the Xingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce. She still needed to discuss the reward for the S-class mission she completed last time. Moreover, during this period, Crimson Moon hadn't made any major moves. Everything had been too quiet. When things deviated from the norm, there was almost always something wrong. Yuan really wanted to know what the Crimson Moon had planned next, as it was crucial for her territory as well. President Nami previously instructed me to inform her as soon as you visit. Yesterday, one sent a message to the Xingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce. President Nami will be back this morning. Prepare the carriage. We're going to the Xingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce, Yuan said. Mestre didn't waste any time and immediately prepared a carriage. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the Xingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce. As soon as the carriage stopped, Yuan saw another carriage with the Xingyu Pavilion crest approaching from a little distance away. It parked right in front of the pavilion. The carriage door was opened by a maid who had been stationed there. An elegant figure descended from the carriage. Her dress was embroidered with blooming roses. Her cold gaze was filled with authority and power. The guards didn't dare look at her directly. They placed their hands on their chests and bowed in respect and reverence. Madam President. At this moment, Yuan and Yuan also got off their carriage. Yuan looked at the figure that had just alighted from the carriage. When she saw Yuan, she smiled. Lord Yuan, Lord Su Yuan, it's been a long time. I haven't thanked you properly for what you did for me last time. Nami approached Yuan. It was yours anyway. If you feel indebted, just give us a few artifacts as gifts. Yuan smiled. One do have some in my possession, but they are not suitable for you. Nami chuckled. I was just joking. Although there are no artifacts suitable for you, one have prepared something. If used properly, its effect is on par with divine artifacts, said Nami. Yuan's eyes lit up in delight. Chapter 528, Nami's Reward. Nami listened to the news of her companions' deaths with unwavering determination. There was no fear or hesitation in her eyes. Instead, they showed certainty. As the one with power, she had a stable mind. Even if one had formidable strength now, it was only a temporary thing. Only the one with a common rational mind could win in the end. Lord Yuan, what one saw were just fragments of the future. If we don't make any changes and continue along the current path, the following might happen. Nami looked wise and profound. But if we make strategic arrangements beforehand, this is merely a warning. The same goes for the new era. If we become complacent or even give up on our goals because we see the future, the result might be shattered hopes and failure. Before the new era arrives, the main plane will be plunged into unprecedented chaos and darkness. The gods who have been deprived of power will turn into the crudest beasts and try to destroy everything. The forces hidden in the shadows for many years will also become restless, and even the bottomless abyss will be connected to the main plane. After the chaos comes, all rules will be rewritten, and the power I hold will greatly diminish. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to help you then, she said solemnly. But no matter what the future holds, Nami wished for Yuan and Su Yuan to survive until the new era began. Yuan looked conflicted, but she remained silent. The Dark Valkyrie and Mestre also looked stressed. Fortunately, the so-called fragments of the future had not become unchangeable facts. Otherwise, they couldn't imagine the consequences. If something happened to Yuan, it would be a disaster, and they would have no reason to live anymore. The Dark Valkyrie had been full of confidence due to her rapid growth in strength, but it was shattered now. A strong sense of urgency gripped her heart. She needed to become stronger. Strong enough to protect her master from any harm? The future Nami mentioned must not happen. She once again yearned for power. She needed to break through to the legendary level, or even the demigod level. If the gods lost their power, then the demigod would become the most powerful beings on the main plane. Only by wielding the strongest power could she protect Yuan and Su Yuan. Mestre also felt anxious. Some risky ideas kept surfacing in her mind. She made a decision. High risk meant high reward. Time might not allow the Lavender Business Guild to continue its steady development. She needed to make the Lavender Business Guild grow rapidly in the shortest possible time so that it could provide more support for the territory. Yuan looked at Nami and breathed a sigh of relief. Since all the gods had lost their authority, Nami naturally wouldn't be an exception. Otherwise, there would be no need to start a new era. It would be better to eliminate all unstable factors. If a great change is about to come, will the Tessarian Lords Association's role be less significant? She asked. With the gods losing their authority, the conflicts between the old factions and them seemed less critical than before. On the contrary, the more turmoil there is, the more apparent the role of lords will be. Nami shook her head. The Tessarian Lords Association would be the final straw that would break the gods. It would also be the key to opening the new era. Last month, Scarlin established a branch in a special plane. Next, they could inform the members of the Tessarian Lords Association of the coordinates of that plane and let them go there. Here, all lords would receive rewards. The only condition was to become members of the old faction. Yuan didn't raise any objections. Although most lords were neutral or aligned with some sects, there would be no problem in converting their loyalty with promises of personal gain. If the benefits were significant, they might even sell themselves. Moreover, Crimson Moon was formidable. They had been waiting for this day. Who wouldn't want to gain benefits from this kind of organization? After reaching an agreement, Yuan, Su Yuan, and Nami discussed the details. They discussed Crimson Moon's next actions. It wasn't until 3 hours later, when the dwarf wall clock on the wall reached 12, that they reluctantly stopped. The main plane was about to enter an unprecedented state of chaos, and there were too many things to prepare. Nami called for a maid to prepare lunch. The entire floor where the office was located was a private area. The floor had bedrooms, a living room, bathrooms, and a dining room. After having lunch, the group returned to the office. The maid served them hot tea. Yuan and Su Yuan comfortably sat on the soft sofa and sipped the tea. The lunch lulled their senses. They gazed through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows and contemplated what they had just discussed. Lord Yuan, I haven't given you the gift I prepared for you, Nami said after a while. Yuan perked up and turned to look at Nami. Last time, she had blocked the pursuit of the night god and completed an S-class mission. Although Nami had just given Dark Valkyrie an ancient crystal, it clearly wasn't enough. What could be the gift that this top-tier figure would present? Her heart immediately filled with anticipation. This was the president of the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce. Without hesitation, Nami stood up slowly and extended her right hand. A terrifying pressure emanated from her, as if mountains were collapsing and countless rivers were rushing at the same time. The surrounding space suddenly froze. In a blink of an eye, the world turned dark, and the light coming in from the glass window seemed to vanish. The blood moon quietly rose and hung behind Nami. The moment the blood moon appeared, everything seemed to stop. Silence engulfed the surroundings. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. In Suwon's line of sight, Nami became the only existence in heaven and earth. Nami's appearance gradually became indistinct, and Suwon could only vaguely see her silhouette. Suwon sat up straight and stared at Nami. Her heart was filled with anticipation. Nami slowly extended her right hand, her palm facing upward. Powerful energy surged into her palm. After a while, darkness emerged. Chapter 529, The True Power of Darkness. Small strands of dark energy flowed and quickly accumulated into a mini-sphere. The moment Suwon saw the sand dune, she was unable to tear his eyes away. A strong desire surged in her heart. The dark power within her body involuntarily surged and overflowed from her body. It flowed toward the mini-sphere in Nami's palm. Please accept this portion of the Dark Authority. I seized it from the gods. The Darkness Master God hides outside the boundless void, and one couldn't find any trace of him. Nami's gentle voice calmed Suwon's tumultuous heart. But this portion of authority was enough for Suwon. Too much power might not be bearable. The Dark Authority. Suwon looked at Nami, but under the blood moon's glow, she could only see Nami's deep, glittering eyes and nothing else. Suwon trembled. Killing 3 dark gods was obviously not something that could be accomplished in a short time. While Suwon was silently laying the groundwork, Nami was clearly also making efforts behind the scenes. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Suwon took a deep breath to calm herself and silently manipulated her dark power to envelop the energy formed by the Dark Authority. Suwon wasn't one to express gratitude with words. Actions were more to her liking. The moment she touched the dark power, Suwon's soul trembled. The unparalleled comfort was like reaching the utmost limit. It almost caused her to moan involuntarily. Every cell in her body was excited. The dark power within her expanded rapidly at this moment. Under the effect of the dark power, the mini sand dune gradually reverted to gravel, which was then drawn into Suwon's body. Suwon slowly closed her eyes and experienced a power surge within her. As the gravel integrated to a certain degree, scenes appeared in her mind. The vast darkness spread under the scorching sun and flickered with radiance. Endless darkness extended to the horizon. It was ancient and desolate. In her mind, it seemed as though the fast-forward button had been pressed. Days and months changed, and stars disappeared. But the darkness remained. The wind howled and rain poured down, yet the darkness remained unchanged. Time passed and everything changed, but no trace was left in the darkness. The darkness seemed to become eternal. Suwon watched everything as emotions swelled in her heart. For darkness, I wish to be eternal. Neither wind nor frost could leave a mark, and time couldn't change it. She didn't know how long had passed. Maybe a minute, or perhaps half a century. As time washed away the scenes in her mind and turned to dust, it left no trace behind. A familiar prompt sounded in her ears. Successfully obtained a portion of the Dark Authority and acquired a special skill, Body of Darkness. Body of Darkness. Special ability. After activating the power of darkness, when attacked, the damage can be transferred to the darkness. The Dark Authority possessed immense power that couldn't be fully controlled, and it had fallen into dormancy. Only by breaking through the legendary state could it be reactivated. A series of system prompts awakened Suwon from her dreamlike state. She looked around. Everything was calm and Nami had already returned to her sofa and was savoring her cup of tea. Her elegant figure pressed into the sofa. She looked at ease but still held unmistakable authority. The blood moon had already dissipated from behind her. The Dark Valkyrie and Mestre were currently gazing at Suwon, their faces filled with joy. Suwon finally breathed a sigh of relief. She sat back on the sofa. Nami watched Suwon with admiration and respect. Although it's only a small portion of the Dark Authority, you managed to grasp it in just 3 hours. Lord Suwon, you are truly astonishing. The power of authority is too immense. I only obtained a tiny portion of it, Suwon said humbly. Perhaps only when she reached the legendary state could she attempt to control it. The power of authority was the force that ruled the world. If it weren't for the previous blessing of the dark power, trying to control this power before reaching the legendary level would be difficult and fatal. However, even though she hadn't fully mastered it, the gains were incredible. Suwon opened her attribute panel. The newly acquired special ability, Body of Darkness, was insanely powerful. All damage received can be transferred to nearby darkness, and the effect lasted for as long as 3 hours. As long as there was darkness around, no one could hurt Suwon. Suwon was delighted. Moreover, this was just a negligible portion of the Dark Authority. It was really hard to imagine how immense the boost would be if one fully mastered the authority. It was no wonder the gods are so powerful. When this power accumulated to its fullest, legends became as insignificant as ants. Suwon felt overjoyed. She glanced at Nami. The rewards for this mission were incredible, not only because it was an S-class mission, but also because of the previous task of helping the old man at the Red Dragon store retrieve his heart. She had also set up the Tisarayan Lords Association. Everything was interconnected. One thing was certain, the efforts made earlier were not in vain, and they received the best rewards. Nami was truly generous. Suwon didn't stay long in Kanglan City. After having lunch, they left. Not long after they left, the nobles and high-ranking members of the Chambers of Commerce in Kanglan City visited the Lavender Manor. Within less than 2 hours, the entrance of the manor was filled with luxurious carriages. Although most of the nobles didn't know about the relationship between Yuan and Archduke Xingyu, the Archduke breaking the rules and allowing Yuan into the Forbidden Grounds raised many eyebrows. Even those forces that had never bothered with the Lavender Business Guild before this paid a visit to Mestre. Mestre did not turn these visitors away. Instead, she welcomed them with a smile. Her ambitious plans required making full use of connections. These nobles were the key to the future development of the Lavender Business Guild. On the day Yuan left, Prince Yuan also paid a visit to the City Lord's mansion. When he left the City Lord's mansion, the excitement on his face was hard to conceal. He couldn't believe the shocking news he had just received. Although he had only sworn allegiance to Yuan, Archduke Xingyu openly stated that he would fully support his fight for the throne. The Archduke had also promised that the resources of Kanglan City would be used fully in his support. The Archduke had also gifted him a top-tier troop. Chapter 530, The Third Prince's Change. More importantly, Archduke Xingyu had also dispatched a transcendent warrior as his personal guard. Yuan was full of excitement and disbelief. Next, the news brought by the Lavender Business Guild made Prince Yuan realize the immense power possessed by the lord he had promised his allegiance to. After returning to the royal capital, they would become his strong supporters in vying for the throne. The lords would send their strongest troops and legendary heroes to support him. In addition, the Lavender Business Guild would provide full financial support. Personnel, money, army, top combat power, political resources, and influence. In such a short period, he already had all of these. After returning to his residence, Prince Yuan felt dazed. When Yuan proposed to him to rule the Holy Kingdom, he hadn't believed he could ever achieve something like that, especially since he was a tainted prince despised by the king. The king only kept him around to strengthen his own bloodline. Everyone looked down upon him. When he decided to ask for Yuan's help, he had been prepared to sacrifice his life for it. However, he had never expected to become a true prince with the support of such powerful forces. After a long time, he finally came back to his senses and turned to look behind. A burly, mountain-like transcendent was quietly guarding him. This high-level power would be considered an absolute top-tier force in any empire. Now he had become Prince Yuan's personal guard. Moreover, according to the president of the Lavender Business Guild, other legendary heroes would be provided in the future. Even the much-favored second prince only had 2 transcendent guards by his side. What made Prince Yuan even more confident was that all these transcendent heroes were sent by lords and the Archduke. When he returned to the Holy Kingdom, he would be the most powerful. No one would stand in his way. While he was excited, laughter could be heard from outside the door, gradually approaching. Prince Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by laughter coming from outside the door of his room. Before he could do anything, the door was pushed open with a bang. It hit the wall with impact and rebounded. As the door was pushed open for the second time, a middle-aged bald man with a big belly entered the room. He was clearly drunk. The middle-aged man looked at Prince Yuan in contempt. "You fool! Who allowed you to meet the Archduke alone? If you mess up our plan, I'll throw you into the cesspool for days," said the bald man. The gaze of the transcendent warrior turned cold. His killing intent surged. Although he was a subordinate of the Archduke, he was tasked with guarding Prince Yuan. Those words humiliated the person he was meant to protect. "Your Highness, I will obey any order you have." The drunk man finally noticed the transcendent hero by Yuan's side. "You already have your own guard? That's quite impressive. What future do you have with this useless trash?" said the drunk man mockingly. The other man standing with him looked ashen as he couldn't bear the aura of the transcendent hero. "Your Highness, please give your order," the transcendent warrior coldly said. The cold aura reached its peak. "I thought about it many times. I always asked myself what I would do to you if I ever had the power," said Yuan. His gaze swept over everyone. He looked fierce in that instant. He remembered all the torture and humiliation he had endured. But when he truly gained power, he found that his previous ideas were completely meaningless. These people were simply insignificant. He narrowed his eyes. His voice was filled with suppressed anger. He used to be a worthless nobody that could only be manipulated at will. But who would have thought that even nobodies could transform into someone powerful? From today onwards, Prince Yuan would rise amidst fear and trample the king under his feet. His soul had long decayed and was now sustained only by the flames of revenge. Prince Yuan was hysterical. All the suppressed emotions in his heart were unleashed at this moment. All of these people are pawns of the Holy Kingdom's officials. Get rid of all of them. Everyone in the room felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the transcendent warrior, like a mountain that was about to collapse and crush them. Everyone immediately fell to their knees. "Your Highness, all the disrespectful actions towards you were commanded by the Crown Prince, n/o/vel/b/n.c/om. You are the ruler of Kanglan City. We are the second prince's subordinates. We were only following orders." Their cries of despair now formed a stark contrast to their mocking tone from before. The transcendent warrior did not let them wail any longer. Suddenly, the blood and energy in his body erupted and enveloped everyone. Several bodies exploded into a myriad of blood mist. The air turned blood red, and the terrifying energy did not stop. It flowed out like water and carried the blood mist along the door crack. In the blink of an eye, apart from the faint smell of blood in the air, there was no other trace left. The floor wasn't even tainted with blood. Prince Yuan was dumbfounded. Those people who had always humiliated him were gone without a trace. He felt like it was all a dream. After a long time, Prince Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter turned louder and fanatical. When the laughter finally stopped, tears flowed down his face. After Suan left Kanglin City, she was unaware of Prince Yuan's transformation. Entering the darkness, she immediately felt that the whole world had changed. Suan and Su Yuan had already returned to their territory. The darkness made Suan feel unusually excited. She no longer needed to control the darkness herself because the darkness had become passionate and joyful on its own. The dark energy became unusually active and stronger than before. The emitted energy could even resonate with the surrounding darkness. This feeling was amazing. Suan spread her arms, and her perception immediately expanded to a distance of 30 kilometers. She sensed everything within that range. Chapter 531, Mechanical Lifeform. At this moment, the power of darkness erupted and intensified. The sunlight was completely blocked, and darkness shrouded the land. From a distance, it looked as if a foreign land had merged into the main plain. Suan stood in the air and sensed that the darkness was under her control. The suspended darkness suddenly plummeted. There were countless sparks. The ground exploded, and the air filled with dust. People from 100 miles away could feel the earth tremble. As the dust gradually dissipated, Suan looked down and saw only uneven ground. Such a move alone was enough to destroy a small city. Suan smiled. Her eyes were sharp. This wasn't even the peak of her power. Under the horrified gaze of countless onlookers, a 200-meter-high dark wave swept in all directions. After flowing outward for kilometers, it finally came to a stop. The true power of darkness brought tranquility and serenity, but once unleashed, it could destroy heaven and earth. It could annihilate and devour everything. Although she had only obtained the skill and the power of authority was still dormant, her combat power had increased tenfold in the darkness. The power of the rules that influenced the origin of the world was truly extraordinary. If she could obtain all the power of darkness, perhaps this darkness would become her private domain. Suan experimented for a while and then converged the power within her body. The only regret was that once the old rules were activated, the gods would lose their authority. Although she possessed the power of darkness, it didn't necessarily mean she could obtain it all. Many lords who witnessed the devouring of heaven and earth from afar were filled with great interest as the situation calmed down. When they saw the truth, they were all deeply shocked. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. They could be certain that this area on the edge of darkness had never seen such a sight before. As news spread, more and more lords came to explore. Such a significant disturbance could indicate the appearance of an ancient relic. The immense power couldn't be concealed, and rumors spread that an ancient relic was about to emerge. It attracted many lords to the area. Unfortunately, their levels were too low, and they failed to notice anything. Over time, the event was forgotten. Some lords discovered that the area remained unchanged, and they were confused. In the end, it became known as the legendary circular sand wave. Lords from all over the place arrived to explore the place in hopes of finding something special. As they returned to their territory, the sky had turned dark, and the last light of the setting sun reflected in the blue-black sky. Timo received the news and eagerly entered the hall. Why so excited? Is there good news? Suan found his eagerness amusing. Miss Amalin has made tremendous progress in her research at Furnace City, Timo said with great excitement. Under Miss Amalin's operation, the mechanical puppet, the Transcendent Hunter, was fused with the alchemical machine forged by the Grey Dwarves. This Transcendent Hunter was not only completely repaired, but Miss Amalin also gave it the ability to think. It is no longer just a mechanical puppet but a new form of life. Timo was so excited that he talked animatedly. Only gods created life. Moreover, the combat power of the flesh and mechanical fusion was extremely effective. As long as the flesh and mechanical parts remained intact, it could recover and heal quickly. It could even be piloted and fused with Amalin. Farla had gone to Furnace City to test its powers. Unexpectedly, she had been defeated. If they could mass-produce this creature, the territory would become invincible. Excitement overwhelmed the usually composed Timo. Suan was intrigued. Before they conquered the Tisseria Plain, Amalin had suggested going to Furnace City for research. Suan had entrusted the severely damaged Transcendent Hunter to her in the hopes that she could repair it. Several months had passed, and she had been too busy to pay attention to the underground world. Unexpectedly, the treasure of her territory had achieved such remarkable results so quickly. And judging from Timo's excitement, Amalin's achievements were extraordinary. I will personally go to Furnace City and deliver the latest blueprint of the magic sound box and magic sound tapes. Have you found new partners? Timo asked thoughtfully. The Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce will be responsible for the production of the magic music box, Suan said. Furnace City will provide them with technical support and will be the first to give them improvements and updates, Timo said with emotion. The Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce was a behemoth that he looked up to. They not only enjoyed high prestige in Kanglin City, but they were also well known in the countries surrounding Death Darkness. The Chamber of Commerce that can conduct business with various countries across the Death Darkness wasn't something ordinary. Although with the arrival of lords, trade, and circulation had become easier, crossing the Death Darkness was difficult. However, years of accumulation of resources ensured that the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce would not disappear easily due to recent changes. With the giant Chamber of Commerce participating in the production of the magic music box, the item would be in supply to various countries in the Death Darkness. Although they might have to pay some price, it was definitely worth it. The production cost of the magic music box was not low, however, with the expansion of the territory, receiving 40% of the investment was already enough. We get 60% of the profits, and they take 40%. Yuan said with a smile. The business was profitable. My lord, your tactics are truly admirable. Praise be to you. Timo's heart raced. The Chamber of Commerce was willing to offer raw materials, human resources, and various production materials for just 40% of the profit. The Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce was willing to give such concessions? The high-level members of the Holy Kingdom already target us, Yuan said. From the outside to the inside, many forces in the main plain coveted the Tissaria plain. Convey my orders, notify the Tissarian Lords Association, and have every guild deploy 10 legions of troops to the garrison at North Desert City. The guilds would undoubtedly be willing to send troops to protect their victorious gains. In just these 10 days, about 1/10 of the lords had already entered North Desert City. Given the massive user base, the number exceeded 1 billion lords. If the coverage of the teleportation gates was wider, the number might double. Such a massive influx brought unprecedented prosperity to the North Desert City. The guilds participating in it also reaped substantial benefits, especially since 70% of the city's rent and taxes were shared among all the guilds. Driven by such huge profits, no one would waste their time fighting and going against them. For guilds qualified to join the Tissarian Lords Association, it was not a problem to dispatch 10 legions of troops. After tasting the sweet fruit of victory, who would be willing to give it up? Chapter 532, The Tremendous Changes in the Territory. Timo nodded in agreement but then seemed to think of something. He looked hesitant. Yuan waved her hand to indicate that there was no need to worry and to continue with the plan. The Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce would protect them. Timo's eyes lit up. He asked if Yuan had met the Archduke yet. Yuan told him everything and also told him that they had chosen the third prince to be the next ruler of the Holy Kingdom. Timo was shocked. Could the useless third prince really do it? If the 4 archdukes, including Archduke Qingyu, support him, he will be unstoppable, said Yuan. Timo was even more surprised. The archdukes were very powerful. With their support, there was no doubt the third prince would ascend to the throne. He was about to support a new king, and such a decision was astounding. After Timo left, Yuan continued to discuss the follow-up plan with Su Yuan. At present, everything was proceeding according to plan. Nov. L. B /JNN. Although supporting the third prince would take time to show results, things were progressing very smoothly. Yuan and Su Yuan considered their gains and losses so far. The Tissaria Plain had become a trading hub for the lords. The opening of the North Desert City contributed to this, but the limited number of teleportation gates restricted the flow of lords. It needed to be improved in the future. Secondly, they needed to establish closer cooperation with Archduke Qingyu. Next, the Lavender Business Guild would be made formidable in Kanglan City. It would help the future of the territory. However, they needed to be cautious about the prying eyes of the outsiders. Once the plan to support the third prince succeeded, the Holy Kingdom would become the territory's vassal. The power of the territory would experience explosive growth. The danger here was that the high-level members of the Holy Kingdom might retaliate, so they needed to be extra careful. Their relationship with Nami had entered a new stage. The collaboration between both sides in the magic music box would bring huge profits. The planned entertainment industry project could also be initiated and prepared. With the spread of the magic music box, creating influential celebrity figures would not be difficult. Their influence would surpass expectations, as this fantastic world had the existence of gods already. Besides, the territory's greatest crisis was the twilight of the gods that Nami had mentioned. Once the rules were fully activated, the gods would lose their authority, and the entire world would plunge into unprecedented chaos. Even holding the authority might not be enough to control it. Nami's every word had a significant impact, and no one dared to ignore it. The transformation was about to happen, so they needed to make the territory powerful as soon as possible to withstand the impact. To achieve this goal, they needed armies, heroes, city defenses, technology, talents, and an endless supply of resources. The expansion of their influence had to be rapid. They couldn't favor any particular faction or organization to avoid vulnerabilities. Yuan opened the attribute panel and checked her rare resources. When the Tissarian Lords Association was established, each guild was required to contribute 100,000 units of rare resources, which directly entered Yuan's pocket. Yuan was delighted at the exaggerated number. It had been a long time since they had earned so many resources. Currently, all the troops in the territory had been upgraded. They had recruited troops for 2 months straight. If the money-making capability of the territory was not strong enough, recruiting alone could bankrupt them. Even with early preparation, Yuan was still excited about this moment. If other lords knew about it, they would surely be amazed and envious. Yuan immediately started shopping on the lords' trading market. Although the lords' strength had significantly increased, the buying and selling of low-level troops had not decreased. On the contrary, more and more low-level troops were being sold. Even though low-level troops couldn't participate in battles, they could be used as labor or to carry out patrol duties. There were even undead lords who specifically recruited low-level troops for skeleton recruitment. Therefore, the prices remained stable. After setting the conditions for purchases, Yuan quickly bought what she needed. Despite having billions of rare resources, these resources quickly disappeared as she purchased what was needed. Many professional lord merchants were surprised to find that the sales pages of ordinary troops in the market decreased by 1/10. They were very puzzled. Yuan still had 20 million rare resources left, which she would use later to recruit upgraded troops. She felt confident with her decision. She arranged new troop nests and then upgraded all of them. The storage space rapidly shrank, and the troop nests were quickly depleted, leaving only 30 million resources. With such a huge expenditure, the front yard of the Lord's mansion was glowing. If it weren't for the special artifacts obtained from conquering the Tisseria Plains Spire of Fate, the Lord's mansion might not have been able to accommodate so many troop nests. The front yard was expanded to accommodate the new troops. After more than 10 minutes, the glow dissipated. Tall troop nests appeared before her eyes. Yuan smiled radiantly. The number of troop nests in her possession had reached an astonishing level. These troop nests were the precious capital that the territory had survived on, but the troop expansion was not over yet. Yuan cultivated the selected troop nests. The cultivated troop nests were of a lower level than the target. As the energy surged, the wings of the evil dragon grew like bamboo shoots from the nearby open space. The growth rate was unbelievable. The number of troop nests increased once again. The territory's own army was not like the scattered troops contributed by guilds to the Tisserian Lords Association. Although the Tisserian Lords Association had tremendous energy, it would only act when all their shared interests were in danger. Although it had influence, it was not entirely under their control. Moreover, having too many people made it complicated. Their own strength was the foundation. Yuan did not hesitate and used the 2 weeks of recruitment from the upgraded troop nests. Fortunately, the Tisseria plane had started operating, and the magic music box was about to be launched into the market. Otherwise, even if she had the resources, she wouldn't dare to invest everything. The weekly recruitment cost was high. Yuan looked at the troops already deployed in the newly opened estate. She was in a good mood. Although she spent a huge number of resources, it was worth it. This was an overpowered army. If they accumulated for a few more months and waited for the dividends from North Desert City, they would be prosperous. There was also the sale of the magic music box. Who could compete with her territory? After granting all the troops the desert's ability, she had Grey come and arrange the army. Every time she built a formidable army, Yuan felt a strong sense of accomplishment. The army was the guarantee for the territory's survival. It was the result of her progress and her territory's development. The formidable army was the reward for their efforts. Chapter 533, New Direction. The Blacksmiths Association, trained and disciplined by Amalin, had become the primary weapon forging institution in the Dark Region city. At the same time, the administrative management of the territory was under the full control of Yuan, so there was no need to spend extra energy on it. After successfully conquering the Dark Region city, she did not stay long. She bid farewell to Felix and the officials of Dark Region city and flew away. Time was extremely precious to her. Half a year ago, when we first saw His Majesty Su Yuan, no one would have expected that the surface lord who piloted the mechanical puppet and was surrounded by skeletal blood dragons would become the true ruler of the underground world. Felix watched Yuan disappear into the sky. It had been a coincidence. The dwarves had been preparing to launch an attack on Dark Region City, but Su Yuan had defeated them. Since then, the Dark Region City had maintained close cooperation with Su Yuan. Yuan and Su Yuan had finally visited this time. The Dark Region City has not only become the ruler of the underground world but has also increased its strength tenfold. The achievements of the Dark Region City today are all because of His Majesty Su Yuan. Felix said to the heroes of the underground world. Being a subordinate of the God's Lair is an honor. No one is allowed to disobey her. The heroes of the underground world looked solemn. Chief, please believe us. None of us are dissatisfied with Lord Yuan. In the underground world, where resources were scarce, and the environment was harsh, they always respected the strong. Only the strongest could help their tribe survive, and relying on the strong was the rule of the jungle. Felix recalled his conversation with Yuan. The world was undergoing unprecedented changes, and they must become powerful as soon as possible to keep up with the pace of Yuan's territory. They needed to increase recruitment efforts and quickly establish legions. All the dispersed tribes suitable for living in the city must be brought back. More labor was needed, and they couldn't stop the work. War was coming. This time, they would surely survive. Su Yuan was experienced in flying in the underground world. Before conquering the underground world, he had captured many grey dwarf cities in a very short time and achieved brilliant results. However, when he came to this land again a few months later, he felt a connection to it. It wasn't because of the power of darkness or because he had conquered the place, but because he felt closer to the land and its people. Even the consumption of energy was reduced by 30%, which was an extra reward for conquering the underground world. But the most remarkable changes were in the surrounding environment. Every time he flew, he could see places with water sources being developed into large farmlands. These farmlands were highly organized, with ditches, pathways, main roads, and drainage channels. They were all well constructed and interconnected. In these bases, the raw material for making large quantities of ice cream, the light-flowing grass, was being cultivated. When the breeze swept through the land, the tall light-flowing grass gracefully swayed. It was refreshing. However, what fascinated people the most were the alchemy machines in these bases. These alchemy machines were composed of large metal parts and had 4 specially designed wheels that moved through the ditches in the farmlands. In front of them were sharp harvesting blades that easily cut the light-flowing grass. The machine transported the harvested crops to the rear through the tracks and then poured them into huge bags. When the bags were full, they would automatically tie up the mouth for easy replacement. After harvesting an area, these automatic harvesters would leave the field and send the tied bags to the machinery specially used for transportation. In the entire process, other than the machinery that required manual operation, it was almost completely independent of human labor. Su Yuan was very satisfied because this was precisely why the harvesters had been created in Furnace City. This efficient production method was hundreds or even thousands of times more productive than manual labor. There were not many planting bases on the way. Most areas had extremely harsh environments, and even the light-flowing grass couldn't survive in such conditions. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. After flying for more than 3 hours, Su Yuan finally saw Furnace City. Compared to the Dark Region City, he had not visited Furnace City for a long while. Furnace City mostly had Grey Dwarves as residents, who formed the territory's research center. The Grey Dwarves were suited for scientific research. After the Dwarf God's descendants joined them, Furnace City reached new heights. Their position in the territory was becoming increasingly important. Su Yuan flew over the Dark Region City and looked down. The city, which had once been captured, had now recovered its vitality. The city walls were lined with densely packed and large alchemical cannons, while a massive number of mechanical puppets patrolled the area. The soldiers within the city completely ignored Su Yuan and so on as they piloted their sand ships directly from the sky into the city. The Grey Dwarves performed a military salute when they saw Su Yuan and so on approach. Clearly, these soldiers recognized their master. After a moment, Su Yuan and so on landed in front of the Lord's mansion. 50 Grey Dwarf guards, each piloting 5-meter-tall mechanical puppets, were responsible for security. Great ruler, we welcome your return. At the sight of the visitors, the guards were surprised at first, but then they regained their composure. They controlled the mechanical puppets so that they would kneel on the ground in respect. The group of mechanical puppets knelt in reverence. Su Yuan was delighted. Under their fervent gazes, Su Yuan stepped forward. Just as he passed through the main gate, a Grey Dwarf hero hurriedly led the way. He smiled radiantly. He showed respect and devotion. Su Yuan nodded with a smile and followed the hero into the main hall of the Lord's mansion. The hall was filled with the distinctive flamboyant style of the Grey Dwarves. There were jewels embedded in the walls, and the floor was covered with precious gemstones. Su Yuan took the main seat with Sowan beside him and instructed the hero to call Owen and Amalin. Chapter 534, Machinery and Soul. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Great ruler, your command is our honor. I'll Owen and Amalin here, said the hero, trying to flatter Su Yuan. 2 dark elves with long pointed ears, exquisite faces, and cold elegance were brought over. The hero smiled in satisfaction when he saw them. Great ruler, these 2 dark elves are singers who record magical sound tapes. As there aren't many dark elves, others have already been chosen. Only these 2 are still available. Lord Owen specifically instructed us to keep them as your servants. 1. Su Yuan looked at them with interest. Contrary to the legendary image of dark-skinned beings, these elves were fair, which wasn't very uncommon. They were alluring. Yes, you both have great potential, Su Yuan said. For him, acquiring a few servants was not a big deal. Once the magic music box started selling well, these 2 would undoubtedly become stars. Seeing Su Yuan's satisfied expression, the heroic dwarf sighed with relief. Lord Owen's instructions were on point. If that's the case, could he arrange for more? He couldn't let Lord Owen enjoy all the limelight. He also wanted to be acknowledged. The heroic dwarf rubbed his chin in thought. He had heard that a tribe of 2-headed ogres was captured. He wondered if Su Yuan would be interested in that. The 2 dark elves stood quietly on the side. They were delighted. They gazed at Su Yuan with admiration. He was the true ruler of the underground world. To be able to serve him was an honor for them. Their fellow clan members would find it difficult to compete with them. Sing a song for me, Su Yuan said as he looked at the 2 elves. Since he had been waiting for this moment for so long, he couldn't miss the chance to hear the dark elves sing. The 2 elves were excited. This was a chance for them to showcase their worth. They bowed and then began to hum gently. Their song echoed in the spacious hall. The music entered their ears, and both Sowan and Su Yuan felt as if they were lifted by gentle giant hands. They felt at peace. The song was extraordinary, and it brought solace to their souls. Su Yuan leaned back in his chair. Perhaps he could form a female group? After the tapes sold well, he could have them go on tour and sing on stage during the day and dance at night. Time passed quickly. Before long, Owen and Amalin arrived. When Owen saw Sowan and Su Yuan, he almost burst into tears. Your Majesty Su Yuan, Lord Sowan, you haven't visited Furnace City for almost half a year. One was afraid you had forgotten about us. He knelt on the ground and sobbed. Owen felt that being away from the main power was dangerous. As the territory grew stronger, his worth as a senior alchemist diminished. If Sowan truly forgot about him, he would eventually be replaced as the supervisor of Furnace City. You've done well. Furnace City's achievements today are a result of your efforts, and Su Yuan and I will always remember your contributions. Yuan looked at the dwarf in front of her. I'm proud of your efforts and will continue to follow your wishes. No one can stop us, said Owen and wailed. If you want to keep talking nonsense, get lost. Yuan's patience was rested, and she kicked him. Owen laughed. He didn't take it to heart. Instead, Yuan's impoliteness made him feel proud. It was as though he had gotten closer to the Lord. He turned to the dwarf beside him. He looked immensely proud as if to say, see how well I get along with the master. He felt even prouder when the dwarf beside him looked at him enviously. Lord Yuan, Your Majesty Su Yuan, said Amalin in greeting. She walked over to them with a smile. Her voice was soft. Amalin didn't bother with too many words. It made Yuan feel relaxed. Amalin took out a small mechanical puppet wrapped in flesh and blood. It looked quite terrifying. This is the flesh puppet I developed using the Transcendent Hunter. It possesses special abilities. She proudly showed it off. Yuan reached out to take it. Was this the blood puppet mentioned by Timo? Just as she was about to check its properties, a series of system prompts suddenly sounded. Amalin used the forbidden art of the Thorin family to develop a special flesh machine. It has the potential to rise from A class to Super A class. Unparalleled talent in creating flesh machinery. All attributes of flesh machinery created will be increased by 80%. Moreover, flesh machinery can be bestowed with exclusive skills, flesh weakness, grade A, machinery ascension, grade A. During the process of developing this special creation, Amalin completely awakened Thorin's bloodline, leading to the advancement of all her skills. Amalin was promoted to the rank of Master Blacksmith and received a special profession, Forbidden Spellcaster. Yuan was intrigued. Although she knew Amalin's research in Furnace City was impressive, she didn't expect such brilliant achievements. Her potential had been upgraded from Grade A to Super Grade A, and her blacksmith rank had advanced from Super to Master. She had also gained the special profession of a Forbidden Spellcaster. And that wasn't all. When forging the flesh machine, she could significantly enhance its attributes and bestow 2 exclusive Grade A skills. With expectant eyes, Yuan looked at the young woman in front of her, who carried a long-handled copper hammer and appeared confident in her abilities. Yuan was curious. What exactly had Amalin done in this place? Even if she devoured gods, it might not bring about such an exaggerated upgrade. Yuan's gaze fell on the mini flesh machine in her hand. Instinctively, she squeezed it and found it soft yet elastic. She was even more curious now. This thing's predecessor was the Transcendent Hunter, which was the most potent trump card in its early stages. Moreover, it was fused with the strongest mechanical puppet. What could these two things create when combined? She opened the attribute panel. Multiple properties and abilities popped up immediately. Chapter 535, Birth of the Bloody Demon. Blood Demon. Transcendental characteristic, Blade Breaker. Consumes 100 points of energy per second, giving the weapon extraordinary power. It can destroy magic and break through all shields formed by energy. The more energy consumed, the stronger the effect. Skill, Super Overload, beyond Grade A, consumes 30,000 flesh energy, increases all attributes by 500%, speed by 600%. Duration, 30 minutes, can be activated continuously. Bloody Tentacles, beyond Grade A. The flesh and blood outside the body can condense into 12 tentacles that are 50 meters long to attack the enemy. After the tentacles hit the enemy, they will devour the enemy's flesh. Flesh Weakness, Grade A. The exterior of the body is made of flesh and blood. When injured, it can devour flesh and blood to quickly recover from injuries. It is also immune to all control skills. Mechanical Ascension, Grade A, body and bones made of metal, defense increased by 400%, consumes 1000 points of flesh and blood strength per second, defense increased to 800%. Levitation, A rank, Skull-Splitting Strike, A rank, Charged Strike, A rank, Violent Armor Piercing, A rank, Mad Massacre, A rank. Race Characteristics, Special Life Form. A flesh machine that has been fused with many souls and has become a special life form. After awakening, it can become a hero-like unit and can fight on its own. Moreover, there are 5 spaces reserved in the core area. It can devour powerful enemies and seize their strength. It can also be used for mechanical modification and strengthening. Binding Fusion, able to engage in a fusion battle with the bound master, allowing the other party to pilot the body. After fusion, all attributes of the pilot will be doubled on the body, and all skill damage will be increased by 300%. With the mechanical puppet as the center, all information within an 800-meter radius can be transmitted to the pilot in real time. Currently bound to Amalin. Note, the first flesh machine forged by Master Blacksmith Amalin has great potential. After Yuan finished reading the attributes of the flesh and blood mechanical life form, she exclaimed in admiration. This blood demon was remarkable. Once activated, it became a hero unit with high intelligence capable of autonomous combat. Moreover, its combat power was not inferior to that of an ordinary transcendent. Its attributes were off the charts. Alchemy automatons that can engage in autonomous combat or function as magic puppets were not uncommon. However, possessing life and intelligence was truly mind-boggling. This made Yuan think of more possibilities. Can technology be used to give all alchemy automatons life and intelligence? If this could be achieved, what more could she ask for? Almost everything could be entrusted to these mechanical beings. Yuan was deep in thought. Granting life to machines was essentially creating a new future. Although the development was different, the effects didn't seem to differ much. Amalin, what are the characteristics of the flesh machines? How difficult is it to create? Yuan looked at Amalin and tried to calm her enthusiasm. The flesh machines don't require food. It can consume magic power to sustain itself. When damaged, it can use flesh and blood to automatically recover, and it will strictly obey orders. It is also immune to all mental control spells and won't be affected by morale. It is an excellent combat unit, Amalin said. The Bloody Hunter was created using the Transcendent Hunter as the base material, along with the mechanical puppet. Having a solid foundation allowed it to obtain its current strength through modification. If it were to be created from scratch, it would take at least half a year, and the cost in terms of resources would be no less than 5 million rare resources. That cheap? Yuan was somewhat surprised. For 5 million rare resources, one could obtain a transcendent-level combat unit. This was an incredibly cost-effective deal. However, half a year was too long. Although the territory needed powerful beings, making only transcendence was useless. Time waited for no one, and the impact caused by Twilight of the Gods couldn't be changed by just a few transcendents. Can these technologies be applied to ordinary automatons? Asked Yuan. If she could grant life to the automatons, the overall production efficiency of the territory would experience an unprecedented improvement. They would be even more valuable than the Bloody Hunters. Amalin's eyes lit up at the question. Previously, she had been focused on how to create more perfect flesh machines. She had neglected to see what was right in front of her. This world was not only about battles. Development in production was equally important. The difficulty of applying the same technique to ordinary automatons would be great, however, it wasn't impossible. She had already sorted out the technical difficulties. As long as they underwent training, normal blacksmiths or alchemists could handle the modifications on their own. Yuan was excited. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. With practical application, it would be revolutionary for the world. Although this fantasy world might not be as powerful as the Blue Star, it undoubtedly had enormous potential. I'm willing to provide everything you need. I'll have a legion dispatched from Dark Region City to assist you in reaping souls, Yuan said. She had a clear plan in mind. She wanted Amalin to modify all the territory's alchemy automatons in the shortest possible time. At the same time, the establishment of the Flesh and Blood Mechanical Research Department in Furnace City would be responsible for researching this technology. They would also attempt to modify all alchemy automatons in this manner. Alchemy automatons would be able to operate automatically, and the territory's industrial expansion would no longer have any worries. This would greatly reduce the territory's labor costs in production. Humans get tired, but machines don't. They can work day and night without stopping. The idea of machines having life may be questionable, but the machines didn't need rest. Nourishment would be provided by the alchemy magic arrays within them, and external magic power would become their fuel. Even if they wear out, they can be replaced with other machines or restored using flesh and blood as energy. This was truly a perfect creation considering the advantages. 536 Stirring in the underground area. Yuan felt extremely pleased. If the production machinery could be fleshed out, then could the offensive weapons also be fleshed out? Flesh alchemy cannons that could aim and fire, flesh catapults that could load rocks, and so on. Amalin only focused on creating special flesh and blood machinery, but Yuan saw a complete industry within it. This would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the future development of the territory. My lord, I will never let you and His Majesty down, Amalin said firmly. Furnace City will definitely complete the mission. Owen, who was beside her, jumped up in excitement. Flesh and blood machinery will be applied to production as soon as possible. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This matter was placed at the top of the priority list and would be dealt with immediately. If any resources were needed, they could apply for them directly, and Timo would prioritize them. Yuan didn't stop there. She continued to discuss the details with the two of them. She generously shared all her ideas about the flesh and blood machinery technology with them. Amalin's eyes were filled with excitement and admiration, while Owen was astonished. If they could realize these ideas into reality, the territory would amass tremendous power in a very short time. This mode of production would have an overwhelming impact on manual labor. The conversation continued until late at night before Yuan finally concluded the meeting. With their goals set, the two of them were full of spirit and couldn't wait to implement the grand blueprint they had discussed. Just as Amalin was about to leave, Yuan suddenly remembered that she hadn't asked about her new profession, the Forbidden Master. The Forbidden Master possessed the ability to research forbidden arts that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. The system's information about it was brief, but it seemed extraordinary. The Forbidden Master is a legacy of the Thorin family, Amalin said with emotion when Yuan asked her. It was said that the Thorin family had given birth to extremely powerful ancestors in ancient times, who researched things even feared by gods. Later, these ancestors were attacked by several gods, and they tragically fell, but they had foreseen it and passed down part of their knowledge through the power of their bloodline. Since then, as long as the bloodline is awakened, one could gain knowledge about forbidden arts and become a forbidden master. However, all of this came at a price. If the bloodline couldn't be awakened, the person would die. Therefore, my father was worried about me joining the territory. For those who couldn't activate their bloodline, only by becoming a special blacksmith could they delay the curse, and only as a master blacksmith could they resist it. Don't worry, I'll have someone bring your father to Furnace City immediately. With the support of the territory, breaking through to become a master blacksmith won't be difficult, Yuan said. She had truly struck gold. Achievements should always be rewarded. Amalin's father had joined the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce after being separated from his daughter. He had visited Yuan's territory once before. However, he had been too arrogant. So, he had been tied and whipped for a few days. When Amalin heard Yuan say that, she was touched. I can see your efforts, so just focus on your work, and leave the rest to me. Yuan smiled and reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear. Amalin nodded earnestly. This feeling of having someone to rely on was extraordinary. After the two left, Yuan stretched lazily. The day had been tiring. Yuan and Yuan finished washing up and were about to go to bed when someone urgently knocked on the door. Come in. Yuan frowned. Lord Yuan, His Majesty Yuan, there's news from the surface that a massive disturbance has appeared in the depths of darkness. The door pushed open, and the dwarf hero entered hurriedly. He was flustered. Lord Timo said it's the underground area you previously paid attention to. The beings confined there are breaking free from their restraints, causing a great disturbance. Yuan frowned. About half a year ago, the army, while hunting outside, encountered refugees in the darkness. They were the group of people led by the one-armed blacksmith, Sam. Yuan led the troops to rescue the refugees who were trapped in a broken temple. They managed to evacuate the refugees, but accidentally triggered a mechanism along the way. The temple had collapsed as a result. Terrifying dark tendrils emerged from the collapsed ground and dragged the dragon hero, who was the top combat power in the territory at the time. The perpetrator was the Lord of Darkness, who was confined in the underground area. He was at least at the transcendent level. Interestingly, as long as they captured the underground area, the heroes imprisoned there could be enslaved. However, at that time, the territory was still fragile, and reaching the transcendent level was an unreachable dream. Yuan could only put all of that out of her mind. In the past few months, although the territory's strength had improved, she was also distracted by numerous trivial matters and had no time to focus on the situation in the underground area. Unexpectedly, before she even started, the Lord of Darkness imprisoned underground had already gone into a frenzy. We'll go back immediately, Yuan said without hesitation. The matter in Furnace City had already been seen to. There was nothing significant to be done. They were more concerned about the Lord of Darkness. Revenge required personal involvement. The scene of leading the army and being chased around was still vivid in his memory. When Yuan left Furnace City, she also brought along 2 dark elves. They played crucial roles in the female group of the dressing dance troupe, and this plan couldn't be delayed. When Yuan came out of the two-way portal from the underground world, the first ray of light was just rising in the sky. The 2 dark elves looked in awe at the morning sky. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. As underground beings, they experienced this for the first time in their lives. At first, they felt uneasy and uncomfortable, but after looking around, joy replaced those feelings. The surface world was completely different from the underground. Yuan didn't pay too much attention to the 2 dark elves. She returned to her territory and had her maidservant arrange their work. Their true value would only be realized after the upgrade of the magic music box. Currently, they were merely ordinary elves with good voices. They weren't celebrities yet. They were far inferior in terms of beauty to Nami. My lord, the dungeon you had me watch had a terrifying disturbance a few hours ago. A blood moon rose inside. Timo had been waiting for her. He saluted when she approached. A blood-red light enveloped the surrounding area. When the army approached, they felt a soul-piercing pressure that prevented them from advancing. Even the vigilant troops were forced to retreat. A blood-red light. Yuan and Yuan thought of the return of the Great Old Ones. There was clearly some connection between them and this. Is there any other information? No. As soon as the scouts discovered this, they immediately reported it to you. 537. The rules of Land of the Old Ones. Yuan turned around. There was no one around. This place might involve ancient gods, so it was best not to take action for now. With the guidance of Leona, the Dark Valkyrie had been hiding her presence while staying by Yuan's side all along. Although she didn't have the same powerful stealth ability as the Vampire Duke, she was definitely not someone an ordinary person could compare with. The Dark Valkyrie slowly revealed her form, and her golden eyes under the black golden mask glowed. The army has already assembled and is waiting for your order. I have informed Lady Leona too. Should we wait for them to return before setting out? Timo hesitated as he looked at Yuan. Don't worry. As long as Yuan is with us, we can handle any situation. Yuan unconditionally believed in Yuan. They weren't going to attack a city, so the army might not be of much use. Although the Dark Valkyrie hadn't completed her transformation yet, her combat power was already extreme. Unless the imprisoned Lord of Darkness had already become a legend, there was nothing he could do. But even if he was a legend, Yuan still had other trump cards in hand. Seeing the calm aura and the dark soul fire burning in the air, Timo smiled and nodded. Yuan didn't waste time and left the Lord's mansion. My lord, please take me with you. That damned bastard should be destroyed by dragon's breath. When the undead giant dragon hero saw Yuan, he stood up. His hollow eyes were burning with soul fire. As a great dragon, he still couldn't forget the previous battle and wanted revenge. We can go together. But without my explicit order, you're not allowed to make a move. She walked to the red-eyed black dragon and floated up. She then sat on his back. Compared to the lion of greed, the dragon was a bit uncomfortable to sit on. The red-eyed black dragon roared excitedly, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky. I sense the aura of that reptile. It's still inside. It's not leaving. Half an hour later, the red-eyed black dragon suddenly stopped. Yuan was on her guard. She looked ahead. The sky was covered in blood-red light which emanated from the ground. The clouds were dense like blood. Even the yellow sand had turned red. Yuan instinctively took out the ancient god statue. After undergoing several transformations, the ancient god statue seemed to have come alive. It emitted a hazy light and reacted to the blood-red aura in the sky. Could things related to ancient gods interact with each other? The red-eyed black dragon didn't hesitate. He rushed toward the blood-red light. The closer they got, the stronger the glow from the ancient god statue became. Looking down from midair, a huge crack tore through the darkness, as if it had opened a giant's abdomen. As far as the eye could see, it couldn't reach the bottom, and only deep darkness could be sensed from it. The bloodlight illuminated half of the sky from this crack. The red-eyed black dragon stopped again. There was a terrifying aura coming from within. It didn't dare to approach anymore. That aura could easily destroy souls. Whatever was hidden inside, it definitely surpassed the imagination of mortals. Why didn't she sense any pressure? The light emitted by the statue didn't envelop her at the moment. Was it because of the statue or some other reason? She couldn't see anything in the distance, so she floated up slowly. She left the red-eyed black dragon in place and went ahead with the dark Valkyrie to the tier in the darkness. She slowly landed on the edge of the rift. Everything around was covered by a dense blood-red light. At the same time, she couldn't sense anything more around it, except sand and rocks. She stood at the edge of the rift and looked down. The bottom was not visible because the blood-red light covered everything. This place used to be an ancient underground area where transcendent heroes were imprisoned. After the revival of the power of the Old Ones, these heroes were transformed into ancient beings and became the guardians of the land of the Old Ones. One could challenge these ancient guardians, and by defeating them, they could occupy this ancient land. Each ancient land had its own special attributes, and the attribute of this particular ancient land was that every week, special ancient troops could be recruited from it. The more ancient lands occupied, the more likely one was to gain favor from the ancient gods. Yuan was intrigued. She looked at the system prompt. If she occupied the land of the Old Ones, she could recruit new troops every week. Moreover, the more ancient lands one occupied, the more likely they were to gain favor from the ancient gods. This was very encouraging. She was curious about the special troops and wondered what they were like. Recruiting an entire troop wasn't a small thing. She decided to try to conquer it. However, before she could step into the rift, a gentle force stopped her. Without leading an army, she couldn't enter. The land of the Old Ones was a special area, and the lords must bring troops to enter. If all the troops were killed, they would be driven out. Each ancient land could only be challenged once a week. After occupying it, she could send her army to garrison it. The occupied ancient land could be challenged by others, but each person could only challenge it once. If they succeeded, the ancient land would belong to them. The rules were very interesting in this place. Yuan became even more excited. The ancient land was like a special small-scale dungeon. Moreover, the challenge was interesting enough. It would encourage the lords to compete with each other. But the question was, were the things inside really that good? Was it worth sending troops to garrison there and competing with other lords? Her curiosity was piqued. She turned around and left. The sulking red-eyed black dragon brought over the night devil bees and the evil dragon wings. Yuan saw that the red-eyed black dragon feeling down, so she comforted him. After she told him that they would be entering the ancient land, he was eager once again. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. After a flight of less than an hour, she arrived at the destination with her troops. The night devil bees and evil dragon wings were the top units in her territory. They possessed incredible abilities. The night devil bees were an all-around unit with outstanding abilities for close combat, defense, and recovery. They also had ranged magic damage abilities. Chapter 538 to 538, Ancient Ironclad Beast. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Apart from not being able to swim, she knew nothing about the weaknesses of the Rotten Knights. Moreover, this type of unit was immune to magic. There was no solution at all. As the army arrived, Yuan did not retreat. She led the evil dragon wings and the Rotten Knights into the crack. The other troops remained outside. The land of the Old Ones only allowed 2 heroes to enter. The red-eyed black dragon and the dark Valkyrie each occupied a spot. As a lord, Yuan was not restricted. After including them in her army, the red-eyed black dragon roared excitedly. He wanted to incinerate all the creatures underground into ashes. She hadn't chosen the 2 units just for their strength but also for their power aerial abilities. Other than the no-fly zone, flying units had a significant advantage in most environments. With the 2 troops diving down, even the red-eyed black dragon with a wingspan of 40 meters could easily fly above the crack without touching the walls on both sides. As the group descended, the red light on the ground became intense. The walls on both sides of the crack were not rock formations, but pure gravel. However, it seemed to be suppressed by a tremendous force. Surprisingly, the crack that was expected to be very deep became visible at a depth of over 300 meters. However, at this point, the crack gradually narrowed, and sharp stone pillars appeared. The path to the underground was completely blocked, and it seemed impossible to proceed. Yuan frowned. Should we stop? She looked around and noticed something unusual. Next to the stone pillars, there was a depression which opened up to a spacious area. The evil dragon wings and other troops could easily pass through. Upon closer inspection, she guessed that these passages must be set up by the land of the old ones as checkpoints. To reach the underground, one must pass through them, and there might be monsters blocking the way. This was a common method used in dungeons too. However, the problem was that the red-eyed black dragon couldn't descend. The red-eyed black dragon felt very frustrated. Why did revenge have to be so difficult? We need someone to stay behind and guard the rear. You can wait here for us to come back, Yuan said. The 2 squads of evil dragon wings went to explore the route, and the others descended onto the passage and proceeded on foot toward the underground. Excitement surged in Yuan's heart. It had been a long time since she had led a small army on an adventure and explored maps. With the continuous strengthening of the territory, the positions and status of Yuan and Yuan had undergone tremendous changes. They could no longer take their troops to explore randomly. In the dim passage, the danger of unknown enemies lurked at every corner. After descending several hundred meters, the aura of the red-eyed black dragon had completely disappeared. However, the front passage was much wider. Yuan adjusted the formation and let the army adapt to the changes in the surroundings. At this moment, a low growl came from the dark passage, and the ground began to tremble. In the dim, enclosed underground passage, the troops of the territory formed a tight defense. The evil dragon wings stood in the front to block the way, while the rotten knights in the back gripped their battle axes. They were ready to launch an attack at any moment. The sound became louder at the front. The low growl sounded as if a beast was hunting its prey. Under the dim red light, a ferocious monster appeared. Its body was twisted, and it had a sharp spear-like tail. The ferocious aura emanating from its body was enough to make even seasoned soldiers tremble in fear. When these monsters saw the evil dragon wings, their eyes turned blood red, and they roared fiercely. They launched a ferocious attack and charged directly at them. The evil dragon wings, who possessed the bloodline of the 5-colored evil dragon, did not show any weakness. They counterattacked with their triangular battle axes. The battle axes clashed with claws and sent sparks flying. The surrounding space lit up. A brutal and frenzied close combat erupted on the narrow passage. The rotten knights in the back had no space to attack. The ancient iron-clad beasts suddenly felt their movements slowing down as the gravel in the passage slowly covered them and hindered their attacks. Even if they noticed it, they had no countermeasures. In close combat, every move could determine victory or defeat. The evil dragon wings sensed the enemy's slowed reaction and launched a ferocious attack. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The ancient iron-clad beasts were unable to dodge, so they were forced to withstand the attacks. Under such a powerful assault, the ancient iron-clad beasts fell one after another. Their claws were severed, and the hollow triangular battle axes struck hard on their chests. Blood gushed out. The evil dragon wings took advantage of their momentum, and with each round of attacks, their power became stronger. Eventually, they ruthlessly severed the long-tailed creature into 2. After killing the enemy, the strength of the evil dragon wings was enhanced, and they launched even more ferocious attacks on their second target. Although the ancient iron-clad beasts were of the same level as the evil dragon wings, they were currently under Yuan's command. Yuan's ability could enhance their attributes and make them stronger. Under the fierce attack of the evil dragon wings, all 3 squads of ancient iron-clad beasts fell quickly. The bodies of the fallen ancient iron-clad beasts melted into blood and disappeared from the ground. Yuan regretted it a little. The bodies of transcendent units were also valuable, so it was a bit of a pity when they disappeared completely. Through the first round of battle, Yuan and Yuan gained a clearer understanding of the enemies guarding the land of the old ones. Although for most lords, transcendent units could be a nightmare, it wasn't too difficult for them to fight them as their territory had gotten much stronger in recent months. As they went further down the passage, the blood-red light emanating from the cliff became even more intense. Everything looked eerie. Soon, the second wave of enemies appeared. This time, they didn't let the evil dragon wings face them alone. Instead, they deployed 2 squads of rotten knights to the front line to fight alongside the evil dragon wings. As soon as the battle began, the axes in the hands of the rotten knights shot forward and hit the ancient iron-clad beasts. After the rotten knights' level increased, the damage from their axe-throwing skill was further enhanced. In the confined space, the axes exploded and caused great damage to the enemies. The attack had a wide range and affected numerous ancient iron-clad beasts. The scorching air surged, and metal fragments flew. Even before the evil dragon wings had begun to move, most of the ancient iron-clad beasts at the front had already fallen. Chapter 539 to 539, Progress. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As the shockwaves subsided, only a few survivors remained on the battlefield. They were the lucky ones who had missed the attacks. As the evil dragon wings went berserk, the arena was quickly cleared. Having successfully defeated 2 batches of ancient iron-clad beast, the progress increased to 10%. Yuan heard the prompt from the system. Are there only 5 or 6 squads of troops in the entire land of the old ones? Asked Yuan. Lords can only enter with 2 units, after all, said Yuan. The land of the old ones ranking had been opened. Yuan was surprised. Is there such a ranking? She became curious, opened the attribute panel, and discovered the new ranking on the Lord's Forum. Land of the Old Ones leaderboard. First place occupies 5, second place occupies 3. Each lord on the ranking had the option to challenge. What does this mean? Yuan clicked on it. Would you like to challenge the Land of the Old Ones, occupied by the Lord Dragon Scale? 35 people had already failed the challenge, and each land can be challenged a maximum of 100 times per week, with each lord allowed to issue a challenge only once per week. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Irrespective of the challenger or the challenged, both will obtain the Land of the Old Ones medal after winning. The Land of the Old Ones medal can be used to exchange for custom rewards. Any item can be exchanged with Land of the Old Ones contribution points, including divine artifacts. At the same time, the lord occupying the Land of the Old Ones can set the challenge threshold, such as requiring the opponent to pay resources as a challenge fee. If the opponent fails, those resources will belong to the occupant. It seems there are a lot of ways to issue a challenge in the Land of the Old One. Yuan felt excited. She tried to click confirm challenge but was quickly rejected. Cannot initiate a challenge without occupying the Land of the Old Ones. She was even more interested now in occupying the Land of the Old Ones. The most attractive aspect was the special items produced in the Land of the Old Ones and the Land of the Old Ones medal. The merit that could be exchanged for anything. It reminded her of the old man at the Red Dragon store. The old man had a treasure. It was a divine wishing scales. It had helped her to obtain a contract scroll to recruit Leona. According to this game mode, as long as one had enough strength, lords in the top rankings could even earn merit without much effort. Under the constant attacks from other lords, one needs to put in a lot of effort to protect oneself. And the mode did not solely rely on overall strength but only looked at the strongest combat power. For many lords, this was a blessing. Even if some of the lords' territories were not strong, they might obtain stronger troops in this way. Such lords must be quite numerous. This is interesting. Yuan was filled with anticipation. She urgently needed the Land of the Old Ones medal that could be exchanged for any treasure. She already had 2 pieces of the Dark King set, but she couldn't find any information about the third piece. Even if she didn't find the third piece, she could still obtain other artifacts. The speed of the army was faster than before. In the next hour, they encountered several waves of ancient ironclad beast continuously. The progress rapidly increased to 50%. After getting rid of the ancient ironclad beast, they encountered a second unit in the underground space. These units had 4 arms and were covered in blood-colored scales. Their lower bodies were that of horses. They held swords and shields in their hands. They attacked fiercely, and their defense was exceptionally strong. They were even able to withstand the attacks of the evil dragon wings. Even though the evil dragon wings were powerful, the strength gap made them feel immense pressure. This encounter even forced Yuan to use the blessing of the demonic dragon to fight the monster named Ancient Trampier. The encounter confirmed that they had entered into a deeper level of the Land of the Old Ones. The difficulty increased sharply. As they continued to delve deeper, the number of Ancient Trampiers gradually increased. The Rotten Knights were already quite formidable, but the strength gap with the Ancient Trampiers was too much. There was also a difference in rank. In this situation, even the Axe Crusher couldn't easily tear the enemies apart. Of course, this was relative to superhuman units. The Rotten Knights were still able to pose a deadly threat to the enemy, which showed the power of the Rotten Knights. Yuan originally didn't intend to take action, but after the number of ancient trampiers reached 2 squad units, he once again used the blessing of the demonic dragon and equipped the army with dark demon armor. When the progress reached 70%, they encountered the biggest difficulty. In the blood-red light, many ancient trampiers were preparing to launch an attack. There were at least over 2,000 of them. Yuan was uneasy because the enemy's level had already increased significantly. Moreover, they also had archers with ranged attack capabilities. Not only did the enemies employ a mix of ranged and close combat, but their strength also far exceeded their own side. Yuan always relied on the quantity and quality of her army to crush the enemies, but this time, she understood what it felt like to be overwhelmed. Compared to the enemy's troops, her territory's troops lagged behind in level and strength. Despite the high level of her territory's army, it was impossible to bridge such a gap. She ordered the Dark Valkyrie to join the battle. Due to the limited space, the Rotten Knight's flying ability couldn't be utilized. Yuan could only choose to fight head-on. The Dark Valkyrie hadn't completed her transformation yet, so she was at the same level as the ancient trampiers. The hero units had an overwhelming advantage when facing individual enemies. However, when the enemy's numbers reached a certain point, the effect was limited. Even top-tier heroes like the Dark Valkyrie couldn't ignore enemies of the same level. Yuan didn't hesitate and gave the command to counterattack when he saw the ancient trampiers charge again. Kill them. The Dark Valkyrie floated about 10 centimeters above the ground and her eyes shimmering with a faint golden light. The war blade in her hand emitted terrifying energy as she led the army forward. Yuan suddenly heard a familiar prompt. Current Land of the Old Ones progress detected to have exceeded 70%. Automatic live broadcast initiated. Note, during the automatic live broadcast, lord and troop information will be blocked. This caught the attention of many lords watching the exploration of the plains. They discovered a new live broadcast room with the title Land of the Old Ones Live, currently at 70% progress. The automatic live broadcast feature was only available after the second chapter. The difficulty of the Land of the Old Ones was extremely high, and the success rate was very low. Chapter 540 to 540, The Powerful Dark Valkyrie. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. They had watched many lords live streams and almost never seen anyone succeed, even in the lowest grade Land of the Old Ones. Lords who enjoyed watching others suffer found it amusing. The lords who found this live stream were excited to click into it, ready to see which lovely player was tackling the Land of the Old Ones. But when they saw the scene, they were left dumbfounded. On the screen, ancient trampiers charged forward. The ancient trampiers were of extremely high levels. Which lunatic is attempting to conquer the Land of the Old Ones, guarded by such insane units? Moreover, they've made it to 70% progress. Suddenly, they realized something, exited the live stream, and opened the leaderboard. They looked at the lord ranked first, who owned the Land of the Old Ones. They were left completely flabbergasted. Even the worst quality couldn't be less than 1 star. Yuan didn't pay attention to the fact that the live stream had started. She kept her gaze on the fierce battle on the battlefield. The ancient trampiers placed their battle axes and shields in front of them. They attempted to use their charging force to tear apart the army in their territory. However, they were met by the top-tier hero, the Dark Valkyrie. The Dark Valkyrie wielded a long blade that was over 3 meters long and slightly curved. She entered the formation of the ancient trampiers in an absolutely domineering manner. The blade gleamed. The ancient trampiers charging towards her felt intense pain. In the next moment, they lost consciousness. The live stream displayed the ancient trampiers being torn apart like they had been shredded by a meat grinder. Blood splattered, and limbs flew everywhere. Although the Dark Valkyrie's combat posture wasn't as ferocious as the fearless warriors, it was still bone-chilling to look at. Every time she swung the gleaming blade, it shattered the ancient trampiers in front of her. Even if they raised their shields to defend themselves, they were still torn apart along with their shields. The Dark Valkyrie's assault was like a red-hot blade piercing through butter. It melted away the obstacles. As she charged forward, the evil dragon wings erupted with their most ferocious and destructive power. She swung the triangular battleaxe wildly. With all her firepower unleashed, she withstood the impact of the ancient trampiers. The scene of combat turned bloody. At this moment, the Rotten Knights also burst into full power. With an axe attached to their chains, they struck at the ancient trampiers. The sounds of cracking and booming intertwined, and a metal storm swept through the area. The battleaxe was like an explosive bomb, and the impact crushed the ancient trampiers. It had to be said that transcendent units had an insane amount of vitality. Although they were covered in countless scars, they were still full of fighting spirit. Their resistance was exaggerated. Many ancient trampiers fell under the axe.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The ancient trampiers with bows in the rear attacked. Bows over 3 meters long were drawn taut by 4 arms before being released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows moved so fast that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. They covered the evil dragon wings like thunder and lightning. The sound of clanging metal and the crackling of sparks echoed. The evil dragon wings had dragon scales that deflected the arrows, so they didn't suffer much damage. The round of attacks failed and infuriated the ancient trampiers. The ancient monsters emitted low roars. The muscles on their forearms swelled, and their speed noticeably increased. As they pulled the bowstring once again, one could clearly feel their strength had dramatically increased. At the same time, a faint blood-colored light covered the arrows. The arrows whistled once again. The evil dragon wings at the front sensed a great danger approaching. However, in such a narrow battlefield, there was no space to dodge. The clanging reverberated as the sharp arrows pierced through the evil dragon wings. The air was filled with a strong stench of blood. The bowmen on the other side shot their arrows at the same time and caused significant damage to the evil dragon wings. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. This scene shocked the audience in the livestream room. This unit was indeed very fierce. But what shocked them was that the dragon-type units could withstand the volley of arrows. Because it hadn't been long since they joined, the number of people who logged in wasn't that high. And thousands of people rushed in to watch in disbelief. They withstood the attacks. Is the Lord who's conquering the Land of the Old Ones trying to defy the heavens? Not even one creature was killed by the volley. Just came in and saw transcendent units shooting people. Can someone tell me what's happening? And who is the Lord conquering this dungeon? The fact that the attacks could be blocked indicated that this Lord's troops were formidable. Who was this Lord? The viewers were puzzled. At the same time, they saw the Dark Valkyrie charging forward. The Lord's information wasn't displayed, so the viewers assumed the Dark Valkyrie was the Lord trying to conquer the Land of the Old Ones. The Lords who entered the livestream room a little later were equally shocked. They had just wanted to watch the fun, but when they saw the Guardian of the Land of the Old Ones, they felt that something was amiss. Could a 4-star dungeon be so insanely strong? The viewers were filled with curiosity. They invited their friends to watch it too. The livestream's angle didn't fully cover the entire field and only captured the center of the battlefield. The Rotten Knight and Yuan weren't shown on the screen. Since the Lord's information wasn't displayed, no one recognized that the army belonged to Yuan. Instead, they assumed the Dark Valkyrie was the Lord. News about the Land of the Old Ones spread quickly. Several influential lords invited other lords to watch. The changes in the livestream room didn't affect the battlefield. The evil dragon wings activated the 5-colored evil dragon bloodline within them and used their ace skill, Dragon Body. The evil dragon wings' height expanded to 8 meters, and their entire body burned with terrifying flames. Their wounds began to heal at a visible speed. Under the next round of attacks, the evil dragon wings were pierced once again. Destroy those archers, Yuan said. The dark Valkyrie charged ferociously. The sharp light that surged out of her body almost tore through the void. Although the ancient trampiers were similarly fierce and mighty, they couldn't stop the dark Valkyrie's advance. Her formidable strength was on full display. Chapter 541, Ancient Trampiers. No matter how ferocious the ancient trampiers were, they couldn't change the situation. The dark Valkyrie was unstoppable. She cut through the enemy formation like a breeze. Even now, the dark Valkyrie hadn't used her most formidable skills. When she reached archers in the rear, her gaze sharpened, and her aura erupted. Countless sharp blades surged out from within her and slashed in all directions. The momentum of her wide-ranging strikes was overwhelming. The blade aura surged like waves. It was ready to completely destroy the underground space. The dark Valkyrie increased her power and infused it with ancient power. Viewers in the live broadcast saw only the scene of the ancient trampiers being torn apart by the blade aura while holding a longbow. Before they could react, the broadcast suddenly went dark, and everyone was forced to log out. When they tried to re-enter, they found the live broadcast room had been closed. What was going on? The lords who were enthusiastically watching were left bewildered. Although the live broadcast lasted only a few minutes, it had already attracted over 1 million viewers. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Soon, discussions erupted on the forums. Despite the short duration of the live broadcast, it captured the attention of countless people. This led to even more extensive discussions. Many lords who hadn't watched the live broadcast began to discuss the authenticity of the event, while those who had seen it speculated whether it was a major guild or a top-tier lord. Since Yuan didn't appear, the Dark Valkyrie naturally became the focus of everyone's speculation. Just as the lords debated this, there were new changes in the land of the Old Ones. The Dark Valkyrie unleashed a powerful skill. A system prompt informed everyone that the broadcast was interrupted due to unknown interference. Just as confusion began to set in, they suddenly saw ripples in the space above the Dark Valkyrie's head. Immediately afterward, the vague image condensed into a form. The apparition appeared, and the ancient trampiers bowed down in reverence as if they had encountered their god. President Nami, Yuan and Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. I sense a familiar power. I thought something had happened when the gaze of the apparition in the sky shifted from the Dark Valkyrie to Yuan. A few days ago, when they met in Kanglan City, President Nami had given the Dark Valkyrie a gem containing ancient power. The Dark Valkyrie had absorbed some of it. She looked at the chaos of the battlefield. The Land of Old Ones was specially designed by President Nami to allow the lords to fully integrate with the ways of the Crimson Moon. Yuan's eyebrows twitched. How did President Nami know to come here? Opportunities are rare, and I've heard that the treasure's properties here are quite good. You can even exchange with Bardas, Yuan said. If you need anything, just let me know. There's no need to compete with the lords. President Nami sighed helplessly. In her eyes, they didn't have to do this. Yuan and Yuan had not only saved her teacher, but they were also their partners when they established the Elven Players Association. Them participating in the conquest of the Land of Old Ones was like a big shot who owned shares in a trade union participating in a prize-winning contest. It was entirely unnecessary. Yuan was indifferent to Nami's suggestions. He mentioned that Yuan had previously acquired 2 legendary strategic treasures, one of which was the Dark King's set. The missing piece now was the 3rd item. He hoped that Bardas could help them find its whereabouts. President Nami agreed to Yuan's request and promised to consult her teacher. President Nami's apparition wavered. She told them that she had received a message. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. Asmodeus, the Lord of the Nine Hells, was planning to enter the main plane, and the demon lords under his command were fully engaged in battle. President Nami believed that the news had already spread among the gods, and the situation would become even more chaotic. She expressed the need to accelerate the development of the Tissaria plane and hasten control over the Holy Kingdom. She also mentioned the magic music box, hoping to promote its use rapidly. Yuan informed her about the alchemical technology developed to imbue machinery with life and her intention to send the trained troops to the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce. These modified machines would be capable of enhancing production efficiency. Yuan asked why Nami was so interested in the magic music box. Nami told her that the magic music box was their collaborative project and therefore held significant benefits. Regardless of what the future holds, tens and thousands of territories would stand together with President Nami. The apparition was still. Yuan smiled radiantly. Suddenly, the red-eyed black dragon felt the fluctuation but found itself in a desert far from the rift. He was surprised and asked Yuan what had happened. Yuan explained to him that their enemies turned into allies. The red-eyed black dragon then vented its anger at the other side's strength. Yuan ordered the army to withdraw and return to their territory. On their way back, Yuan and Yuan reflected on their conversation with Nami. They felt the need to expedite their plans. They didn't have much time. The ripples caused by the return of the Land of the Old Ones were growing, especially as more and more people occupied them. Female lords leading their teams to conquer the realm also became widely discussed. Unknowingly, stories of legendary achievements were being left behind. As the Lord's enthusiasm surged, the most noticeable impact was the growing influence of the Land of Old Ones. Crimson Moon, as the headquarters of the Land of the Old Ones, was attracting more and more lords. The opening of the passage from the Tesserae Plain to the Crimson Moon became the most significant turning point. Lords who were once unable to find a way to the Crimson Moon could now directly travel through the Tesserae Plain. The layout of two-way teleportation gates constructed by thousands of guilds in the early stages played a crucial role in connecting the entire main plane with the Tesserae Plain. Upon learning about the numerous benefits, the lords were eager. More than 60% of players were drawn to the Crimson Moon. No one could resist the temptation, and almost all lords became members of the Land of Old Ones faction. The power of the Land of Old Ones faction grew. Facing the situation, the gods of the opposing faction were infuriated, and they began to take countermeasures. Soon afterward, a message spread across the major forums of the main plane. Various sects were mobilizing their members and preparing their armies. Invariably, all sects issued bans on the Land of Old Ones. Chapter 542, Progress on the Holy Kingdom. If one joined the old faction or even headed to the Crimson Moon, they would be met with hostility. Some cities controlled by the sects might even launch attacks against these lords. Under immense pressure, many lords found themselves hesitating. Despite the benefits offered by the old faction, the true rulers appeared to be the gods. In this situation, the news from the Tesseraean Lords Association once again leaned toward the old faction. The ancient gods possessed the power from the beginning of creation, and the current gods were the ones who stole the power from the ancient gods to become divine beings. Compared to the new gods, the ancient gods had higher authority and power. They could easily take the power of ordinary gods away. After the news spread, the sects were infuriated and began spreading rumors. They claimed that the news was merely rumors spread by the old demonic forces to manipulate people, while the gods were the true leaders of the world. They were the greatest beings who could safeguard everyone. The credibility of the news was extremely high since it was disseminated by the Tesseraean Lords Association, and it was said to have been inadvertently revealed by Yuan during a conversation. Although the statement wasn't confirmed, Yuan's reputation was clearly higher than the unpopular sects and people were more willing to believe her. Additionally, the sects' arguments were filled with empty claims and arrogance. This resulted in mistrust among the other lords, who then headed to the Crimson Moon. Time passed by quickly, and the shocking news caused the already tumultuous situation to boil over. Lords from all sects received S-class faction quests to destroy the old faction. The gods were no longer hiding their fear and anger and issued a mobilization order. Lords from all sects were required to participate in the siege of the old faction whether they liked it or not. Soon after, news about protecting the old faction reached the lords, who had already converted their armies into units of the old faction. The new fake gods who had seized authority were now anxious and fearful. All lords belonging to the old faction were required to head to the Crimson Moon and await the return of the ancient gods. After several months of brewing trouble, the struggle between the S-class quests and the two hostile factions finally erupted. There were two main quests and two factions. Each day, many missions were being distributed. It further escalated the tense situation. Every day, lords from the old faction were killed by sect attacks on the Crimson Moon, and lords from the sect factions were destroyed as well. In regions with many lords and numerous resources, war became a common activity. Amid the great upheaval, it was impossible to remain unaffected. The sects quickly assembled their armies. According to the lords' speculations, they would launch a full-scale attack on the Crimson Moon in about half a month. By then, the Crimson Moon would face countless troops ruled by gods. Years of accumulation of power would reach a culmination. It was going to be a war of an epic scale. At the Lord's mansion, Yuan sat at the long table with a teacup in hand. She was looking at the Lord's forum and scowling. Timo, is there any news from Mestre today? After a while, she finally closed the forum. My lord, I just received the news. Though his hair had turned white, Timo's spirit remained as sharp as ever. Several sects in Kanglan City are now preparing for battle. It has caused the prices of advanced weaponry within the city to surge drastically. Meanwhile, the price of food has also risen by 30%. Items such as magic scrolls and potions have also seen price hikes. With the war breaking out, the impact will be an all-encompassing one that would spare no one. After a large-scale purchase, we have enough grain to support the territory for 2 years. In the Tesserae Plain, under the guidance of Queen Angel, they have also increased their food reserves. Coupled with their existing stockpile, they can sustain themselves for a year and a half. Although the Lord's armies didn't require logistical support as undead beings, the residents and workers did. Without food, people would die. Currently, the territory not only had to support the population within the city but also had to take care of the inhabitants of the underground world and the Tesserae Plain. The total population might reach 3 to 4 million. The daily logistical requirements were staggering. In the Eternal Land, the agricultural department is already working tirelessly and cultivating the land. In the Tesserae Plain, large-scale expansion of the cultivation area is also underway. How is the progress of the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce in producing the magic music box? Asked Yuan. According to the news from Mestre, formal production started yesterday. A hint of surprise appeared on Timo's face. The Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce lived up to its reputation as a top-tier trading company. In a short time, they had set up the production line, and the initial output could be stretched to 20,000 units per day. What was even more crucial was that there would be greater production capacity input in the future. In order to strengthen production, the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce has acquired more than 20 small guilds with relevant alchemical technology. With such an investment, it is foreseeable that it wouldn't be long before the magic music box would be fully available in the market. As one of the top trading companies that had existed for countless years, they didn't disappoint when they mobilized all their efforts. For the native inhabitants with impoverished spiritual lives, the magic music box simply had an irresistible allure. What is the situation in the Holy Kingdom? Asked Yuan. Prince Yuan has received support from 4 Grand Dukes. That has caused shockwaves throughout the entire Holy Kingdom, said Timo excitedly. Prince Yuan, once the most underestimated weakling, has transformed into a dazzling rising star in the Holy Kingdom. Everyone is discussing Prince Yuan now. As instructed, their people have already begun subtly guiding public opinion in the shadows, with a focus on whitewashing Prince Yuan and pushing him toward the position of heir to the throne. The Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce was astonishing. Not only did they wield immense influence around the Land of Darkness, but they also had a significant number of undercover agents even within the capital of the Holy Kingdom. The plan, without the slightest compromise, was being carried out smoothly. Initially, the royal family did not approve, but the impact caused by the collaboration of the 4 Grand Dukes pressured those who held objections. The Divine King suffered a sudden stroke half a month ago and was bedridden. Although Prince Yuan and the Old King still had some disagreements, the Old King might be realizing that his time was running out and might be willing to accept Yuan as his heir. However, that didn't mean he treated his son any better than before. It was more of an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. The Old King was mostly attended to by the eldest prince and the second prince. Has the royal family given up on the intention of conquering the Tisseria plain? Yuan narrowed her eyes. The eldest prince and the second prince, in their bid to compete for merit, have already begun forming alliances with major noble families. They are preparing to make their move on the Tisseria plain. Timo shook his head in displeasure. The first batch of royal spies has already infiltrated Kanglan City. Should we intervene and give them a warning? Timo's eyes flashed in anger. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Chapter 543, Who Wins, Who Loses? Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce will take care of these people. We can proceed with the second phase of our plan when it comes to the Holy Kingdom. Su Yuan took a deep breath. The impending battle between the sects and the Crimson Moon was about to happen. Preparations must be made in advance. The Holy Kingdom remained firmly in control for now. Stirring up a conflict between the first and second princes isn't difficult, but how can we ensure the smooth ascension of the third prince to the throne? Moreover, there are 5 more princes behind the third prince. Timo was a bit worried. In my eyes, Yuan has no competitors. Yuan smiled as though she was amused. If the royal family didn't perish due to the power struggle, it would all be meaningless. The 4 Grand Dukes had shown their cards. Would they simply let Yuan manipulate everything? These individuals were the main lords? The competition for the throne wasn't just a battle among the princes. It was also a war among the groups backing them. With Yuan standing behind Yuan, the competitors were inconsequential because Yuan had Nami backing her. My lord, should we participate in the battle between the Crimson Moon and the sect? Timo asked. Considering the current strength of the Crimson Moon, the chances of the sects winning the battle seemed almost certain. The sects had accumulated lords and heroes over many years, unlike the Crimson Moon. As the steward of the territory, Timo was privy to more secrets than most, and Su Yuan had never hidden anything from him. The Crimson Moon might lose. But who told you that the sects would win? This war will mark the beginning of the twilight of the gods, said Su Yuan in intrigue. Based on the information we currently have, it's highly unlikely for the Crimson Moon to win. Timo was puzzled. Su Yuan fell silent for a moment and recalled the message Nami had sent half a month ago. The territory must not participate in this war. This was the beginning of the hunt for the gods, and those who stepped into the Crimson Moon would be doomed. The moment the sect's army set foot in the Crimson Moon, the war would already be over. What the Crimson Moon wanted was not a victory over the enemy. Rather, it was only to make the enemies venture into the Crimson Moon territory. Timo felt a shiver run down his spine. What will happen when the enemy steps into the Crimson Moon? If such a scenario unfolds, one can't imagine the extent of the changes that will follow in the plains. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The shift in the situation wouldn't be determined by anyone's will. Nonetheless, as time passed, the conflict between the Crimson Moon and the sects intensified and pushed it to the edge. In this battle of factions, numerous lords suffered losses daily. They lost their territories or ended up dying in battle. Especially after the introduction of the faction score system, the intensity of their clashes escalated further. Killing members of the opposing faction granted points, and these points could be exchanged for various high-level treasures within their respective factions. Lords who stood out amidst fierce competition grew stronger and received generous rewards. The war and bloodthirst soared in the main plain. Everyone speculated when the final war would commence. In the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce and Lavender Business Guild in Kanglan City, an item called the Magic Music Box appeared for sale. It was initially overlooked, but the product quickly garnered attention when the shopkeepers opened the music boxes and played the magical sound tapes. It became the focus of all customers and passers-by. Felix was an ordinary commoner. He was young and strong. However, because of his low talent, he hadn't been able to become a hero. He worked as a porter for a mid-sized guild and possessed great physical strength as a warrior. Countless individuals like him could be found in Kanglan City. As the lowest tier of laborers, his life wasn't easy. He could endure physical labor, but the inner emptiness after a day of intense work was unbearable. For this reason, the prostitutes in the dark part of the city knew him by name because of his frequent visits. Today, Felix completed his cargo transport task ahead of schedule. He was allowed to leave work early. Rumors of an impending battle were circulating everywhere, and it speeded up the circulation of goods and increased the number of porters hired. Otherwise, these tasks would extend until nightfall. He declined his co-worker's invitation to dinner. He hummed a light tune and headed to a nameless alley. I wonder if Molly will be wearing those lace panties tonight. No matter what, he was determined to have a joyous evening. Images floated into his mind, and he felt an anticipation building within him. Every time he finished a task, his emotions would surge. Even though his days were mundane, he relished the little burst of motivation and joy he felt occasionally. Master Felix, it's been a while since you've come for tea. Would you like to taste the new batch of tea we've acquired tonight? Oh my, you haven't visited our place in 2 weeks. You should come for a visit. The prostitutes on the street called out to him as Felix walked past with his head held high. This was his favorite part. As long as he had enough money, they greeted him with the most amiable smiles. This was the treatment that guild porters couldn't normally receive. He enjoyed this place, as well as the smiles from each beautiful woman who greeted him. Amidst playful interactions with these scantily dressed women, he headed deeper into the alley. He reached a small courtyard with no signboards. Usually, people were always walking in and out of this place. To his surprise, the courtyard was empty today. Felix entered the house. He walked to the main hall. The scene before him astonished him. More than 20 women were all sitting together. They were looking curiously at the round box placed on the table. Molly, can this box really produce sound? I've heard that elven music boxes cost several thousand rare resources. This one cost only 1,000 rare resources. Could it be a fake? Let's listen and see how it is. What's going on? Aren't we doing business today? Asked Felix. Everyone in the room turned to look at him. When they saw Felix, they laughed. It's Master Felix. It's only 5 o'clock now. You're really working hard to find the time to come here so early. Regulars usually don't visit in the afternoon. The evening is supposed to be for business. Felix liked the people here. They were all professional and good at what they did. He took a step closer to look at the exquisite box with carvings on the table. It looked quite valuable. What is this thing? He asked. This is the magic music box that Molly just bought. It's said to be similar to the legendary elven music box and can play beautiful music. But unfortunately, it seems that Molly was fooled. We've tried for a while, but no sound came out. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce, Felix had broad experience and knowledge, even if his status at work wasn't high. Chapter 544, The Popular Magic Music Box. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Elven Magic Music Box is a treasure that nobles eagerly chase after. Last time, the young master of the Mammoth Trade Union spent 200,000 units of resources to buy it at an auction. Felix couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. He had heard the sound of the music box right beside him at that time. Felix explained to them about how the music box worked, and the women were full of praise for him. Molly, how much did you spend on this box? Felix turned to look at the young girl next to him. She was dressed in a fiery red dress with heavy makeup on her face. 2 rare resources, Molly said after hesitating a bit. Felix sighed. Molly must have earned that amount of money through a lot of hard work. Even for Felix, he could sustain himself for several months with that number of rare resources. 1,000, said Felix. If the music box was fictional, it would cost several thousand rare resources. Maybe you were scammed. You should go and ask for your resources back. His words started a heated discussion among the women. Some mocked Molly for being so naive, while others consoled her. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. No, I wasn't scammed. This was sold by the Lavender Business Guild. It can't be fake, said Molly. The same Lavender Business Guild who came up with the ice cream. Felix frowned. It was said that the Lavender Business Guild had connections with the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce and the Phoenix Tail Trading Company. Even the most prominent figures in the underground world of the northern city dared not offend them. How could such a major guild possibly sell counterfeit goods? I saw the goblin shopkeeper play wonderful music from the box, Molly said through gritted teeth. She lowered her head and continued fiddling with the music box. She had been so eager that she hadn't paid proper attention when the goblin was explaining to her how to use it. She became frustrated. No matter what she did, the box didn't produce any sound. Felix couldn't help but shake his head. Foolish woman. It is impossible to get a real music box for that price. Buttercream, will you accompany me tonight? His wish of spending the night with Molly was shattered. He turned to look at the plump woman beside him. Of course. I've been waiting for you, Master Felix. The plump woman nodded. It didn't matter who accompanied him. Felix lost interest in Molly's toy box for now. He grabbed the woman's hand and led her upstairs. He had been planning to try something new for a few days now. Tonight was the time to try it out. It works? It seems the energy crystal at the back was placed wrongly, cried a voice in surprise as Felix reached the stairs. Before he could respond, the key turned in the box, and the whole room was filled with beautiful music. Felix was overwhelmed and entranced by the sound. The ethereal singing struck his soul. He turned and saw that the box had closed, and heart-wrenching music emanated from inside. Felix instinctively opened his mouth wide and stood there dumbstruck. How is this possible? Units of rare resources were enough for an elven magic music box. He recalled the young master of the Mammoth Trading Company spending 200,000 rare resources to buy a music box. That expensive music box was inferior compared to this one in the music it produced. He was excited. He released the plump woman's hand and walked quickly to the table. Felix stared fixedly at the magic music box that poured out song and music. He didn't know the name of the song, but it was very moving. He felt it in his very soul. It wasn't just a solo performance either. The song was performed beautifully with many instruments in the background. Felix, like the women around him, stared at the small box on the table in a daze. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the song gradually faded. When Felix came to his senses, he instinctively looked at the shabby dwarf clock on the wall. He was horrified. The song played for half an hour. The elven magic music box could play for only 3 to 5 minutes at most. This was unbelievable. As the last note stopped, another voice suddenly rang out. Hello, everyone. I am the performer of these songs. I'm also a member of the Night Elf royal family. My name is Faye. In the days to come, I will be singing more of my own compositions. I hope everyone will continue to support me. Thank you, my loyal fans. I will always stand by your side, no matter how difficult and dark things get. My singing will accompany you always. Love you all. When Felix heard that voice, he felt like his soul was about to ascend to the heavens. She loves her fans, she loves me. Who is Faye? With a name and a voice like that, she must be beautiful. Are there any more of the songs? Is there another song from Princess Faye? Quick, play it again. Felix looked at Molly. No, there isn't. Princess Faye only has 3 sound tapes. I didn't buy any of them. This was a free gift that came with the box, said Molly. You could buy a magic music box and receive a free sound tape for just 1,000 rare resources, said Felix in astonishment. Who could be this generous? Zero told you. It's the Lavender Business Guild. They only charge Louis units of rare resources for it. Felix, do you believe me now? Molly asked with a smile. Let's stop here for today. I want to go see if there's any more of these music boxes left, said Felix. He turned around without hesitation and rushed out of the room. As he thought more about it, his excitement grew. His slow jog turned into a sprint as he headed toward the Lavender Business Guild. When Felix arrived at the shop with the Lavender Business Guild's logo hanging over it, he was surprised to find that it was already packed with people. Moreover, many others were rushing over as well. Please give me a magic music box. He squeezed into the crowd in a hurry. I have resources. I have resources. The Lavender Business Guild had ample stock. Felix successfully purchased the magic music box. Felix chuckled happily as he got a music box similar to Molly's. Then, he bought all the sound tapes available. Similar things happened in Kanglan City every day. People rushed to buy the music boxes in droves. The scene reminded everyone of the times in the 1960s and 1970s when goods were scarce and people rushed to panic buy anything they could find. Chapter 545 *Su Yuan's wish of becoming a god. Even in the modern age, fans of idols become even more frenzied when faced with things they love. When encountering things they adore, the desire within their hearts to possess them became incredibly intense. Mestre, the president of the Lavender Business Guild, didn't go to the stores to check personally. She was well aware of the allure of the magic music box. Now, her concern was not how to sell them, but how to rapidly increase production capacity. She needed to sell the magic music box to every corner of the main plane as quickly as possible. This process required a massive quantity. In her visionary blueprint, the magic music box wasn't just a tool for earning resources, it also carried authority and influence. President Mestre, can the magic music box really create stars that everyone will obsessively worship, as the owner claims? Asked the half-feathered person. Really? How do you know that Lord Su Yuan isn't nurturing gods? Mestre slowly lifted her head and looked at the half-feathered person before her. The word stunned the half-feathered person. He slumped and lowered his head. He trembled and prostrate on the ground. He didn't dare speak. Some matters were taboo, and he had no right to pry into them. Even hearing about them was sinful. Kanglan City was caught up in fanaticism due to the magic music box. The territory was not idle either. Just today, they obtained a blueprint for an upgrade. The conditions for territory upgrade were multifaceted, including the fulfillment of resources like gold, wood, stone, and iron ore, as well as the requirement for a certain quantity of supreme technologies and hero units. Fortunately, all these conditions had been met. Yuan looked at the system notifications and felt excited. After all, meeting these many conditions wasn't easy. Even though tens and thousands of people had been transferred from the Tesseria plane, it would still take some time to fulfill the upgrade requirements without their support. Without hesitation, Su Yuan confirmed the upgrade. A yellow light enveloped the city, and the buildings began to be modified by a mysterious power. The territory upgrade required 20 hours to complete. To ensure the residents' safety, they were sent to the Eternal Land, while the military guarded the city. Su Yuan and Yuan didn't leave. They stood in front of the city wall and silently gazed at the city that now entirely belonged to them. After a long wait, the light shrouding the city finally dissipated, and Su Yuan felt expectant. The system prompts kept appearing. The territory has successfully upgraded to level 5. The Lord's Mansion has been expanded by 100 units of open space, and the territory has expanded by 2,000 units of open space. Su Yuan felt sentimental. The territory had finally progressed from a weak and small domain to something no one dared ignore. The journey had been long, but it had been worth it. Reaching level 2 was no longer impossible. Su Yuan could now aim to become a true god. Su Yuan floated in the sky and looked down upon this transformed territory. The densely packed buildings were replaced by open spaces. The only things that hadn't changed were the arrow towers on the city walls. They still stood behind the walls. Su Yuan smiled as he took it all in. He could imagine that, with the territory's construction capabilities, these open spaces would be filled in no time. Beside him, Su Yuan felt proud and happy. This territory belonged to her and Su Yuan, and their will determined the destiny of all who lived within. They had the power. She took a deep breath to calm herself. She opened the attribute to check the requirements for the next upgrade. Former frenzied runner, ancient trampier. Territory core LVL 6 upgrade requirements. Land area, 50 square kilometers, not achieved. Total resources of 100,000 tons, not achieved. Possess 50 buildings, not achieved. Population of 100,000 residents, not achieved. Technology needs to advance to master level, not achieved. Su Yuan shook her head with a wry smile. The other requirements weren't an issue, but the master level technology was particularly troublesome. If it weren't for the heavy allocation of resources into technology, meeting the requirements for several supreme level technologies might not have been achieved this quickly. The upgrade is now complete. Notify the residents to return to the territory. As she landed back on the ground, she turned to Timo. The construction department needed to swiftly come up with building plans now. Chaos was imminent. The territory needed to possess even stronger defensive forces. Hopefully, the city could become an impregnable fortress. Although they had the Eternal Land as a backup and the Eternal City was still under construction, the territory was the foundation of everything. Lord Su Yuan, Your Majesty Su Yuan, I'll do it immediately. Timo's face turned red with excitement. As one of the earliest residents to join the territory, his dedication to the city was no less than anyone else's, and his anticipation was strong. Go and make arrangements. Several black dots quickly flew in from the distance. It was an urgent message from Mestre. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. A sense of unease arose in Su Yuan's heart. He reached out to take the letter and read it. He let out a sigh and handed the letter to Timo. Timo's face turned solemn after reading it. The Sex army was already gathering. Perhaps they would launch the final assault on the Crimson Moon tomorrow. A major change was imminent, and preparations needed to be accelerated. The Furnace City in the underground world had 2 million alchemical bombs in total and 10,000 improved versions of the Megamouth cannons. These numbers would have been staggering 6 months ago, but now they were far from satisfying. It was simply not enough. The scale of this war was still unknown, and these strategic reserves could only support a few major battles. More was needed. They had no choice but to allocate workers from the production of the magic music box to manufacture alchemical bombs. Timo felt somewhat helpless. Even though they had prepared for this war months in advance, time was still too short. Producing sufficient supplies was difficult. The shortage of personnel alone could slow down production efficiency. Alchemical weapons were not something ordinary individuals could produce. Perhaps they could have Mestre negotiate with the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce to purchase a batch of grey dwarves. At any cost, they had to boost their strategic reserves. This war would undoubtedly be more brutal than anyone could imagine. Construction of the arrow towers couldn't be halted either. Every 20 meters, a tower could be seen rising. Furthermore, the production rate of top-tier heavy crossbows like the dragon hunting crossbow needed to be increased. Resources needed to be mobilized without the need for further approval. The construction of the Eternal City also needs to be sped up, Su Yuan said. That place will be our last retreat. If there's a shortage of personnel, go to the Dark Region City and find a Malin. Within a month, the basic framework of the Eternal City must be ready. It must be the kind that can be deployed in war. In that case, the number of resources we need will be outrageously high. Timo took a deep breath. Chapter 546, The Battle of Gods begins. Whether it was weapon production or city construction, it was like an abyss with no bottom. No number of resources was enough to fill it. We can split the profits of North Desert City now. Su Yuan had already made arrangements for this. This batch of resources was sufficient to support the consumption for a while. North Desert City was undoubtedly the Lord's trading center and a global trading hub. Although new planes had opened during this time and imitated what they started, they couldn't sustain it due to a lack of influence. They couldn't attract many lords there. The Tisseria plane was still the preferred choice for all lords, and the immense flow of people brought unprecedented income. Leasing goods, various taxes, commissions from various bulk commodity trading centers, etc. had made North Desert City an undisputed money-making. For a larger plan, 70% of the benefits were used to bind more than 3,000 lords and their guilds. Even so, they still retained 30% for themselves. As the person in charge of coordinating with the Tessarian Lords Association, Timo naturally understood that this was a massive fortune. According to the settlement from the day before yesterday, including leasing income, North Desert City's balance has already gained 2 billion units of rare resources, he said excitedly. More than 600 million units gained? Although most of this was due to the income from foreign merchants renting the shops, the profit might not be the same in the near future. But no matter how one looked at it, the income was staggering. In his whole life, he could never have imagined gaining such an astonishing fortune in such a short time using this method. Without binding those Lord Guilds with benefits, how could he make them participate? Without those bidirectional teleportation gates connecting various parts of the main plane, even if he had great abilities, he couldn't bring everyone to the Tesseria plane. The guilds accomplished this. It seemed like a huge sacrifice to give them 70%, but 30% was still a great amount of profit. The income far exceeded anything they had gained before. Even more importantly, standing on the same boat with over 3,000 guilds provided a great deal of security. Yuan's order for profit sharing was issued to the Tessarian Lords Association. This massive income, as calculated by a professional team, was distributed among everyone. Although the resources were divided among more than 3,000 guilds, each guild could receive hundreds and thousands of units of resources. For most guilds, this was already a decent income. Their income mainly came from selling their own goods. There were advantages to being a member of the Tessarian Lords Association, which provided various conveniences and support. However, profit sharing also caused discontent. Some guilds believed that their contributions were greater and that they should receive more resources. Anticipating this, Yuan immediately arranged for people to negotiate with them. After negotiations, a compromise was finally reached that satisfied the different guilds. Resource distribution was an important strategy for the Tessarian Lords Association. Apart from maintaining balance among the guilds, it could also strengthen their connections and provide a better foundation for future cooperation. This was also a key factor in the tremendous success of the Tessarian Lords Association within the game. Once all the guilds accepted the distribution plan, they began using these resources to accelerate the construction process of the Eternal City. Both Timo and Yuan were in good spirits as their strategy was gradually proving successful. Yuan firmly believed that if they continued this cooperation and development, they would achieve even greater goals. The Tessarian Lords Association would dominate everything. Moreover, this income came without any significant cost. As long as the Tesseria plane existed, and as long as they remained members of the Tessarian Lords Association, their income was secured. After retrieving the resources from the Tessarian Lords Association, Yuan began to exchange them for various materials. With vast resources supporting them, alchemical bombs, siege crossbows, arrow towers, and all sorts of military supplies surged like a tide. The strategic reserves of their territory quickly became abundant. The army dispatched by the gods finally launched a full-scale attack on the Crimson Moon. An epic war erupted. The entire world's attention was focused on this. Yuan didn't join in. He quietly sat in the Lord's mansion. He felt conflicted as he opened the live stream on the forum. The most popular live streams were all related to this war. He clicked on the one with the highest viewership, and he immediately felt as if he had entered the battlefield in person. The host of the live stream was a knight sitting atop a magnificent horse, which was adorned with numerous top-tier strategic treasures. Though he couldn't check the attributes, Yuan estimated that there were at least 5 4-star or higher strategic treasures on its body. For lords, this could be considered extravagant. Shifting his gaze away from the opponent, he looked into the distance. Once the view ahead became clear, he held his breath. There was an endless sea of heavily armored soldiers which formed a terrifying tide of steel. 5. One couldn't even see the end of this tide. In the sky, the top-tier army of the Holy Faction formed an astonishing scene. Rare flying units blocked out the light. Yuan even spotted groups of angelic beings. They were appearing in flocks. Among them, Yuan even saw the lowest-level newborn dual-winged angels, which were a transcendent unit. It was hard to imagine that such a vast number of top-tier units would gather at this moment. And their target was the end of the sky, where there was a rift in space. In that chasm, a crimson blood moon gleamed. Yuan immersed himself in the live stream and felt as though he was the one going to attack the crimson moon. The resounding horn echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The once quiet army flowed like a tide and swiftly converged toward the rift. Brothers, the final battle begins. The knight took a deep breath. Today, only one between the old factions and sects can survive. N/O/fel/B/in.C//OM. With the roar, heroes spurred their war horses and followed the army's charge. The resounding horn, the heavy footsteps, along with the metallic clash of weapons, became the main melody on the battlefield. They were like a tidal wave that brought intense pressure, and the army marched forward with unwavering steps towards the rift that tore through the sky. The spectacle of the battlefield was so captivating that one couldn't look away. Yuan felt as if he was immersed in an epic battle scene. The war was thrilling to watch. Whether it was the sunlit land or the countless flying creatures, everything appeared magnificent. The sonorous sound of the horn, the heavy footsteps of the army, and the clanging of weapons intertwined into a war song. Chapter 547, The Collision of the Old Era and the New Era. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The boundless army before them seemed like a surging tide of darkness. The army of the benevolent and orderly camp in the sky gave an even more magnificent feeling, with various rare flying units blocking out the light. The magnificent scene surpassed ordinary imagination. This was the contest between the old gods and the new. The viewers in the live broadcast room were excited. If I could possess 1/10 of these armies or 1,000th, I could conquer a country. So, this is the true power of the sects. They have countless extraordinary and legendary units. Look at those few riding giant eagles, they are transcendent level heroes. For any lord, such a scene was very unreal. Despite the advancements, the majority of people's strength still remained at an ordinary level. The Crimson Moon's live broadcast room closed. It left people puzzled. Was this also their plan? It seemed that ancient power could block the live stream. After a moment, Yuan re-entered the night's live broadcast room. The blood moon in the rift gradually grew larger. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Standing before the cracked sky and earth, one could clearly feel the excitement of the night heroes. All members of the Warfire Guild, follow my command, and let's confront the enemy together. An impassioned voice echoed in the live broadcast room, and the night heroes resolutely entered the spatial crack. The screen in the live broadcast room suddenly turned black. Yuan and Yuan stared at the dark screen and were silent for a long time. Yuan gazed at the azure sky, lost in thought. She suddenly thought of something and took out a crystal-clear gem from the system space. On it was an engraved pattern of a phoenix tail. She gently caressed the gem. Although she knew Nami had already prepared herself, this was still a clash between the gods. Even neutral beings were participating in the attacks. President Nami will surely return safely. Who could ignore all of this? Being careless might mean missing the opportunity to turn the tables. A soft voice reached her ears. When she turned, the dark Valkyrie was standing behind her. She gently placed her arm on Yuan's shoulder. President Nami is the most powerful being I've ever encountered. Her strength is unparalleled. Her mask hid her expression, but her fiery golden eyes revealed her determination. Since President Nami made a decision, she must have been fully prepared. We just need to wait for her to be victorious. Yuan leaned back comfortably. The hand that had killed numerous massaged her shoulder in comfort. She was well aware of the truth, but what she feared most was overconfidence. Could the gods really steal their power from the ancient gods so easily? Unfortunately, there was no more time for further arrangements. Otherwise, Nami wouldn't have made such a decision in such a short time. Time wasn't on the side of the new gods, but it wasn't on the side of the old gods either. A brand new era was about to arrive. Although they didn't know what the new era was, one thing was certain: since it was a new beginning, old things would inevitably be discarded into the rubbish heap of history. Whether it was the current gods or the past ancient gods, they were all antiquated relics of the new era. Everyone wanted a chance to survive, but in the fog of the future, who could be sure which path was the right one? Although Nami was making arrangements, would the gods stop there? The dark Valkyrie remained silent, but the pressure of her massage became more precise. For her, she preferred solving practical problems with actions, whether it was towards friends or enemies, rather than comforting with words. This war that shook the entire main plane couldn't be interrupted by anyone or any power. For 3 consecutive days, the live broadcast room displayed scenes of the Sex army marching toward the Crimson Moon. No other new information was reported. What was even more alarming was that the scenes of the army's march gradually became scarce. No one knew how many armies the gods were using in this war. They could only describe it as boundless. When the scenes of the army's march became scarce, new information finally arrived. Previously well-known players from the Moon sect posted on the forum, describing the situation within the Crimson Moon. The allied forces of the gods had already entered the Crimson Moon. They were currently in a battle with the old-day armies of the Crimson Moon. Everyone's guess was correct. The Crimson Moon was indeed that blood moon. Although the allied forces of the gods were powerful, their progress was not smooth. The Great Old Ones had a secretly hidden army of extraordinary strength. This caused a great deal of trouble for the allied forces of the gods, and they still stubbornly resisted. Additional information: it is said that the Crimson Moon was the body of an ancient god a long time ago. After the ancient god died, the Crimson Moon was formed. This led to the lords from the ancient camp gaining substantial attribute boosts when fighting on their home ground. This caused the sect to suffer some losses. But the good news was that lords had privileges. As long as they accumulated enough points, they could resurrect outside. However, this resurrection was not immediate. If the soul was severely damaged, it would lead to an extended time for resurrection. Once dead, they couldn't re-enter the Crimson Moon again. This piece of news immediately ignited discussions on the forum. Soon after, it spread to the hands of the leaders of the major factions at the fastest speed. The sect held a crucial position in the main plane. For those who didn't believe in gods or had shallow faith, they still made up the vast majority. Nobles and merchant guilds also make up a significant portion of it. However, behind the sect were the true rulers of the world. These people could determine the future situation. As the lords revealed the information, there were continuous reports of casualties. War information within the Crimson Moon spread almost in real time. The allied forces of the gods captured cities within the Crimson Moon. Corpses and debris littered the cities, and blood formed lakes in the lower areas. The allied forces of the gods consecutively captured 3 cities and eliminated tens of millions of troops from the ancient camp. They also seized crucial military fortresses that led to greater progress for their forces. However, the territory of the Crimson Moon was vast, so to expedite their progress, the allied forces decided to construct teleportation gates. After 7 days, the allied forces of the gods had occupied nearly half of the Crimson Moon's land. Construction of the teleportation gates had surpassed 1,000. The Allied forces decided to gather their strength and launch an attack on the largest and most central city of the Crimson Moon, the Crimson City. Capturing the Crimson City would strip the Crimson Moon of its final bit of resistance. The Crimson City was a grand city with mountainous walls carved into its defense. It was nearly impregnable. Chapter 548, The Beginning of the Ancient Revival. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In order to ensure the eradication of the remnants of the ancient faction, lords in the livestream once again witnessed the scene of reinforced troops. This time, almost all of them were powerful transcendent units. The sects that had influenced the main plane for many years finally brought out their hidden power. This reinforcement caused the entire battlefield to hold off for more than half a month until the final battle began. Powerful creatures like angels, two-headed chimeras, giant eagles, flying horses, and griffins charged like locusts, while numerous armies emerged from the ground. Meanwhile, above Crimson City, the defending army unleashed a barrage of arrows, and various top-tier magic weapons were released recklessly. Arrow towers, magic towers, heavy crossbows, catapults, and other defensive weapons rained down on the enemies. Though the lords couldn't witness the grandeur of this battle firsthand, they could feel the scale and effects of the battle through the screen. A new piece of information left everyone shocked. The legendary hero of the Sun Sect gained partial authority after killing the remnants of the ancients. Even the neutral factions were unsettled by this news. Some were even tempted to participate themselves. What was this authority? It represented the rules of the world. For the legendary hero to ascend to godhood, they must grasp such authority. Easily attainable authorities had long been controlled by the current gods. Now, the opportunity to obtain the ultimate power of the world was here again. How could the top powerhouses stay back? The gods, as the unseen masterminds, went mad upon confirming the truth of the news. They spared no cost in mobilizing their sex armies to enter the Crimson Moon. The forces that were originally left to guard the cities were also drawn away. Their sole goal was to obliterate the Crimson Moon. The gods dispatched reinforcements once again. Following this, all factions felt an unprecedented emptiness. They could easily dispatch several armies to raze the once inscrutable churches to the ground. At the same time, the evil factions that didn't participate in the battle were also stirring. Many followers of the dark gods sowed discord within the sects. They even destroyed churches and made the situation even more chaotic. Yuan, who closely followed the battle, felt conflicted when he heard the news. He knew well that the gods would surely unleash their power. Gaining more authority might increase the gods' chances of survival when the twilight of the gods arrived. Who would be willing to miss such an opportunity? However, what they didn't know was that the Crimson Moon was the existence that the gods saw as easy prey. It was a beast lurking in the darkness. Authority was merely a trap set by the Crimson Moon to entice them. Perhaps the gods sensed that something was wrong, but they couldn't help themselves. What was wrong with taking a gamble, after all? Yuan took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Nami had cleverly grasped the desires of everyone. Even if there was only a slight possibility, the gods were willing to invest themselves in the battle solely for more power. Moreover, no one would think of themselves as the one destined to fail. Just as his thoughts wandered, he caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. He turned to see an enchanting figure dressed in a deep red evening gown. She silently appeared in the seat next to him. President Nami, why have you come here? Yuan looked at the breathtaking figure before him. He was surprised. Don't you want to welcome me? Honestly, this is my first time visiting your mansion. Nami smiled. At this moment, when the sect is attacking Crimson City, shouldn't you be guarding it? Yuan looked at the lady in confusion. He couldn't help but marvel at Nami's courage. She dared to challenge the gods and was still calm about it. I came here to let you witness how I will bury the gods. Seeing his concerned face, Nami's eyes softened. She smiled mischievously. Her words were playful, but they sent a chill down Timo's spine. Even the dark Valkyrie felt a sense of foreboding. Yuan looked at the person before him. She was dressed like a noble woman, and her face was unreadable. What truly defined a ruler? This was the true form of the ultimate ruler of the world? Before Yuan and Suan could respond, Nami gently waved her hand. The space in front of them rippled like water. A scene appeared in front of them. At the center was a magnificent city as tall as a mountain range. It was currently under attack. Countless angels, giant eagles, flying horses, and griffins launched a frenzied assault. Due to the overwhelming number of airborne units, the ground forces were almost invisible. On the towering city walls, numerous soldiers unleashed waves of arrow volleys. Behind the city walls, arrow towers, magic towers, heavy crossbows, and other defensive weapons were all simultaneously unleashing their attacks. The battlefield looked like a meat grinder, where countless enemies were slaughtered in a matter of seconds. Those transcendent and legendary units were shot down like ants. After a momentary pause, the scene began to speed up until the figures below appeared smaller than ants. The battlefield stretched beyond sight. Yuan took a deep breath and turned to look at Nami. Nami looked as calm and composed as ever. Perhaps no one had imagined that she would be the one targeted by the combined efforts of the gods. Just as he was about to speak, Timo spoke. President Nami, may I ask why the gods haven't entered the Crimson Moon yet? Timo's voice was filled with respect and humility. The Crimson Moon marks the beginning of the ancient revival. The gods entering it would have their powers stripped away. Nami didn't look at Timo but kept her gaze fixed on Yuan and Suan. It wasn't that they didn't want to enter. They simply didn't possess the capability to do so. Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Are these soldiers remnants from ancient times? Yuan asked. These soldiers are all fallen warriors, and I temporarily resurrected them, Nami said. If there were no enemies around, they would eventually return to nothingness. The new gods understood all of this, but they dared not take the risk. The twilight of the gods would start from the crimson moon. The gods who had glimpsed their fate couldn't risk it. They definitely fight desperately for the last glimmer of hope. Chapter 549, Collapse. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's their cooperation that enabled the smooth start of the twilight of the gods, said Nami solemnly. Life in the main plane was the embodiment of the world's power and rules. Many lives that fell during the Crimson Moon's descent would form a special force of rules. The immense power of these rules was enough to revive the Crimson Moon again. Ancient rules would thus be revived. Perhaps this was the power of fate. Nami looked conflicted. Could fate truly not be changed? She hadn't forgotten what she had seen. She had seen Su Yuan falling before her. They sacrificed themselves for her. Nami took a deep breath. Her gaze was resolute. She had made so many arrangements just to avoid that from happening. If fate was truly like that, then she would shatter it and make it anew. Su Yuan and Yuan are unaware of Nami's thoughts. Their gazes were fixed on the vast war scene. They were filled with confidence in their future plans. Was the authority gained by the gods real or fake? Indeed, there was a great deal of authority within the Crimson Moon, but it all originated from the ancient gods who passed away and left their authority behind. The gods were also aware of this fact. So, even if they know that the Crimson Moon is setting it up, they will still give everything they have, Nami said calmly. Such was the nature of her strategy. Even if the enemies knew that they were taking a risk, they would be compelled to do it. The evil gods of the Abyss and Hell didn't participate in this war. Will it affect the future plans? Asked Yuan. When the ancient power is revived, the world's rules will be set in motion. It doesn't matter whether they hide in the deepest part of the Abyss or lurk in Hell. They won't be able to escape. Nami smiled. Unless their own power could transcend the universe and exist independently of the world, they will have to face the Crimson Moon eventually. The most powerful beings in this world are still far removed from that level. Su Yuan's eyes flickered. Could they be stronger than the benevolent and orderly gods of the main plane? Hades' control over the power of hell was personally granted by the god of creation, said Nami. Is it possible for the gods to retain their power somehow? Su Yuan asked. When the ancient gods revive, the new gods will be stripped of their power. It's inevitable and essential for the beginning of the new era, said Nami firmly. Even someone as strong as Hades couldn't escape that fate. That's why he had been expanding his army with all his might. Even so, he shouldn't be underestimated. When the ancient rules revive, both the Abyss and Hell would be connected to the main plane. The true test would begin at that time. The authority would fall aside, and gods would be knocked down from their pedestals. They narrowed their eyes as they looked at the scene of war. In this changing situation, how should Yuan's territory handle itself? Yuan thought about it for a while, and then her gaze became determined. They had already faced so many difficulties. They weren't afraid. Regardless of how the situation became, she firmly believed that her territory wouldn't be overwhelmed. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Su Yuan, Yuan, and Nami fell silent. All three gazed at the grand war in the void. The battle between factions was far more impactful than any visual spectacle. However, when the outcome of the war was bound to affect everyone directly, they couldn't watch it calmly. The scene changed. The sun dipped below the sandy earth, and two bright moons rose into the sky. It was just like any other day. Nami leaned back comfortably in her chair. The blazing flame spider's web made the cushion feel soft and warm. Su Yuan and Yuan had experienced countless fights and wars together. It had made them more steadfast in their beliefs and actions. Nami took a sip from the teacup in her hand and turned to look at Su Yuan beside her. Timo and the Dark Valkyrie could both sense that this terrifying entity with supreme authority seemed to be enjoying the time spent with Su Yuan. They could only avert their gaze and pretend to be ignorant. Su Yuan was focused on the war. He realized that it wasn't much different from a few days ago. He took a deep breath. Despite feeling somewhat tired physically, his focus remained sharp. No lord could remain indifferent to a war that would determine the future. Just as the sunlight completely disappeared, blood-red moonlight filtered into the room from the window. It fell on Nami and enveloped her in a delicate veil of light. Nami slowly straightened in her chair. Her eyes emitted a strange light. She took a deep breath. I have accumulated enough power, she said softly. Is it time? Su Yuan was excited. He stared into her starry eyes in anticipation. I once said that I would make all the gods become a thing of the past. Now it's time to fulfill that promise. Nami stood up gracefully. She emanated the same radiance as the crimson moon up in the sky. At the same time, all the lords watching the livestream suddenly found themselves forced into a special broadcast room. No matter how they tried to log off or exit from the screen, they were led back to this broadcast room. If Su Yuan were to open a forum at this moment, he would find that the livestream's footage was of the battlefield that he and Nami were watching. The lords confirmed the footage in the broadcast room. It caused a heated discussion to erupt among the lords. This war was fierce. Countless transcendent and legendary units are being slaughtered. Just as the lords were discussing fervently, the livestream's camera suddenly began to move upward. It pulled away from the battlefield and appeared outside the crimson moon. In the livestream room, a colossal blood moon floated in the cold, pitch-black void. The perspective was no longer able to clearly show the armies on the ground. It only showed numerous tides composed of different units. The lords were confused. What's going on? Have we left the crimson moon? The billions of people in the livestream room saw the astonishing scene. The enormous blood-red moon suddenly cracked, and the cracks spread like glass shattering. In the blink of an eye, the massive crimson moon in front of them had fractured. Everyone was shocked. What had just happened? Before they could recover from their shock, the scarlet moon collapsed and exploded. Many panicked lords hurriedly left the livestream room and looked up at the blood moon in the sky. They were horrified to see that the blood moon in the sky and the footage in the livestream room were the same. In terror, they witnessed the blood moon explode. In just a few short minutes, the blood moon vanished completely. It only left a silvery white glow of the regular moon. The lords were consumed by panic. Only one question remained. Were the allied forces of the gods who entered the Crimson Moon dead? Chapter 550, The Fall of the Gods. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lords who were watching the Crimson Moon returned to the livestream, but now, all they could see were dim and lifeless remains floating in the icy void. Everyone was shocked. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What's going on? Was it necessary to make such a huge mess? All guild members went to fight? And they took the entire army with just that. What's the point of it all now? Did the ancient faction choose to go down with a bang? The sects invested so much manpower. They ended up with nothing in the end. Could any expert analyze the impact of this? I feel lost. The lords discussed fervently. Su Yuan was lost in confusion. Even though various possibilities had been considered, he never imagined that Nami would ultimately destroy the Crimson Moon. Isn't the Crimson Moon the source of your power? He looked at Nami in disbelief. What would be the consequences of such an action? For something to be renewed, it needs to be destroyed, Nami said as she looked at Su Yuan with a radiant smile. She pointed at something. Su Yuan turned to look. The fragments suspended in the void released a faint energy. The energy flowed outward at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it merged into the void and disappeared from sight. Su Yuan felt uneasy, but he couldn't understand why. A few seconds later, he suddenly felt a heavy burden upon himself. The dark power within him began to operate sluggishly. What's happening? He turned to look at Nami beside him. Now, we're entering a new era, she said with a mysterious smile. When the blood moon shattered, the believers on the main plane looked up to the sky collectively. They were bewildered. The divine gazes that had enveloped them vanished. In the past, they had felt the scorching presence of gods who gazed down upon them like the sun. But now, they were left with nothing. It was as if a person accustomed to standing in the light suddenly had their candle blown out. They looked around, and only saw pitch darkness. The sense of security vanished. Many believers trembled in fear. They prostrated on the ground and uttered prayers. They hoped it was all just a mistake. They yearned to attract the attention of the gods with prayers once again. No matter how devoutly they prayed or how fervently they recited the hymns, there was no response. Believers wept in sorrow. Some knelt on the ground with faces filled with despair. Some believers eventually snapped out of their shock. They doubted this was happening. They rushed to the sect they belonged to. When they reached the respective sects, they found many believers gathered there. They all looked shocked. They discussed it among themselves and found out that it wasn't just them. None of them could sense the presence of the gods. This revelation made their terror worse. It meant that the gods they had believed in had fallen. They were gone. Many believers couldn't accept the truth, and they rushed to the temples. They prayed solemnly. No matter how sincere their prayers were, there was no response at all. It made them feel even more hopeless. Soon, the entire world learned that the sects were facing a massive crisis. The loss of connection between the believers and gods had come to pass. What did it signify? Ambitious individuals in positions of power felt an irrepressible surge of excitement and anticipation. If their speculations were true, then the world was truly going to change. They would become the new rulers of the world, with no one left to surpass them. Nobles, merchants, and various factions began to employ all means to uncover information about the sects. Soon they learned even more astonishing news. The priests had lost all their power. The power of the priests came directly from the gods. They were the closest to the gods and were a symbol of the sects. Losing that power meant that the gods were no more. The Crimson Moon had exploded, and the sects had been wiped out. Those with ambitions couldn't stay still. Their excitement grew. As direct spokespersons of the gods, the sects possessed vast resources. They had accumulated ores, food, potions, weapons, etc. In the past, they had strong armies for protection. They were almost invincible because they had the gods' support. But now, they had lost the power to defend themselves, and their most potent support was gone. The assets and resources that had contributed to the sect's income were now fair game. As the believers didn't make any progress in the fight, the crisis intensified. The turmoil from the outside world had yet to affect the territories. Su Yuan stood atop the sturdy and expansive city walls and gazed at the sky. His thoughts were all jumbled. It had already been 2 days since the Crimson Moon had shattered. That night, Nami had destroyed the Blood Moon in front of him and so on. She had wiped out the armies of the sects. The gods' powers were stripped. Those once revered gods were rendered powerless. He recalled Nami's promise. She had said that she would bury the new gods with her bare hands. He had thought of many possible outcomes. Even at the beginning, he hadn't completely believed that Nami would succeed. However, he hadn't expected she could make it come true in front of the entire main plane. However, the deprivation of the gods' powers was not the end, the most crucial part was yet to come. The gods were now powerless. By then, the abyss, hell, and undead planes would all be connected to the main plane. The fallen evil gods would charge at the main plane in fury and rage after losing their power. The true test had only just begun. Therefore, before Nami hastily departed, she instructed him to act cautiously. Before leaving, she told him that the power he carried was preserved using a special force. The old rules had already taken effect, and a way to reactivate the power had yet to be found. It was temporarily unusable. As for what that method of activation was, it was also unclear. Su Yuan was accustomed to the darkness. He felt light and agile with his new powers. But the power was sealed, so the desert could no longer grant him strength and support. This sensation was jarring. He felt like a fish that had moved from an ocean to a small pool. He felt suffocated. Footsteps sounded from behind and interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Timo walking toward him with a grave face. Archduke Qingyu has sent word. The elderly king of the Holy Kingdom is critically ill and is on the brink of death. They are inquiring whether you are prepared to take action to seize the throne of the Holy Kingdom. At the same time, Prince Yuan sent more details about the situation at his end. The abyssal evil god that the royal family was in league with had suddenly lost all power. Chapter 551, Greed. The old king had sustained his life through dark magic, but at this moment, the dark magic backfired. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Nov. L. B //JNN. After the gods lost their power, it was certain that the old king would pass away. This was the plan he and Nami had made. Regardless of whether the dark magic backfired or not, the result would be the same. He no longer needed the backup now. Notify Archduke Qingyu to secretly enter the Holy Kingdom along with the other 3 dukes, said Su Yuan. They had planned to enter the Holy Kingdom without causing much commotion. They would secretly gather and neutralize opposing forces. The plan was to make more friends and fewer enemies. After the old king's passing, they would all support the third prince's ascension to the throne. The specific details of how to proceed would be clearer to the dukes. The dukes were powerful. They weren't simple. They hadn't reached that kind of position by being foolish, after all. Su Yuan might not even need to take action. With the combined efforts of the few, they could certainly achieve what they hoped for. The struggle for the throne wasn't about the rightful heir. It was about the forces that drove the particular heir. With their support, the third prince would eventually become the king. Understood. Timo was excited. The heir to the throne was about to initiate reforms in that kingdom, and the one ruling the kingdom would be none other than the third prince, who had been despised just a few months ago. Supporting someone so despised to ascend the throne felt like a tremendous accomplishment. This had been possible only because of Suan and Su Yuan. They were only seen as messengers, but they were satisfied with the outcome. Timo reported to Su Yuan and Suan about other matters. The sale of the magic music box has reached new heights. Through the sales networks of the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce and the Lavender Business Guild, it's starting to spread to the peripheral cities. So far, there were almost no competitors. Everyone expressed wild enthusiasm for the magic music box. For the poor natives, getting a magic music box for just 1,000 units of rare resources was a blow. According to Mestre, the Dark Elves have become well-known stars. Whenever the Lavender Business Guild releases new sound tapes by them, it gets sold out quickly. Many arrive to ask about the music boxes and are willing to reserve a magic music box at a high price if they are out of stock. Now we can proceed with the second phase of the magic music box plan, Su Yuan said. Print the customized pictures of the Dark Elves into magic art books. Price them at 50 times that of the magic music box and begin selling them. Simultaneously, mass-produce small items like Dark Elf statues and ornaments. The prices of ordinary items should be affordable, while the prices of high-level items like magic art books should be higher. They needed to not only accumulate resources but also continue expanding their influence. In the era of the fall of gods and shattered beliefs, Su Yuan hoped that the Dark Elves would become the hope of this world. Timo looked even more eager. He bowed and pressed his hands to his chest in respect. How is the development of the Dark Sect? Su Yuan asked. Following your and Lord Suwan's instructions, we have designated a special area for the Dark Ancient Tree Sect's missionary activities, said Timo. After months of refining doctrine and improving the methods of preaching, the believers had grown to over 10,000. Half of those had become devout followers. Select core members to continue expanding the missionary team, Suwan said. We hope that within 3 months, the Dark Sect's followers can surpass 100,000. I will complete the mission even at the cost of my life. Timo's tone was resolute. He knelt in respect. Is there anything else? Su Yuan nodded and motioned for Timo to rise. President Mestre has sent a message. The ruler of the Frost Wolf clan, the legendary Grand Duke Frost Wolf, has sent Lady Tristana to Kanglan City to cordially invite you and His Majesty Su Yuan to visit the Frost Wolf territory. Lady Tristana was in Kanglan City. Both Su Yuan and Suan felt a bit sentimental. It had been too long since they had last seen her. He had planned to visit the Ice Empire with Suan, but they had to deal with too many things and hadn't found the time. Even the frost ore vein obtained through trading the flame spider silk remained unclaimed. The Tisseria Plain had become an undisputed trading center and attracted not only the attention of lords but also the natives. For safety reasons, the Tisseria Plain only allowed lords to enter. This left many native factions miffed. Currently, only the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce had received Su Yuan's permission to enter the plain. Although many noble factions consisted solely of lords, ensuring access wasn't an issue for them. But this restriction was still irksome, and it hampered many of their operations. At this moment, the status of the Tisseria Plain was of great importance. No one could overlook it. Many factions attempted to mimic Su Yuan's operations. Even after the opening of the dimensional gate, they still couldn't form a substantial presence. The Tisseria Plain remained firmly in the top and had to be carefully considered. Send word to Mestre that until the situation settles, I and Yuan cannot leave the territory. If possible, we can instead invite Grand Duke Frostwolf to visit our territory, said Su Yuan. If an ordinary lord were to say such words, outsiders might think they were insane. But for Timo, this was something common. The territory was so strong that it didn't make a difference if some legendary people were miffed. Archduke Qingyu was powerful, but he still respected Yuan and Su Yuan. They were now collaborators and equals. Even the god of lies and deception was protecting the death swamp for the territory. The legendary figures of the Ice Empire weren't that important to them. Timo departed proudly. Being able to follow a leader like this was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Su Yuan watched Timo leave. He realized that he was now in a position where he could refuse legendary figures without coming off as offensive. He was even certain that no one dared to go against them even if they were offended. Su Yuan felt proud of his territory. No one could stop the passage of time. The gods had completely vanished without a trace. Some forces couldn't resist and began seizing the high-quality assets of the sects. Most of the sect's power had already been lost. The sect's remaining army was devoured by the greedy lords. They couldn't even put up much resistance. These forces had initially been worried about going after the benefits. However, when they realized that no one was pushing back, they became bolder. Their greed knew no end. They gradually shed their worries and charged in boldly. Chapter 552, Modric Caesar's Return. When somebody slowly comes out from dark to light, others would naturally follow suit. Ambitious forces couldn't help themselves when they saw someone else benefit from the wreckage. When hungry wolf packs catch the scent of blood, they wouldn't easily give up. The powerful nobles and guilds cunningly seized and occupied various assets of the sect. Even if the sect's followers wanted to resist, they couldn't do it without the support of the gods. So, the nobles and guilds acted without restraint. They rushed forward like starving sharks. They delighted in feasting upon the remains of the sect. The immense benefits even lead to conflicts and wars among various factions. The already chaotic situation becomes even more turbulent. The looting of the sects gradually ended not because the major forces suddenly grew a conscience, but because the high-quality resources of the sects had been completely devoured. Almost all major cities were left with churches with no assets. Bold individuals plundered the sect's properties to the last. In Kanglan City, Nami was the first one who acted against the sect. Under Nami's guidance, almost 60% of the sect's power was destroyed. If it weren't for the swift reaction of the nobles in Kanglan City, they might have completely wiped out the sects. Unexpectedly, the Lavender Business Guild also took decisive action. Although they couldn't carry out large-scale operations due to their limited strength, their extraordinary courage allowed them to seize at least 20% of the sect's assets. The influx of high-quality assets caused the strength of the Lavender Business Guild to grow rapidly. With Archduke Xingyu's backing, no one dared to go against the Lavender Business Guild. The main attraction was the magic music box. Since the Lavender Business Guild gained a lot of resources from the sect, the output of the music box continued to rise. Once they fully assimilated this power, the output could increase even more. When Su Yuan received news from Mestre, he was pleasantly surprised by her decisiveness. Her timely intervention had turned out to be very useful. Su Yuan didn't even need to instruct her. She made her own decisions based on her judgment. If not for their lack of strength, the Lavender Business Guild would have reached new heights. After this incident, the Lavender Business Guild proposed to separate all production factories to establish a separate trade guild for the magic music box. The trade guild would be managed by the Lavender Business Guild. Su Yuan didn't say much when he learned the news. He let Mestre make the decision herself. Mestre had already proven her abilities. She was capable enough to handle things on her own. As the sky darkened, a figure entered the Lord's mansion under the escort of guards. Your Highness Modric Caesar, said Yuan in greeting. Nov. L.B//JNN. The god of lies and deception was draped in a black cloak. It shrouded his face. He looked conflicted as he stared at Yuan and Su Yuan. The death swamp has accumulated enough power for its upgrade, he said hoarsely. I remember you reported that last time, said Yuan in confusion. The halt in the transformation of the death swamp was to allow it to absorb as much power as possible from the heart of the bloody shadow demon, the god of lies and deception said after a pause. However, in the past 2 days, the power emanating from the heart of the bloody shadow demon has noticeably weakened, and there is no need to hold back any longer. Given the current progress, the Death Swamp can complete its upgrade. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible to make the Death Swamp undergo another transformation so soon. My authority has been stripped. Now I am a regular being with my soul existing in the world. I'm no longer the god of lies and deception. The god of lies and deception took a deep breath. I no longer have control over the death swamp. He looked bitter. Even if he gave it his all, he could only retain his power for a month at most. He could no longer control the death swamp. I disagree. You will continue to control it. Su Yuan patted the god of lies and deception on the shoulder. Then, I will follow your arrangements. The god of lies and deception looked at the resolute Su Yuan. He finally let out a long sigh. His current power wasn't enough to control the situation at the death swamp. He requested for a hero to assist him. The god of lies and deception bowed to Su Yuan and smiled bitterly. He left the Lord's mansion with lighter steps than when he had entered it. It's not just you. All the gods have lost their authority and their power, said a voice behind him as he reached the threshold of the door. A new era is dawning, but the loss of something doesn't mean it's gone forever. I will help you regain your authority, but remember, whether mortal or a god, you are part of the territory. The god of lies and deception looked conflicted. He didn't look back and walked out of the Lord's mansion. The face hidden in the shadow of the robe revealed an unreadable expression. The territory was still bustling with the construction of various new buildings. It was very lively. The god of lies and deception recalled the days of the past. He had been full of hope and longing. His emotions stirred within him. Everything around him suddenly became familiar. Today, he had a new identity. He was a resident of the territory. Even after losing his authority, the territory still embraced him. He felt a sense of belonging. The city under his feet was no longer a shackle. It was no longer a tool for him to regain his strength. It was his home. It was something worth protecting. Losing one's power didn't equal death, after all. Even if he became immortal, the god of lies and deception was still the highest existence in the territory. Hope was always the most important thing, especially when there was a chance to regain his power in the future. Yuan suddenly realized something. She noticed something unusual. The system prompt still referred to the power-deprived Modric Caesar as the god of lies and deception. What does that mean? Even though he had lost his power, was he still considered a god? Or perhaps, the gods would remain with their titles until they were replaced. Did this imply that other gods were in the same situation? At first glance, the information did not feel very useful, but Yuan couldn't ignore it. She discussed it with Su Yuan to prepare for its implications in the future. Chapter 553, Rising Prices. After closing the prompt, Yuan sat back down. She ordered her maid to bring her another cup of tea. Aside from the god of lies and deception, she was also excited about the news of the rise of the Death Swamp. It would mean having an entire army of transcendental soldiers. After months of effort, the forces within the Death Swamp had now reached nearly 20,000. The upgrade meant having transcendental soldiers directly at hand. This was truly exhilarating. These were transcendental soldiers, not ordinary minor troops. Even in the recent war between the Gods Alliance and the Crimson Moon, transcendental soldiers played a pivotal role. In the current situation, strengthening the army at hand was a cause for celebration. Moreover, the current chaos had yet to reach its peak. It was the beginning of the gods being stripped of their authority. Next, the three major sides of the abyss, hell, and undead would form an alliance with the main plane. The gods who had lost their authority would once again wander within the main plane. That would truly be a time of great turmoil. Although they were located deep within the desert, no one knew if their territory would be safe. While the danger wasn't here yet, there was always a possibility. The sky dimmed. Silver moonlight filtered into the hall through the open windows. It intertwined with the glow of magical lamps. Holding Yuan's small hand, Su Yuan walked to the window. Both of them looked up at the full moon. After the revival of the ancient gods and stripping away of the new ones, what else would happen? The stars in the night sky started to shimmer. What was happening? Su Yuan and Yuan were both awed by this magnificent sight, and their intuition told them that this beautiful phenomenon didn't seem to bode well. The radiance of the stars reached its peak, and a dreadful sound roared like thunder. Something descended from the sky. Accompanying the sound were countless cries of pain and despair. The voices converged and formed a terrifying echo that tore at their eardrums. Amidst the numerous chaotic and horrifying sounds, they could vaguely see something that sent shivers down their spines. The brilliant stars in the sky were the shattered divine kingdoms of the gods. Sentient beings in the main plane tilted their heads upward. Their gazes focused on the dazzling starry sky. They were all in shock. Gods had fallen? The greedy, ambitious nobles were now caught in even greater revelry. As the twinkling stars in the sky dissipated, countless nobles sent out their most powerful armies to seize the churches. They aimed to be the first to squeeze out the last drops of profit. The next day, the stars shone even more brightly. Amidst the despair of many believers, a piece of news spread across the world from the Northern Empire. The powerful god of the Northern Empire, the god of winter, had descended to the mortal realm. He arrived at the Northern Empire's main cathedral. However, the nobles who were pillaging the church paid no attention to this madman impersonating a god. The enraged god watched as the church was desecrated. His anger flared. He waved his hand and froze 1,000-strong army into stillness. Among them were two transcendental beings. Simultaneously, the priests who had been destroyed and stripped of their power began to regain their strength. Though their numbers weren't many, it was enough to make a point. The news caused a massive sensation, and countless followers of the god of winter hurried over. A figure draped in robes of ice and snow hovered in the sky and then unveiled the robes. All the followers were thrown into a fervor. The god of winter declared his return with an undisguised show of dominance. The northern empire was shaken. The news spread rapidly across the main plain via the lords. The nobles, who had been extremely arrogant toward the sects, suddenly were frightened. Some fearful ones returned their riches to the sects. The appearance of the god of winter seemed like a signal. Over the next few days, gods began appearing one after another. The renowned top-tier gods appeared in churches all around the world. Up until this moment, everyone realized with terror that the gods hadn't completely vanished. They instead descended to the mortal realm. Even though the gods had lost their divine kingdoms and their divine powers, these gods now appeared among the people and instilled fear. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. It was shocking. Many people feared this. Another god from the beast god lineage, the god of the wolves, had fallen. What was astonishing was that this god was exceedingly fierce but was killed by a legend who hadn't even ascended to demigod status. Mortals defeating a god was impossible. Even more importantly, after killing the god of wolves, that legend directly ascended to demigod status. It was a tremendous advancement that countless people had dreamed of. The impact of this news far exceeded that of the gods' descent. The forces who had feared the gods heard this news and began researching more about gods and how to defeat them. They realized for the first time that the gods appearing in the main plane were no longer high and mighty. They were not invincible. They could bleed, get injured, and even be defeated. The forces that were initially anxious and unsettled began to grow restless. The idea of slaying gods spread like madness. Lord Suwon's hero, Lord of Slaughter, became an example of a godslayer. The fall of the god of wolves made everyone realize that the gods were no longer unreachable beings. The next day, the main plane was completely ignited by another piece of news. The mid-tier god of the fortress tribe, the Lord of Hills, was beheaded by the elves. This not only left the fortress tribe furious but also delighted the ambitious lords. This god's fall once again proved that they were vulnerable. It was something that could be accomplished. Following this, some of the forces that had previously just watched the sects turned fierce once again and sought information about gods. Meanwhile, the gods who had announced their return and rallied their followers quietly accumulated power. Pandora's box had been opened, and no one could predict the outcome. The flames of war in the main plane escalated, and discussions about the war on the forums increased as well. The entire world became a powder keg. One wrong move and it would erupt. In the wake of this, the prices of various commodities began to soar. The prices of food, weapons, and magical potions rose every day, and the prices of nests for advanced units on the trading market also surged significantly. Amidst this turmoil, heavy news reached Suwon's ears. Chapter 554, Astonishing Production Rates. Grand Duke Solon has sent news. The old king of the Holy Kingdom passed away early this morning, Timo said. How did the Crown Prince and the Second Prince react? Suwon asked. The Crown Prince has dispatched the Imperial Guards to seal off the royal palace, and the Second Prince's family is closely connected with the military forces guarding the capital. All city gates have been sealed, Timo said. Both sides claim to have received the king's throne, and the explosive situation within the Holy Kingdom could erupt at any moment. Countless historical records described struggles for power within royal families, so there's nothing new about this. What intrigued him more was the attitude of the nobles of the Holy Kingdom towards the Third Prince. Among the nobles of the Holy Kingdom, most support the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Only less than a tenth support the Third Prince, and they are mostly insignificant minor nobles, many of whom have connections with the four Grand Dukes. Even if the Third Prince gained the support of the four Grand Dukes, the situation won't change easily. His reputation had been too poor, and a few months wouldn't easily turn the tide. Let the Crown Prince and the Second Prince deal with each other first. When their power weakens, we'll make our move. Suwon smiled. Grand Duke Solon and his group have the same thought, but the situation might have some variables. It seems that the Crown Prince has received the support of a god, Timo said. Have they figured out which god is supporting the Crown Prince? Suwon knew that a god shouldn't be underestimated even if they had lost their power. It's speculated that it might be the evil god related to the old king. Recently, there have been large numbers of abyssal troops in his army. Timo was unsure about the exact identity of the god. Archduke Xingyu had personally gone to investigate. A strong, putrid aura emanated from those troops. The aura was quite similar to what was emitted from the space rifts leading to the abyss that had been destroyed before. Back then, Su Yuan disrupted the plan of the Lord of Decay. Such a twist of fate. Never did he expect to encounter a familiar face here. The Lord of Decay had already lost his power now, but it remained unknown whether the abyssal overlords who had lost their power could control their malevolent and chaotic subordinates. The abyss wasn't a place that valued loyalty. If there wasn't enough power to suppress them, the subordinates rose to betray their masters. On the other hand, if it truly was the Lord of Decay behind this, wouldn't that mean he had set things up within the Holy Kingdom from a long time ago? But under the protection of the royal family, why would he take such actions here? It seems somewhat hard to understand. Inform Archduke Xingyu that if that god is indeed the Lord of Decay, he should report immediately to me, said Suwon. If the god behind the Crown Prince appeared, and they couldn't handle it, they could seek assistance. If they crushed the gems bestowed upon them, Suwon and Su Yuan could arrive instantly. Before the power of the desert was sealed, Su Yuan had crafted several special gems containing his spiritual power. Once the gems were crushed, they would be aware and could travel to the corresponding location by using the gem as a coordinate. With the might of the eternal land, He no longer needed the void sandworms to temporarily open spatial gates. Though the distance was far, and they couldn't stay too long, bringing an army over wouldn't be an issue. Yuan was displeased by the Lord of Decay. They had to resolve this in person. Timo nodded. He wasn't caught up in how Yuan and Su Yuan would deal with the Lord of Decay. In his eyes, Su Yuan was on par with the gods. Even if Su Yuan said he would blow up the sun tomorrow, he would seriously consider how to continue the growth of the territory without the sun. His admiration for Su Yuan had reached its peak. The magic music boxes are now widely distributed in Kanglan City. Nearly every household with some assets has purchased them. Even the commoners on the streets can hear the music played in inns and taverns, Timo said. The dark elf, Princess Selena, had become the most renowned figure in Kanglan City. Following Suwan's instructions, they were observing those commoners who had lost their faith. Their love for Princess Selena was even more fervent than that of others. This is just the beginning, said Yuan. Kanglan City couldn't indefinitely accommodate the magic music boxes. Mestre needed to promote them to the surrounding cities. Yuan hoped she could spread the influence of the music boxes to all the other cities around n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Kanglan City. Why not go to North Desert City? Our product quality is high. We should be able to sell at a better price there, Timo said in confusion. The lords can bring us resources, they can't satisfy our needs, said Yuan. Is it faith you desire? Timo asked. Proceed with the arrangements. Yuan didn't give him a definite answer. Only when the penetration rate of the melody boxes reached a certain level could the plan be set in motion. Production efficiency was still insufficient. Mestre collaborated with the Qingyu Pavilion Chamber of Commerce and shared a portion of the benefits. In the shortest time possible, the daily production of magic music boxes needed to surpass 1 million units? As you wish, Timo said. With continuous growth, Yuan and Su Yuan's decisions increasingly made him excited. If he didn't adjust his mindset in time, he feared he wouldn't be able to continue serving as the territory's steward. Keeping pace with these two wasn't an easy task. How's the production of light-flowing grass? Yuan asked. We have developed numerous cultivation bases in the Tisseria Plain and the Eternal Land. Currently, the daily output has been raised to 60 million units, Timo said. Moreover, with the expansion of cultivation bases, the production can be further increased. The ice cream has already begun large-scale sales in North Desert City and has received unanimous praise from a wide range of consumers. Sales are going smoothly. The ice cream was positioned as the otherworld version of cola. Therefore, expanding production capacity was crucial. Unlike the magic music boxes, ice cream was consumable that could be purchased multiple times a day, so the expansion of production capacity wouldn't lead to sales issues. Yuan was delighted to see the progress of these two things, which were the backbone of their economy. Don't stop, and keep expanding. With North Desert City, no matter how large the production is, it can all be sold. That was the benefit of having the Tisseria Plain as a trading hub. The items from one's territory can be sold quickly at any time. Even with transaction fees, substantial profits were still possible. With a daily production of 60 million units, Kanglan City couldn't consume it all. How many resources have we accumulated in these past few months? Yuan asked enthusiastically. Calculating rare resources, the tax revenue we've collected from North Desert City is 160 million, the Lavender Business Guild's magic music boxes contributed 120 million units, ice cream contributed 80 million, and the weapons factory in Dark Region City produced 60 million units, Timo said with pride and confidence. In total, it amounts to 420 million. Chapter 555, Changes in the Death Swamp. There were still residuals left in the guild's account that hadn't been withdrawn. Despite expectations, Timo's report still caused a change in Yuan's mood. The layout and investment had begun when the territory was still very weak, and it had required a great deal of effort, manpower, and resources. This was something outsiders couldn't understand. After so long, brilliant results were finally achieved. Earning over 100 million per month had become possible. The efforts had yielded the best returns, and the various industries in the territory had finally entered progress. The monthly output of these industries was enough to make the territory incredibly wealthy. As Timo left, Su Yuan and Yuan continued to discuss the upcoming situation. However, Yuan snapped back to reality because of a sudden sound. The Death Swamp has devoured enough flesh and soul energy. It has leveled up from level 4 to level 5. Its range has expanded by 20 kilometers. The current range is 60 kilometers in diameter. The maximum limit of nest structures for unit types increased to 50 to 70 nests. The hero of the Death Swamp, Atrox, had ascended, with all his skills being upgraded. After so much planning, and even massacring numerous armies of the Lord of Decay and the Knight of the Gods, he had finally ascended. The foundation of the territory had grown by leaps and bounds. What's even more important was that the units within didn't require resources to recruit. As long as there was enough flesh, a continuous stream of extraordinary units could be born. With this feature, the swamp had become one of the most powerful assets in hand. The weapon that had been nurtured for so long had finally taken lethal shape. Unable to contain their emotions, Yuan and Su Yuan immediately got up and went to the Death Swamp. After passing through the portal of the Eternal Land, they stepped into the area shrouded in blood mist. They felt a sense of exhilaration in their hearts. The surrounding blood mist began to surge, and the bloody purgatory welcomed its master. The death swamp's blood mist was noticeably denser, and the power within it was even more terrifying. Even top-tier units would be obstructed, and their perceptions blocked when they entered this wicked land. With a diameter of 60 kilometers, the death swamp was large enough to accommodate several cities with millions of inhabitants. Even on flat ground, an ordinary person would need to walk for hours to cross it. The god of lies and deception had lost his authority. He could no longer use his deceitful divine power to conceal the dark withered tree at the center of the death swamp. The dark withered tree that bore golden fruits was now exposed to all armies. But it hadn't affected the death swamp's hunting because the Lion of Greed was still there to assist. Its combat strength was unremarkable, but it was deadlier than other combat-type superhumans. Greed was the greatest enemy of every being. The Lion of Greed intensified the greed. Those that had tasted the sweetness of golden fruits became insane in their heightened desires. The dark withered tree was already showing off its exceptional nature. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Any being that approached the dark withered tree in an attempt to seize the golden fruits ended up dead. As soon as they stepped within its 100-meter radius, it was as if they had fallen into the river of time. They aged rapidly and dropped dead. No one could approach the dark withered tree. Even the ranged units who attacked with their bows and arrows were dumbfounded when they realized that their weapons melted away. The aura emitted by the dark withered tree shook one's soul. Su Yuan was considering how to leverage the advantages of the death swamp to rapidly expand the territory. Though the death swamp was harsh, it was still a valuable land. He planned to transform the death swamp into a training base for his army to produce superhuman units to strengthen his forces. This way, he could hold a more advantageous position in territorial disputes with other lords. He started thinking about how to use the resources of the death swamp to expand his army. Finally, he decided to set up some watchtowers and defense structures in the surrounding areas to protect the death swamp. At the same time, he intended to recruit more adventurers and warriors to enhance its strength. While the death swamp was indeed full of dangers and challenges, for Su Yuan, it was just a part of what he aimed to conquer. As long as resources and strategies were used wisely, one could establish their own kingdom in this wicked land. Sensing the surrounding blood mist and the terrifying power, an endless desire surged within him. He was determined to become a true sovereign so that he could control everything within. Looking at the distant enormous dark withered tree, an inexplicable yearning arose in his heart. Only by truly mastering this ancient tree could he reach the pinnacle of his power and potential. Su Yuan was determined to go all out. He would transform the death swamp into an invincible fortress. Through continuous effort and battles, he could achieve this goal. This was a world full of challenges and opportunities, where only the strong could survive. Su Yuan swore to make Su Yuan the most powerful lord who ruled the death swamp. He would help her build her kingdom. And in the end, Su Yuan would also become a god. After the evil presence devoured the heart of the blood shadow demon, no one could predict what changes would occur. They weren't true gods. They lacked the power of authority and could only rely on their own divine power to survive. Therefore, despite losing a vast portion of their power, the extremely malevolent beings were not defeated. However, due to being restrained by the rules, their power was partially suppressed. It was no longer as destructive as before. But even so, they were still more powerful than gods who had completely lost their authority. No one knew this information. Otherwise, they might have gone into a frenzy. Just as Su Yuan looked at the tree, a golden fruit fell from the branch. The fruit arched through the sky and landed outside the zone of death. Greedy being fought for it madly. It lasted nearly an hour, with piles of corpses accumulating in the swamp. The bodies were devoured by the death swamp. In the end, the formidable forces managed to snatch the golden fruit. When they consumed the golden fruit, the surrounding mist faded. Most people saw the leader of the area. The entire process was exposed before everyone's eyes. The golden fruit's power erupted. The surrounding army became even more fervent. They constantly fought for power. Just as Su Yuan and Su Yuan looked at the scene with great interest, the god of lies and deception approached them. He was dressed in a black cloak. This god saluted them. He behaved no differently than the other netizens in their territory. Chapter 556, The Crazy Lord. Modern Caesar, how many planes are currently connected? Su Yuan looked at the new changes with satisfaction. After such a long period of consumption, it seemed that the number of surrounding armies had not decreased. With the help of the Tisarayan Lords Association and their connections, I've obtained the coordinates of many planes and forcefully opened channels through void sandworms. Currently, 50 planes are connected to the Death Swamp, the god of lies and deception said. How long will it take to upgrade the 20,000 troops in the Death Swamp? Su Yuan asked again. Based on the current speed, it will take at least 3 months, he said. That was over 20,000 soldiers. During the process, they needed to reserve enough energy each week to recruit new soldiers. Is there a faster method? Su Yuan frowned. You are the president of the Tisarayan Lords Association, said the god of lies and deception mysteriously. Modric Caesar had recently interacted with the lords and found that there were treasures that could enhance their potential. These treasures were valuable, and most would exchange anything for them. Su Yuan and Su Yuan might overlook the power of the lords, but he didn't. The Death Swamp could be opened to the lords? The Death Swamp required numerous corpses, but that didn't mean they had to personally collect them. Other lords could supply it to them. Golden light flickered on the dark withered tree. 200,000 corpses in exchange for golden fruits. I believe that no lord will be stingy for such an offer, said Modric Caesar with a smile. Then, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't easily give away the golden fruits to just anyone. We can make it seem like it's a benefit of joining the Tessarian Lords Association. Yuan looked at him meaningfully. This could be declared as the exclusive privilege of the ones who were members of the Tessarian Lords Association. Lords who had business dealings with North Desert City could be selected for the purpose. They had to create scarcity and a sense of value for the golden fruits, which would allow for more flexibility. As for how many corpses each golden fruit would need and the pricing, Modric Caesar would arrange that. The god of lies and deception readily agreed. 20,000 creatures that had serpentine lower bodies and upper human bodies stood silently in the blood mist. They were like statues. Outsiders couldn't see what was happening in the blood mist, nor did they know that lurking hunters were on the fringes. The leader was a terrifyingly fierce creature. Atrox, the transcendent hero born in the Death Swamp, ruled over all the troops of the blood mist. The transcendent hero bowed humbly when Yuan looked at him. Although he didn't utter a word, his respect was evident. It wasn't time to deploy the troops yet. But when they were deployed, it would be terrifying. Modric Caesar has ordered to accelerate the progress. I want to see all the armies upgraded, Yuan said and left the Death Swamp hand in hand with Yuan. The god of lies and deception looked determined. When he was still accepted after losing his power, he became a member of the territory. He would demonstrate enough loyalty to let Yuan know that she hadn't misjudged him. The explosive news spread within the Tessarian Lords Association. President Yuan was providing special benefits to all members. As long as they supplied the giant tree with corpses, they could obtain the fruits it bore. This fruit was not ordinary. It was an extremely scarce and top-tier treasure that could enhance their potential. If someone else had said this, many people would be skeptical. But this news had come directly from Yuan. Many guilds were excited. They immediately appeared in the Death Swamp with fresh corpses. Void sandworms opened a passage leading to the dark withered tree. Nothing could be seen clearly in the blood mist. Several lords observed in vain and had no choice but to follow the rules. They tossed the corpses onto the ground, which was covered in blood and plasma. They watched as the bodies were pulled down. Even after 200,000 corpses were thrown in, no golden fruit appeared. This left the guilds puzzled. They felt trapped. The upfront costs had already been substantial, and if they stopped now, they would incur heavy losses. With grim faces, they began to use higher-level corpses. When the swamp consumed the 300,000th corpse, a special aura emanated from the tree. Golden light shone on its branches. Several lords, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately reached out to catch it. They were ecstatic when they checked out the attributes of the fruit. Could it really enhance one's potential? The guild leader chewed and swallowed the fruit. After that, they felt a surge in their power. All their attributes had increased. They fell into a frenzy once more. They started to gather corpses frantically. The confirmation of the news spread like wildfire among the Tessarian Lords Association members. More and more guilds began to exchange corpses for fruits. After the first batch tasted the sweetness, more people were attracted to them. The golden fruit's effects also increased significantly as the levels increased. Although exchanging hundreds and thousands of corpses might not be the most cost-effective thing to do, it was definitely worth it. This fruit wasn't available outside. Other people didn't even get to exchange the corpses for such a precious fruit. To have what others lacked gave the lords a sense of superiority. This unintentional operation actually boosted the unity of the Tessarian Lords Association. The guilds chosen by Yuan were all outstanding. What might seem like an astronomical number of corpses to ordinary people was nothing to the guilds. Under the temptation of the golden fruit, an astonishing power was unleashed. Countless bodies were dumped into the death swamp every day. Even conquering 50 planes might not have provided a steady supply of corpses like this. The appearance of the golden fruit made many people realize that the guild members of the Tessarian Lords Association had an extremely strong desire for expansion. Almost every day, they had to send troops to battle. Wherever they went, they would bring back corpses. Many forces silently observed the Tesseria plain in confusion. What were these lords doing? It wasn't until half a month later that news of the golden fruit spread rapidly. Quite a few spies were infiltrating the Tesseria plain. It was no small matter to keep such a big news secret anymore. Of course, they didn't expect to keep it hidden for long, either. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Once the news spread, the Tessarian Lords Association immediately announced that any trade guild with a good relationship with North Desert City could purchase the golden fruit at a price higher than regular members by 30%. This sparked discussions in the forum. While hundreds and thousands of corpses might seem like a lot, it wasn't much trouble for large guilds. Each member could arrange a few thousand corpses, and it wouldn't take long to gather them up. Chapter 557, The Ascension of the Third Prince. Soon, an even larger number of corpses began to pour into the Death Swamp. Just as the Death Swamp was rapidly expanding and harnessing the power of the Lords, chaos once again erupted in the main plane. Countless chaotic and evil creatures that were hidden in the bottomless abyss connected with the main plane. The rules of the main plane no longer confined the abyss. Numerous rifts that were connected to the abyss appeared in many areas and spewed forth countless demons. The lords and natives were affected, and many major cities were destroyed. The lords didn't worry much about the loss of authority of the gods. Facing the demon horde sweeping in like a tide of darkness, they truly felt a bone-chilling terror. The entire world changed. When the light of the gods faded, and the rules shifted, who could guarantee the world would remain as it was before? Only now did the lords grasp the truth. The twilight of the gods was here. Su Yuan's knowledge of demons was limited to a few encounters. Although he was cautious of them, it wasn't until another event occurred that he intuitively understood why the bottomless abyss was so terrifying in the main plane. Word came from Mestre that over 1,000,000 demons had gathered in front of Kanglan City and launched an attack on the mightiest city situated at the edge of the land of darkness. What was shocking was that, despite Kanglan City's tight defenses, the demon army managed to breach its walls several times. Although the city swiftly responded and mobilized its army to suppress the demons, it still suffered considerable losses. This made Su Yuan extremely vigilant. How strong was the defense of Kanglan City? Even if millions of lords led an onslaught, they would be unable to break through. Yet, just over 1,000,000 demons had managed to tear through its defenses. That meant the demons were powerful. Aside from this important piece of news, Mestre also reported that the demons were spreading along Kanglan City and sweeping through the land of darkness. These evil creatures were corroding everything. The territory's scouts sent out an alarm when they detected traces of demonic activity in the surroundings. Upon receiving the news, Yuan immediately dispatched a force of 20,000 troops to clear out the demons. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The army of the territory fanned out and quickly cleared out the demons in the vicinity. But as time passed, the 20,000 troops found themselves overwhelmed as more and more demons closed in on the territory. Even territories situated in the land of darkness felt the pressure brought by the demons, let alone the lords in other parts of the main plane. Everyone was filled with despair as the gates of hell opened onto the main plane. The devil lords led the demon army with unmatched momentum. They began to siege and conquer and take over the territories. The organized and disciplined devil lords army posed a greater threat than the chaotic demons. What was even more shocking was that on the same day the devils appeared, spatial rifts also appeared in the undead plane. Countless skeletal armies covered the sky. The world shuddered at the simultaneous appearance of three terrifying evil planes. Countless lords were attacked continuously. They wished they were dead. Many lords even abandoned their territories they had painstakingly developed. They sought refuge in nearby native cities and relied on their support to weather out the storm. Unity in times of crisis was a human instinct. With some taking the lead, it immediately attracted the other lords to do the same. More and more lords discovered that certain planes had not been invaded. Only a very few were under threat. Yuan was indifferent to this. She only accepted a few members of the Tessarian Lords Association into her territory for their safety. Others needed to pay a high security deposit and were subject to additional restrictions to join. Even so, Yuan's name continued to attract many people seeking refuge. There were even lords who entrusted their armies to the North Desert City and were willing to become Yuan's subordinates. Yuan was surprised by this. Ultimately, she decided to accept them. She let them settle in other cities near the North Desert City. Forced by the turbulent situation, the lords who had no way of escape began to rely on Yuan. Yuan raised the membership criteria to control their numbers. Even so, she now commanded over 1,000,000 lords. It was even more than that of large guilds. She hadn't anticipated that she could effortlessly gain so many lords' allegiance without doing anything at all. Yuan gradually established the Dark Guild as many lords kept joining her. The leaders of other prominent guilds were silent. They had worked so hard to achieve their current status, and yet Yuan had effortlessly attracted over 1,000,000 members by merely opening her door. It made them feel depressed. They wanted to follow the same footstep and recruit lords, but very few lords responded to their recruitment calls. It wasn't that the lords didn't want to join a guild. It was because there were very few guilds that could occupy an entire plane. They were more reliant on native cities for their own protection. They couldn't protect their own guild members. So, the lords chose to join the natives rather than become middlemen to profit from price differences. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, and the number of demons, devils, and undead spawned from the rifts continued to rise. The entire plane was in turmoil. At this moment, the power struggle for the throne in the Holy Kingdom finally came to an end. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince fought with all their might, but their influence was greatly weakened due to the changes in the plane. However, at a critical moment, the 4 Grand Dukes and the 2 Archdukes, who were previously on their side, joined forces. They formed a league of 6 legendary Archdukes. All unrelenting voices were suppressed. The 6 legends declared with absolute dominance that in the current turbulent situation, the whole kingdom couldn't afford to continue this internal strife and must immediately decide on a king. The only suitable candidate for the throne was the 3rd Prince. The Crown Prince and the 2nd Prince were furious. They had fought so hard for nothing. Under immense pressure from the 6 Archdukes and numerous nobles who were swayed to their side, most chose the 3rd Prince for the throne. Only their closest supporters remained by their side. The 2 princes raged. The power struggle for the throne of the Holy Kingdom came to a dramatic end. The overlooked 3rd Prince officially stepped onto the stage of history and became the new king of the Holy Kingdom. After ascending the throne, with the powerful support of the 6 Archdukes, he was accepted as a true reigning king. This was of course under Su Yuan's approval. The plans targeting the Tissaria plain were immediately revoked, and unruly nobles faced a purge. The Crown Prince and the 2nd Prince met their end 2 days later in an accidental demon uprising. They ended up in a sea of flames. However, Archduke Xingyu was concerned that the mysterious evil god behind the Crown Prince hadn't revealed themselves yet. The transfer of power was successful after the two princes' downfall. The outside world considered this to be a normal power struggle. They were unaware that the king of the Holy Kingdom had already become a part of another territory. As the third prince ascended to the throne, many nobles who were aligned with the four archdukes were placed in important positions. A fundamental transformation began within the upper echelons of the empire. After over half a month, the situation in the main plain underwent tremendous changes. Chapter 558, Alanic appears. In every region, demons, undead, and devils could be seen everywhere. Chaos and war became the main attraction. The gods who were stripped of their power were seeking to rise again, while the hunters in the dark set their sights on these gods and hoped to replace them. The evil god led a massive demon army and started rebuilding hell in the main plain. The undead triggered another wave of undead calamity. Numerous towns were breached, which caused countless civilians to be displaced. Food supply began to run scarce, and prices skyrocketed. The prices of weapons and equipment also surged rapidly. The problem of scarcity of resources began to become more apparent. The entire main plain was plunged into an extremely tense atmosphere. Under external dangers, the original structure of the main plain began to collapse, and the dominion of many empires dropped. A new situation centered around major cities as the core. Many cities began to effectively assert their independence. They were no longer under anyone's control. The rulers of those cities became new kings and new gods. Uncontrolled city-states, combined with the shattered order of the main plain, formed a new order. Many lords referred to it as the Age of City-States. A completely new situation had taken shape. After half a month of dark turmoil, the lords began to seek new benefits despite unprecedented losses suffered by the main plain. They had survived by relying on other cities before, but now, their fears were appeased. The threat of chaos demons, who were difficult to organize for effective attacks, diminished. The devil lords also slowed down their advances after occupying the territories they desired. As for the undead, they started consolidating the territories they had occupied. They were no longer expanding recklessly. The situation stabilized to some extent. Although this stability was still fragile, it was temporarily effective. News disrupted the silence of the territories. Many spatial rifts have appeared 100 miles away from the territory. Timo looked at Yuan. A multitude of demons were pouring forth from those rifts. The surrounding troops had gone to lend support, but there were too many demons for them to overcome. Moreover, there seemed to be a mastermind behind these chaotic beings. They gradually advanced towards the territory. Initial estimates suggested that the number of these demons would exceed 300,000. If there was a mastermind behind them, the number could be even higher. Now, they waited for Yuan's orders. How strong are the demons? Are there any transcendent heroes among them? Yuan frowned and looked at Timo. We haven't seen any yet. Although the main plane allows demons to enter, the rules haven't been completely relaxed, so demons above the transcendent level are still restricted from appearing, Timo said solemnly. Although this restriction might not last long, they had a moment to catch their breath for now. Capture a few demons for interrogation. We need to know which layer of the abyss the rift leads to. Also, immediately convey this information to Modric and prepare the death swamp for battle. Yuan eased a little. Simultaneously, orders were given for the armies of Dark Region City and the Tisseria Plain to be on standby for immediate action. As you wish, Timo said loudly. His gaze was determined. There was no fear in his heart, but rather a sense of eagerness. After so long of developing the territory, war was needed to test the fruits of their labor. Once Timo left, Yuan thought for a moment and called for Terry. After half a year of growth, Terry was just a step away from reaching the transcendent level. Currently, Terry was responsible for guarding the territory. When Yuan and Yuan were absent, he had the authority to mobilize the troops within the territory. How are the defense preparations at the moment? Yuan looked at Terry. After half a year of preparations, we have sufficient strategic reserves. Terry's voice sounded somewhat hollow but serious. There were a total of 800 improved modified cannons mounted on the city walls, with an additional 20,000 in the rear which were ready for replacement. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. 80 special grade arrow towers were also positioned. Each was capable of holding 800 archers. The Dragon Hunter crossbows were equipped on every arrow tower, with an additional 500 on the city walls. Each Dragon Hunter crossbow was equipped with 50 Dragon Hunter bolts, and there were still 100,000 stored in the warehouse. 3 newly completed magic towers were ready for use. Each tower could accommodate 300 spellcasters. The controller could attack enemies from the tower without needing to climb the walls. Yuan was satisfied with the preparations. During this time, the territory didn't remain idle. Various military facilities were constructed day and night. Yuan looked at the unit panel. From the onset of the chaotic situation, the territory had been constantly adding troops. And recently, they had started large-scale recruitment again. This significantly boosted the number of units at their disposal. Under the support of various industries, the number of units in the territory had reached an exaggerated level. The main force of the territory was even more staggering, with nearly 50,000 soldiers. These were all top-tier units, and they possessed special-grade technology. This didn't even include the transcendent units from the Death Swamp. The turmoil caused by the gods being stripped of their power hadn't hindered the territory's growth under Yuan's advanced planning. While others were in a crisis, the territory had taken advantage of the time to make great developments. These armies were Yuan's powerful backing. She wanted to see how effective these demons would be as test subjects. In the bottomless abyss, lonely, dark, and decay shrouded the entire plain. The sky was filled with blood-red clouds, and lightning tore through the sky. A humanoid life form with a horribly distorted face was seated high on a throne made of countless rotting corpses. Its appearance resembled a corpse that had been submerged in water for too long. A tattered black shroud with mottled bloodstains draped over its body. Even the sight of it sent shivers down one's spine. The Lord of Decay ruled the abyss. He was once the master of countless demons. But now, he had lost his authority. An ancient evil being stared at the void in front of it. Its gaze revealed an indescribable fear. As a ruler of the abyss, you don't even have a decent guard by your side now. How pitiful, said a voice in mockery. The space in front rippled like water. A beautiful elf with pointed ears traversed the space and appeared before the Lord of Decay. The lower half of the elf's body was a ferocious spider's torso. Heaven and hell converged in her form. She was the spider goddess of the bottomless abyss and the ultimate existence that had schemed to incite the war of the gods. She was the spider queen, Alanic. This was an existence whose reputation alone could make the majority of evil beings in the bottomless abyss tremble in fear. She was one of the symbols of the abyss. Chapter 559, Roping in the Lord of Decay. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You, as you are now, are more of a pitiful creature than anyone else. Alanic looked down from above with disdainful eyes at the Lord of Decay sitting on the throne. Your Majesty Alanic, I've lost my authority. You can't remain unaffected either, so don't provoke me, said the Lord of Decay angrily. A wretched creature like you dares to threaten me, she said in contempt. No need to use vicious words to mask your weak inner self. I'm here to offer you an opportunity. A chance to become strong again and not this pitiful creature who is scared to leave his own place. I don't believe your subordinates are still completely obedient to your orders, said Alanic. The Lord of Decay's confidence dropped, but he still refused to yield. The abyss was a place where chaos and evil converge. It was filled with unimaginable terror and malice. In this extremely wicked place, strength was the only path that allowed survival. Having lost authority, the Lord of Decay could no longer order his powerful subordinates. In particular, many demons with powers akin to legends or even demigods refused to obey him. For these demons, if they couldn't be deterred by strength, they would no longer regard their former master with respect. Rebellion was a common occurrence in the abyss. Every demon harbored ambition. They wanted to become powerful and dominate others. After losing his power, the Lord of Decay had to face rebels. In the end, he could only retreat to his palace and rely on traps set up millions of years ago to overpower the traitors. Now, he was mocked by Alanic. The Lord of Decay felt like a doormat being stepped on. The situation had reached this point, yet he was powerless. Alanic smiled charmingly and gently waved her hand. The surrounding space rippled with even stronger fluctuations. The shattered void revealed a scene that took the Lord of Decay's breath away. Countless spider elves stood on the charred ground and awaited their mistress's command. Apart from the numerous spider elves, the rotten wax demons also waited obediently. However, what horrified him was the giant standing in the core area. It was a giant burning with abyssal flames. After sensing the fearful aura emanating from it, the Lord of Decay couldn't help but exclaim, "Darkness. You're cultivating darkness." Darkness didn't belong to this world, so both evil and righteous gods despised and opposed them. Furthermore, darkness possessed unconventional power, like an insatiable desire to hunt and attack gods. So even within the abyss, darkness was a presence to be avoided. The Lord of Decay clearly saw that the dark creature bore many features of the rotten wax demons. The rotten wax demons were life forms created by Alanic using countless forbidden spells and evil substances. They served as her personal aides. After the last battle of the gods, I foresaw greater upheavals in the future. Alanic's face darkened. Darkness was an uncontrolled existence. Even the rules of creation could only barely suppress them. Alanic had been planning for hundreds and thousands of years for this. Finally, after the gods lost their power, the fusion wax fiends acquired a portion of the power of darkness. Now that you're aware of their location, why come to me? Asked the Lord of Decay. Because I sensed the aura of decaying authority from the life form that obtained the heart of darkness, said Alanic in amusement. The decaying authority. The damn Lord, that lowly existence. The Lord of Decay's eyes widened. An image of the dark withered tree flashed through his mind. He scowled. He never thought that the Lord would obtain the heart of the bloody shadow demon. His authority was stolen, his plans of tens and thousands of years were shattered, and now this. Coupled with the fact that he, the ruler of the abyssal realm, was reduced to the point of cowering in his palace, jealousy and anger surged in his heart. To obtain the heart of the bloody shadow demon without being devoured by the power transcending the world indicates that the Lord is not simple, said Alanic in all seriousness. Moreover, the two entities had a significant history between them. Lord of Decay, would you be willing to join me this time? I only need the heart of the bloody shadow demon. In return, the authority of Decay shall be yours. I'll make that bastard taste true agony. The Lord of Decay didn't hesitate at all. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. You only need to manipulate the authority of Decay at the crucial time to restrain the power of the life form that obtained the heart of the bloody shadow demon. I'll take care of the rest, said Alanic slowly. If she hadn't lost her authority, she would never have invited the Lord of Decay along. but the situation now had become so dire that it was difficult to endure. When one can't make a move, they can always use a scapegoat. The Lord of Decay calmed himself and gazed at Alanik. He felt pressure to collaborate with this terrifying entity who was renowned throughout the abyss. However, he couldn't give up on this opportunity. This was his chance to regain his power. Given the circumstances, how could he not take on this gamble? Your Majesty Alanik, are you sure that the authority of decay hasn't been stripped away? If that were so, would you still have any value? Asked Alanik. May I know what your plan is? The Lord of Decay seemed to relax slightly. The restrictions on the rift leading to the main plane were significant, and only a very limited amount of extraordinary power could pass through. The growth of the lords was astonishing. Without sufficient strength to destroy the opponent, acting rashly might raise their vigilance, which might not be a good thing. Having experienced defeat, the Lord of Decay didn't dare to underestimate the lords. Weaklings were not capable of manipulating him as they pleased. After the last battle of the gods, Alanik discovered that the gods were harboring a special power. That power didn't belong to the authority, but it was no less potent. For this reason, she found a unique plane and nurtured the corpse of a god within it. Originally, she had planned to send that power into the main plane, so that it would be recognized by the rules that governed the main plane. Once she reclaimed that power, she would possess strength comparable to the ultimate authority. Moreover, it will be a power unaffected by the rules. This was why she didn't take action against the lords at all. She needed that power to mature, and she sensed that the moment had come. What if the power you seek is already in the hands of the other person? The Lord of Decay looked at Alanik, and his last worry also dissipated. Chapter 560, Annie's Transformation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That's even better, isn't it? Power brewed by special gods won't dissipate even if the other party dies. Alanik casually remarked. I am willing to offer my power. The Lord of Decay took a deep breath. A wise choice. Alanik nodded slowly. Bringing Lord of Decay into the fold not only shared some of the pressure but offered her an opportunity to find out whether he could once again gain his authority. There were many experiments yet to come. The Lord of Decay was imagining a counterattack on the main plane to seize his authority. He was unaware of his true status. At the territory, Yuan looked at Terry who was reporting to her. The demons that emerged included many of those that had appeared during the battle between the Night God and the Death Swamp. In other words, they were all subordinates of the Lord of Decay. The disgusting evil gods remained relentless. Now they had to increase their vigilance. The evil dragon wings also joined the hunt and attempted to minimize the numbers through targeted strikes. Any discovery of transcendent heroes needed immediate reporting. Although the enemy was formidable, Terry remained confident. For the military, war was a platform for merit. Notify Modric to open the spatial rift leading to the Death Swamp on the path of the demon army. No demon could resist the temptation of fresh blood. The Death Swamp would play its role. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. At this moment, Yuan felt emotional as she turned her gaze northward. That was also the location of the Eternal Land. It was calling to her. What had happened? She waved to have Terry make arrangements and turned to Su Yuan. Why not go take a look to avoid any surprises? Su Yuan wrapped his arm around Yuan's waist. Ripples formed around them, and the two vanished on the spot. The next moment, Yuan and Su Yuan were suspended in the air above the Eternal Land. Their line of sight couldn't reach the end. During this period, dimensional space had been constantly devouring everything and caused the Eternal Land to swell to over 100 kilometers. It could now be truly called a plane. Upon entering, Yuan immediately felt the immense power of the Eternal Land infusing her body. The entire plane's power was now under her control. Yuan was the master of the plane. She was in a good mood. The Eternal Land was a trump card that could come in handy at the critical moment. Her gaze focused on an unusual area emitting peculiar energy in the center of the Eternal Land. Su Yuan immediately descended to the ground with her. In front of them sat a figure in meditation which emitted a terrifying aura with constant energy fluctuations. Even with the protection of the entire plane's power, the imposing edge and overwhelming battle intent of the other person could be felt. It was as if an ancient war god was gazing at them. Several months ago, Su Yuan had taken the golden godly body from Spider Queen Alanik and given it to the figure sitting in meditation. Annie had begun to assimilate the battle intent nurtured by the god. Originally, it was thought that 2 months would be enough, but the transformative process was much longer than anticipated. This fierce battle had continued for 4 to 5 months without a clear victor. The determination required to assimilate that battle intent far exceeded that of an ordinary person's imagination. But now, with the disturbance in the Eternal Land, the transformation was finally coming to an end. The outcome was about to be revealed. The fact that the Eternal Land had such a strong reaction indicated the extraordinary nature of this battle intent. Yuan silently observed Annie, who had her eyes closed in meditation. She awaited the emergence of a transformed Annie. They waited from dawn to dusk and far into the night, until the demon army was only 10 kilometers away from the territory. After a while, a sound of shattering resonated quietly in their souls. Annie, who was seated on the ground, opened her eyes. A golden light radiated from her body. The whole Eternal Land looked like a rising sun. Blinding brilliance illuminated the heavens and the earth. Then, Annie floated. Her blood-red battle armor transformed into pure gold. The dragon-slaying longsword in her hand grew golden dragon scales and emitted a dazzling and suffocating aura of killing intent. A surging pressure swept in all directions. Even the residents constructing the Eternal City felt as if they had entered a bloody battlefield of a great army clashing within it. The terrifying battle intent made them tremble in fear. Many collapsed to the ground. The process lasted for about 10 minutes. As the pressure gradually dissipated, Annie seemed to regain her soul. Her previously indifferent face turned lively. Landing on the ground, this fearless warrior looked delighted. He knelt. In that instant, a prompt sounded in Suwon's ears. Annie has successfully fused with the golden fighting spirit and completed her transformation. Her model had been upgraded to hero model. Special extraordinary attribute, fight until death. Suwon was surprised. This was completely unexpected. Upgrading from a regular model to a hero was possible, but it was extremely difficult for a hero to upgrade further. The golden fighting spirit hero sounded so cool. Just as she was about to open Annie's attribute panel, Suwon heard another notification. The dark withered tree has successfully devoured the Lord of Greed's body and completely absorbed the power of the bloody shadow demon's heart. It has completed its final transformation and converted into a special life form. Darkness. The dark withered tree has leveled up. It is now of the legendary level. Suwon was frozen in place. She hadn't expected that today would not only mark Annie's transformation but also the upgrade of the dark withered tree. Moreover, it had leveled up to the highest level there was. Suwon's heart raced. The ultimate level that she had longed for had finally been acquired. With a heart full of anticipation, she opened Annie's and the dark withered tree's attribute panels. Even without borrowing the power of Nami, the Crimson Lord, the territory could proudly declare to all that they had become the untouchable new overlords. The underground world and the Tesseria Plain were the strategic foundation of the territory. The magic music box and ice cream were all resources provided by the territory. An industrial chain had taken shape. The underground world and the Tesseria Plain were all part of the territory. Nami, Archduke Xingyu, and even the Holy Kingdom were all just extensions of its influence. The trap that Su Yuan and Suwon had laid out for so long had finally come to fruition. Every one of these extensions would bring unimaginable benefits to the territory. While Suwon examined the attributes of the two individuals, there was a sound of flapping wings. The night devil bees had arrived. The demon army has approached outside the city and is preparing to attack, said a voice even before the team materialized. Among them were at least 5 transcendent heroes. Terry reported that the imminent attack was from the subordinates of the Spider Queen Alanik. They were the Rotten Wax demons. Suwon turned sharply toward the stone statue. Her brows were furrowed. Alanik is getting involved. After the god of lies and deception had triggered the war of the gods, Alanik had been cautious. Even after years passed, she had remained hidden. After all, Su Yuan had stolen the golden divine corpse of the god from her before. Even if the god of lies and deception had been stripped of his authority at the moment, could this famous ultimate boss of the evil faction really be brought to her knees like an ordinary evil god? Suwon would rather face a combination of 5 lords of decay than confront Alanik. However, things didn't work that way. The enemy had already appeared. At this point, what needed to be considered wasn't their strength, but rather how to hunt down the enemy. Could Alanik be killed? Su Yuan was curious to see how strong she would be after losing her authority. When Annie heard the name Alanik, her eyes flickered. She seemed to be deep in thought. Chapter 561 to 561, the prologue of the Battle of Gods. After the army of the World of Light failed to conquer the territory as they had hoped, their confidence and joy began to fade, and fear gradually eroded their hearts. Facing their impending defeat, they fell into despair. The feeling of being killed by their enemy when they were only one step away from victory was like being stabbed with thousands of blades. They were puzzled. Why was the ruler of light unable to defeat the darkness demon dragon? What ability did the other party have to withstand so many of their attacks? Many times, they had felt that the enemy's strength was already on the verge of collapse. They only needed to put in more effort to destroy everything, but they were still unable to take that final step. Even if their scepters could pierce through the enemy's body, they could not completely kill the enemy. This sense of defeat filled Bader with rage and unwillingness. As time passed, the pressure gradually caused Bader's heart to collapse. His throat let out a beast-like roar, and blood began to seep out of the cracks on his body. At this moment, the soul that he had just devoured was injected into Su Yuan's body from the gem scepter. This action would cause him to be hit with a massive recoil, but he no longer cared. Su Yuan only felt terrifying roars and vicious curses exploding in his mind, as if they wanted to tear his soul apart. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The pain in his soul was 10,000 times more intense than the pain in his physical body. The energy that was tearing at his soul made it difficult for him to even stand up. His hand, which was holding the ruby scepter, almost let go. His consciousness gradually fell into darkness, and he felt the gaze of the god of death. His rationality and thoughts were about to be obliterated, but at this moment, he still stared at Bader without taking a step back. He gritted his teeth and bit his lips hard, even though he was terribly injured. Was Bader worthy of letting him fall? That was impossible. He would never let Bader succeed. The countdown on the attribute panel continued. Bader had gone completely mad. He began to consume his soul to explode without caring about the consequences. He wanted to complete the final reversal and destroy the wish. The soul was the most fundamental power of life. Bader's actions were destroying himself. Even if he survived in the end, he would never regain his power. However, despite his sacrifice and outburst, he realized in despair that his enemy was still persisting. Su Yuan was like a lonely boat that would never capsize in a storm. No matter how big the storm was, Su Yuan persisted. Time came to an end amidst Bader's laments of unwillingness. At the edge of his consciousness, Su Yuan heard the familiar sound of a notification. His right hand released the gemstone scepter and waved it weakly at the sky. Let the new era begin. A low murmur echoed in the air, and then it was broken by the crisp sound of glass shattering. This voice resounded through the clouds, echoing in the ears of every bit of intelligent life. The world seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes, as if an invisible force was surging. Su Yuan felt a powerful force invade his body, and his soul seemed to be torn apart. He turned around in a daze. Before his consciousness completely fell into darkness, he only saw a blurry crimson figure running toward him. Then, he closed his eyes tightly and fell into endless darkness. The moment Su Yuan fell to the ground, Yuan held him in her arms. Tears gushed out, and her face was filled with pain and regret. She looked at the lifeless figure in front of her and felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Bader witnessed this scene. He stood still like a statue, his face expressionless. Seeing that the light had disappeared without a trace and that the connection with the power that had been in control for countless years had been severed, his body suddenly lost its support, and he collapsed to the ground with a pale face. This chief sovereign of light, who had once swept through the world, was now in such a sorry state. Looking at Yuan's pain and Su Yuan's cold body, Bader suddenly raised his head and let out a powerless roar. He had never thought that he would lose to a seemingly weak player lord. After Su Yuan fell, the world did not change its rules as they had hoped. The entire world was undergoing a huge change. It was especially so for that forbidden land of life. It was even more radiant with new life. Grass broke out of the barren ground, the trees grew tall and straight, the streams flowed leisurely, and the lake was sparkling. Looking down from the sky, everything seemed to have changed in the blink of an eye. This miraculous scene was breathtaking. In the end, only green forests and grasslands were left in the desert. There was no longer any exposed yellow sand. Not only the desert of death, but every corner of the world was undergoing subtle changes. The mountains turned into flat ground, and the flat ground rose into new mountains. The river changed its course several times from its source to the sea. Nov. L. B//JNN. It was as if the rules of the planet were being rewoven. Everything was developing in a good direction. From the swamps to the grasslands, the planet was glowing with vitality. However, after Bader lost his light, the demon army suddenly felt that their restraints were broken. They were no longer under orders, and their minds became clearer than ever. The abominations threw down their weapons and fled frantically. The abominations who were supposed to supervise them did not stop them and instead joined the escaping team. The fierce battlefield instantly returned to its usual calm. The soldiers and players who were soaked in blood looked at the fleeing demon army and sat on the battlefield in exhaustion. They started crying and laughing in relief. The war was over. They survived. They survived? The players who were watching the livestream felt their hearts get stuck in their throats because they saw the livestream suddenly close at the last moment. On the screen, Bader had been killed by Su Yuan. This valiant young man who had supported the entire war had died at the last moment. The Guardian cannot use the power above the gods, but when enemies attack, he will be given the power of the entire world. Only in this way can we ensure the survival of our world. A gentle voice sounded. At this moment, a new piece of information surged into the minds of all the players, revealing a hidden secret. The system, this seemingly lifeless existence, was actually constructed by the will of the world and the god of creation. In the distant past, the god of creation fell into an eternal slumber because he resisted the invasion of the chaos gods. However, he had always been vigilant about the safety of the world, so he planned to take back his authority and gather his strength to deal with the threat that might come from the chaos void. 500,000 years ago, the god of creation tried to take back his authority and start a new era. However, he did not expect that the other gods would be unwilling to hand over their authority and even obstruct the start of the new era, causing his plan to be thwarted. Since he had lost his power, he could not force them to help. He could only wait for the right opportunity. During those terrible years, he sensed the aura of the universe and discovered the existence of the blue star. Chapter 562 to 562, The End and a New Beginning. Although the god of creation was selfless to his own world, he was very selfish to the outside world. Through various means, he finally led the players over and became the player lord, becoming the executor of her new era. The players played the role of changing the world in this process, and their intervention eventually led the world in a different direction. As the new era began, the god of creation gradually melted into the world and ceased to exist. The system would also disappear with his death. After the remaining players learned of this, their emotions became extremely complicated. They knew that although the war was over, life still had to continue. A new life was waiting for them. However, to everyone's surprise, the fall of the gods did not bring the world back on track. Instead, a great purge suddenly erupted, and the forces left behind by the gods suffered unprecedented attacks. The natives started a war. Churches were breached one by one, and statues were toppled. The believers of the past watched all of this in a daze. They could not find a reason to stop it. The gods were no longer around, so what were they still persisting for? The gods had always held great power. After the fall of the gods, the power vacuum left behind was enough to arouse everyone's greed. Between the top forces, a chaotic battle that was even crueler than the War of Gods was spreading. The players and bottom-level residents who had just experienced the War of the Gods were tired of the endless battles. They were looking forward to the appearance of an influential person to end this war and formulate new rules and order. Those who knew about the God War's Terminator were secretly observing every move of Kanglan City and the territory. They were eager to know if the existence that ended the war was still alive. In the world of nothingness, Su Yuan could not feel the passage of time. It felt a million years had passed, but it also felt like only a minute had passed while he was making a wish. He heard a voice calling out to him. The voice grew louder and heavier, allowing him to gradually recover his cognition and consciousness from the darkness and void. Finally, when the call reached its peak, he suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he sensed was the fragrance coming from the tip of his nose, followed by the incomparable warmth and comfort behind him. Looking up, he saw a flawless face looking down at him with a smile. Suwan. His voice was hoarse and dry. The joy in Suwan's heart turned into tears. She was distressed and happy. This queen, who slaughtered gods like sheep, was crying like a little girl. She would remember this figure who stood in front of her and had his chest pierced through for the rest of her life. Lord Su Yuan, how do you feel now? She asked in the gentlest voice. I'm fine. How's the situation outside? Where are Bader and the demon army? Su Yuan asked. Everything is safe now. There will be no more gods in this world. I have imprisoned Bader in the dungeon for you to deal with. Because the 9 hells are no longer under human control, the demon army has also fled the mortal plane. We are no longer able to train the demons into an army that obeys orders. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Su Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Almost all of the territories were destroyed, and the army was wiped out. There were only a dozen or so military nests left, but the altar of heroes was preserved. The dead heroes had all been resurrected. Although the losses were heavy, the final gains of this war were enough to make up for these losses. They could even gain more than they could imagine. At this moment, the whole world was waiting to make a wish. After a series of questions, Su Yuan's heart was finally at ease. The losses were indeed unprecedented. The territory had been flattened, and the army that had been accumulated was gone. But at least they survived, didn't they? As long as he was alive, there was hope. He would soon rebuild what was destroyed, and the destroyed armies would be re-established. Su Yuan looked at the face in front of him and felt the warmth of Suwan's embrace. A smile appeared on his face. At this moment, a series of noisy footsteps came from outside. Su Yuan subconsciously turned his head and saw a familiar figure. The first person he saw was the anxious little princess of Kanglan City, Beiyan. This usually lively girl was exceptionally calm at this moment. The war had made her lose her innocence. When she saw him, the girl immediately revealed a bright smile. Behind Beiyan was Tristana, the current ruler of the Frost Wolf family who occupied half of the land of the Ice Snow Empire. She was a girl in white armor and her eyes were filled with concern and joy. There were even more envoys from the Alliance and the various natives. Everyone was waiting for Su Yuan to wake up. They knew that as long as Su Yuan was still alive, there would be a place for him in this world. This war was shocking. Resetting the world order would have to wait until Su Yuan woke up. After Su Yuan responded to everyone's greetings and concerns, Suwan gently told him what had happened in the outside world. Lord Su Yuan, it's time to meet those forces. The main plane will welcome a new order from today on, and you. In this universe, there was a secret that had yet to be fully revealed. It was the wish of the person who was destined to change the world. The wish's eyes were as deep and mysterious as the starry sky, flickering with hope. There was wisdom and determination in his eyes that surpassed his age. It was as if he could see through the future and see the veins of the world. Her name was Shi Wang. She had a passionate heart and incomparable pride. Because Su Yuan knew that the youth in his arms would become the master of this world in the future, he would control the order of the universe and change the structure of the world. Shi Wang's eyes were filled with trust and anticipation for him. Su Yuan slowly sat up on the bed. His eyes were deep and bright, like the brightest stars in the night sky. He looked at Shi Wang deeply, and that look contained countless promises and immeasurable gratitude. He then turned to look at the many beautiful figures in the room. They were all going to aid him in his future. His mood instantly brightened, and all his worries disappeared. Just as he was about to speak, a white-haired old man named Carl rushed into the room with a letter in his hand. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he took the envelope in confusion. The envelope was blank, and the magic on it seemed to come alive when it came into contact with him. It began to draw mysterious patterns on the envelope. His heart began to beat faster. The letter made him feel a strong sense of anticipation and nervousness. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the envelope. A new journey was about to begin.